The group listened and the mat fell into a deathly silence. Didn't Elder Wang say he wouldn't make exceptions? Why did he break the rule for him? After a long while, a saint whispered. Flower Saint and Travel Saint glanced over and saw an old saint with a long beard, his face gloomy. Lin Saint cast a glance at him and said, "Who says passing means a special exception? Can't it be because of his own ability?" "But it's only been 3 short years." The saint frowned, staring at him fearlessly. Lin Saint smirked slightly and said, "What about 3 years? True monsters break norms. Everyone here claims to be monsters, but who hasn't been heavenly pride before? Yet there's a difference among heavenly prides, isn't there? He broke the conventions with the 9 resonances of heaven and earth. What's there to be dissatisfied about?" He stood up and spoke, having already seen Li Hao's potential. 8 or 9 out of 10. The immortal emperor's Dao line would fall to Li Hao, so he wanted to build connections early and save himself a way out, abandoning thoughts of competing. Now, he loudly retorted, speaking up for Li Hao, his voice reaching the front of the lodge. At the mention of the 9 resonances of heaven and earth, the old saint with a long beard was momentarily speechless and fell silent. Other saints also remembered Li Hao's stunning arrival and were silent. At the front of the lodge, Elder Wang led Li Hao back. Hearing Lin Saint's voice, Elder Wang didn't even turn his head and cheerily said, "Seems those youngsters are jealous of you again." Li Hao shook his head and smiled lightly, unconcerned. Elder Wang habitually sat down at his old spot, turned around, saw Li Hao's calm demeanor unaffected. Feeling even better, he gazed at Li Hao, softly sighed, and said, "Don't blame them, you brat, you really scared me this time." Li Hao heard this and asked, "You already know I just passed the 2nd level? Venerable God has already informed me of your situation," Elder Wang said with a smile, watching Li Hao with eyes full of admiration and fondness, saying, "Although you previously passed the 1st level of the true Venerate Tower, I thought you mostly broke through with some enlightenment. Unexpectedly, you also broke the 2nd level. This difficulty isn't simply increasing 5-fold. You have to know, those who could pass the 1st level true Venerate Tower numbered at least 1 million in the past, but those who passed the 2nd level were less than 10,000. Some people even quickly decimated the projection at the 1st level but stopped at the 2nd level, unable to cross it lifelong." Speaking of which, beyond astonishment, his eyes shone with more laughter. Previously, with Li Hao only through the 1st level, he dared not imagine the 2nd, but now, Li Hao gave him a tremendous surprise. However, thinking about the 3rd test, the laughter slowly faded from Elder Wang's face, his gaze complex. The test for official disciples must be the 9 Flowers Immortal Seal, completed within the soul life of 10,000 years, constrained by time. This is hundreds of times harder than the 3 Flowers Immortal Seal. The 3 Flowers Immortal Seal, generally comprehending the cultivation technique, can lead to one realization, as the 1 Flower Immortal Seal, also the most ordinary true immortal. Next is the 2 Flowers Immortal Seal, which in mid-size sects is at the heavenly pride level. As for the 3 Flowers Immortal Seal, in many top forces, it cultivates their monsters greatly. The 9 Flowers Immortal Seal requires comprehension of 9 kinds of Tao's origin. Your own sword Tao, if cultivated to the extreme, is 1. Primordial Spirit, also control Tao, is the 2nd kind. Elder Wang gazed at Li Hao and said, "But that's only 2, you need to comprehend 7 more." Li Hao's face changed slightly. Hearing this, he felt the difficulty of the 9 Flowers Immortal Seal. With this in mind, his control Tao and physical body Tao improved. Wouldn't that only count as 2? So that's still the 2 Flowers Immortal Seal? The world has countless Taos, but to comprehend 9 to the origin level within 10,000 years, the difficulty is extremely high. Elder Wang gazed deeply at Li Hao and said, "Although I want to help you, I cannot betray the immortal emperor's expectations. This matter can only be solved by you. If after 10,000 years you haven't completed the 9 Flowers Immortal Seal." He paused for a moment, lowered his voice, "I will make an exception to help you comprehend the 9 Flowers Immortal Seal. But even then, if you condense it, you won't be able to become the immortal emperor's official disciple, but it doesn't matter, at least you will have the power of the 9 Flowers Immortal Seal. I'll feel at ease to let you go outside." Li Hao was slightly stunned. He raised his head, glanced at Elder Wang, and only saw laughter in his eyes. Evidently, once breaking the rules, the other party would also have to sacrifice something. But the elder seemed prepared for it. Li Hao slightly shook his head, took a deep breath, and said, "I'll try first." Seeing the persistence in Li Hao's eyes, like the obsession during chess, Elder Wang's gaze softened. he gently whispered. The world has countless Taos, but the past records by the immortal emperors exist. This is a book called 10,000 Tao Record, collecting Taos of the universe. Take a look and see which Taos you've encountered and understood, then you can continue to delve deeper. With a flip of his hand, he handed Li Hao a black book with golden words. He realized Li Hao's soul life was too short, even though monstrous potential, with extremely high comprehension in his specialization, his grasp was insufficient. But the 9 Flowers Immortal Seal requires 9 kinds of original true intent. Li Hao didn't decline, politely accepted the ancient scroll and began to browse. Seeing golden ancient characters shooting into his eyes, immediately, ancient earthly sounds reverberated in his mind. Destiny, space-time, 5 origins, form control. Various Taos flooded into his mind, hierarchically differentiated, with destiny as the sovereign, space-time as the ruler, 5 origins as the general. Destiny Tao, time Tao, space path. These 5 origins are gold, wood, water, fire, earth. As for form control, it's form Tao and control Tao respectively. According to the descriptions, form Tao is his physical body Tao. All things have form, the physical body is all external forms. These 9 combined are the 9 orders, comprehending 1, condensing it into immortal seal, is being the heavenly pride of the same realm. If comprehending 2, it's being invincible in the same realm. Li Hao suddenly recalled what the Tower Spirit said. Follow is for time, heaven is for space. Perhaps Shuntian ancestor scripture contains the mysteries of space-time Tao? Li Hao's eyes slightly flickered. If so, mastering Shuntian ancestor realm pressures the same realm, wouldn't be surprising. Apart from the 9 orders Tao, others, like Spear Tao, Sword Tao, are common Taos. If that's the case, wanting to comprehend Shuntian ancestor scripture, merely elevating physical body Tao along with control Tao to 11 levels, perhaps isn't enough. Li Hao showed contemplation. This cultivation technique comes with corresponding Tao insights, while control Tao and physical body Tao correspond to insights of 9 orders form and control. But on his panel, there's seemingly no attribute for time and space path. Could it be that this time he cannot enhance through adding points, but only through personal comprehension? Li Hao's eyes flickered. Elder Wang sat quietly, watching Li Hao fall into contemplation, without speaking. He can't preach or hint, only let Li Hao understand on his own. After a long time, Li Hao's wrinkled brows slowly relaxed. He addressed Elder Wang. Elder Wang, where's the chessboard? Elder Wang was slightly stunned, a trace of wry smile in his eyes, and said, you really aren't tempted? Li Hao slightly shook his head, looked up at him, and said, even for the senior sake, I will try hard, and I want to go out. Being watched by the youth's clear eyes, Elder Wang's heart slightly trembled as he turned his gaze to the distant medicine field swaying in the wind and said, then. I want to see the chessboard. Li Hao said. Though Elder Wang didn't understand Li Hao's intention, he didn't refuse, with a flick of his sleeve retrieved the chessboard. Li Hao gazed at the chessboard, lines crisscrossing, with 361 squares, not many, nor few, yet despite being small enough for Li Hao to break with a palm, it harbors a realm inside the game. When the pieces fall, deeply immersed within, this chessboard feels as vast as the universe. Li Hao stared. The chessboard seemed to expand continually before him, enlarging until encircled him. He stood like a piece on the board. Li Hao suddenly gained insight. Within the chessboard is endless space. Chess Tao, the world as the chessboard, sun, moon, and stars as the pieces. The vast, extending space can encompass all things under heaven. What is space? Seemingly void yet not void, seemingly existent yet not existent, seemingly absent yet not absent. All is void, all is not void. Li Hao suddenly experienced an epiphany like a splash of enlightenment, and his mind buzzed. His 10th stage experience in chess Tao had already reached the sacrificial Tao, yet he still couldn't defeat Elder Wang. When the opponent got serious, his chess strategy was unfathomable, often turning decay into wonders, the divine hand reversing the game. It seemed as though in the opponent's eyes, he could always see positions Li Hao couldn't, gaps Li Hao was blind to. At this moment, Li Hao felt a sudden clarity. The space he could see differed from the one his opponent could perceive, and that was the reason for his defeat. Elder Wang, how about a game? Li Hao invited. Elder Wang was taken aback, gave a slight, bitter smile, and just as he was about to say a few words of persuasion, he noticed the solemn expression on Li Hao's face. Simply staring at the chessboard, an unprecedented radiance in his eyes. The words he had about to utter disappeared back into his stomach. Then, he slightly nodded and said, "I will take this game seriously." Having said that, he and Li Hao simultaneously picked up the pieces to choose the black and white first moves. Afterward, Li Hao immersed himself completely in placing the pieces strategically. Seeing Li Hao's placement, Elder Wang's expression changed instantly, revealing a hint of surprise. This placement was tricky, leaving himself plenty of room to maneuver, far more flexible than before. Could this kid really have improved so much in chess ability in such a short time? Moreover, it seemed as if he had just comprehended something, yet, they had only been discussing cultivation. Elder Wang felt a slight mute surprise in his heart. To draw analogies from cultivation to comprehend chess Tao, how much love must it take to make such associations? He suddenly felt a bit apologetic, not knowing whether his pushing of Li Hao was correct, but thinking of that true realm and the endless benefits brought by being a formal disciple, he dispelled these distracting thoughts from his mind. "Elder Wang, it's your move," Li Hao said. Elder Wang came back to his senses, glanced at Li Hao's move, and then placed his piece. Yet after placing the piece, he suddenly made a light exclamation, his face subtly changed. He realized that the move Li Hao had just placed wasn't as simple as it appeared, hiding an extremely profound path. And Li Hao, seeing Elder Wang's move, immediately had eyes that lit up, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile as he quickly placed another piece. Elder Wang's face changed as well, a single misstep, and Li Hao had seized an advantage. But he didn't just resign and concede, he quickly adjusted, knowing from previous experience battling Li Hao, if he focused now, there was still a chance to win. However, as he maneuvered, Li Hao pressed closer step by step, using the spaces between his dark chess placements to seal all his paths. On the chessboard, just two serpentine dragon-shaped lines of chess determined the victory or defeat. Elder Wang felt his throat dry, staring at the chessboard, his face a changing mask, all of his placements precisely countered by Li Hao, killed in the cradle, making him realize the overall situation was lost. One wrong step, and the whole game was lost. "You won." Elder Wang withdrew his fingers from the chess piece, his expression complex, speaking to Li Hao. His gaze lingered on the chessboard, as if still searching for a chance to win, but eventually, he slowly raised his head, looking at the young man before him. His expression seemed not to know whether to be relieved or regretful, yet it carried an inner admiration and appreciation. As Elder Wang admitted defeat, Li Hao saw an enormous amount of chess experience leap before him, in the tens of millions. At the same time, his chess Tao broke through the 10th stage. "Congratulations, you have comprehended the original true heart of chess Tao." Chess Tao advanced to the 11th stage. With the advancement of chess Tao, Li Hao's mind suddenly rang like a bell toll. Immediately, countless vast Tao thoughts fell like snowflakes and poured into his mind. His spirit seemed to come to a swirling world, where the grand sound of heaven and earth whispered around. Ethereal figures like immortal divine danced mirages and practiced true methods. He felt a hazy sense of spaces around breaking and reassembling, seeing himself shrink to infinity, and seeing a magnificent divine dynasty within a tiny grain of sand, with countless inhabitants living within. Chess Tao contains the original Tao of space. Li Hao had an epiphany. When this inheritance dissipated like an illusion, Li Hao saw the chessboard and Elder Wang's figure again before him. Simultaneously, Li Hao noticed a new attribute appearing on the panel before him. Chess Tao. 11th stage, Space Origin 3rd layer. State of mind. Original True Heart. 1. Through the 10,000 Tao record, Li Hao knew all original Tao had 10th realms. But to comprehend the highest 10th realm, only an immortal emperor could grasp it. The Void Saint, Void Ancestor, and others he had encountered previously, with space as the saint path, were only at the introductory level of the Space Origin, not even reaching the first layer of Space Origin. Reaching the first layer of Space Origin, one could use the original true heart of space to refine an immortal seal and become a true immortal. But the third layer of Origin realm was something even some immortal lords hadn't reached, a rarity even in the true immortal realm. Comprehending the Space Origin through chess Tao, Li Hao felt a bit delighted, and faintly sensed that all the artistic skill attributes his panel could record seemed to have hidden meanings. I still need to comprehend the time origin. Li Hao's eyes flickered. His gaze, however, swept over the other artistic skills on the panel. Fishing, carving, artistic path, cooking, musical rhythm, poetry and books. Cooking. might let me comprehend the fire Tao origin. Li Hao's eyes flickered slightly. He had already mastered the chaos divine fire through the 10th stage of cooking Tao, able to roast the ancient demon's body into a delicacy. If he advanced further in chaos divine fire, it would be the fire Tao origin. Artistic path. Brush and ink. Fishing. Li Hao's eyes slightly focused, his gaze falling on his artistic path, which had already reached the 10th stage. The artistic path, mastering brush and ink. If one takes heaven and earth as the canvas, and the Tao as the brush, then mountains and rivers are the landscapes painted. The highest goodness is like water. The Taoist scripture surfaced in Li Hao's mind, and he suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. He suddenly stood up and quickly turned around, running towards the meditation mat. Elder Wang was taken aback for a moment, seeing Li Hao rush to the meditation mat so actively for the first time. His heart inexplicably softened and moved. But soon, he saw that young man ran to the meditation mat, chose an empty enlightenment meditation mat, sat down, and then raised his hand to gather a sheet of canvas in midair. Then, using his finger as a brush, the Tao as ink, he freely splashed it on the canvas. Elder Wang. He had long known that besides the chess Tao, Li Hao also had profound attainments in the artistic path. Previously, when Li Hao was sketching the heaven and earth bell in front of the meditation mat, Elder Wang had noticed. But he had not expected that the other's passion for the artistic path was no less than that for the chess Tao. It's time to cultivate. Elder Wang bitterly smiled in his heart, yet he didn't urge Li Hao. If Li Hao truly didn't want to work hard, he wouldn't force it. After all, not even the formal disciples were enough to move Li Hao. If he continued to push, the cultivation effect might not be as hoped. At this moment, Li Hao's mind was completely immersed in the artistic path. The heaven and earth bell leapt vividly on the canvas, suspended in midair, and as the canvas slowly vanished, only a grand bell remained. It seemed like a reflected projection of the heaven and earth bell. But it exuded an aura of the Tao, as if it might resonate anytime, echoing the great sound of heaven and earth. Not enough. Li Hao stared intently, casually dissipating it, and then painted once again. Earlier, on the second floor of the true Venerate Tower, he had comprehended a deeper essence of the real and the virtual in a desperate situation. Virtual to the extreme is emptiness, emptiness to the extreme is reality. Reality to the extreme is the earth source, capable of bearing all things. Li Hao, like someone possessed, continually painted in the void with his fingers. His fingertips contained the ultimate gentle Tao, extending like ink, leaving behind black traces in the void, which were evidently minute cracks in space sliced open by his fingers. Soon, a second depiction of the heaven and earth bell was completed. But it was still lacking the essence of the virtual. Li Hao raised his hand to dissipate it, continuing to paint the third, fourth. Not enough, still not enough. A hint of madness flashed in Li Hao's eyes. He had long forgotten which painting he was working on. Until the image of the ideal painting in his heart appeared, Li Hao stopped his hand, and in an instant, the world seemed to tranquilize. Li Hao dumbfoundedly gazed, then burst into lunatic laughter. Perfect. At this moment, with his current realm, this painting was perfect. A tremendous amount of artistic path experience suddenly surged before his eyes. Li Hao snapped back to reality, immediately noticing that his artistic path had unquestionably improved to the 11th stage. The bottleneck that had been filled with experience before was now shattered. Congratulations, you have comprehended the artistic path original true heart. Artistic path advanced to the 11th stage. At the same time, insights akin to those he'd felt in the chess Tao earlier surged into his mind, like countless snowflakes falling, encasing Li Hao. He was again on that enlightenment-like journey, with countless figures dancing and practicing the true methods for him. After a long time, when Li Hao returned to his senses, he saw changes in the attributes on the panel. Artistic path. 11th stage, Water Tao origin 2 levels, Earth Tao origin 2 levels, Space origin 4th layer. State of mind. Original true heart. 2. Li Hao was momentarily stunned, somewhat shocked and bewildered, yet the Tao inherited in his mind would not deceive him. At this moment his understanding of the Water Tao origin and Earth Tao origin was far deeper than before. What shocked Li Hao was that the Space origin had actually reached the 4th layer. This is something that only immortal lords are able to comprehend. Li Hao looked towards the previous chess Tao. He discovered that the space origin previously at the 3rd layer had now become the 4th layer. It seemed the two were interconnected rather than additive, otherwise, that would be absurd. Li Hao withdrew his gaze from the attribute panel and carefully felt the recent epiphany and the inherited Tao thoughts. Within the artistic path, there were 2 layers of water Tao origin, 2 layers of earth Tao origin, and 1 layer of space origin. A painting also requires a sense of space, leaving blank areas. Li Hao closed his eyes, silently comprehending and absorbing. At this time, the other saints on the meditation mat opened their eyes wide, staring at Li Hao, all shocked by Li Hao's recent madness. Just before, Li Hao was so immersed in painting that he was oblivious to his surroundings. Upon completing his final work, he stirred the Tao origin so much that other saints awakened from their deep meditation, unable to block the influence. When they saw the heaven and earth bell floating midair, they were somewhat dazed. No matter how they looked, this heaven and earth bell didn't seem fake, but they knew it was impossible for there to be a second heaven and earth bell here. Moreover, this heaven and earth bell didn't even seem like something Li Hao painted but a real object that could even be used. Heoshin, did he paint this? What level of artistry is this, really? Too exaggerated. Heoshin has yet to cultivate, and he's still indulging in painting? With such skills used for cultivation, he could have already claimed the legacy of the immortal emperor. Everyone was shocked by this heaven and earth bell compared to Li Hao's previous paintings, which only evoked their admiration. But now, this heaven and earth bell seemed like a genuine artifact. At this moment, Elder Wang unknowingly arrived at the scene. He fixed his gaze on the heaven and earth bell painted by Li Hao for a long time, his eyes slightly contracted. Then, he turned to look at the boy meditating on the enlightenment meditation mat, a deeply complex expression in his eyes. Before, Li Hao hadn't shown the power of the space origin in his chest Tao, but now traces of water, earth, and space origins could be seen in the painting, unable to be concealed. A painting that utilized these 3 Tao realm layers was indeed a terrifying luxury. At this moment, Li Hao slowly opened his eyes, hearing the sounds of everyone discussing. He looked up to see the heaven and earth bell quietly floating, his eyes showing satisfaction. Upon hearing the surrounding people's exclamations, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly, feeling better than defeating 100 saints consecutively. When they spoke of his profound realm and top-tier combat strength, he just smiled slightly, but when it came to his perfect paintings and exquisite artistic path, he could hardly suppress the corner of his mouth. Just a humble work, who among you is willing to try and verify their Tao heart with this bell? Li Hao spoke, chuckling lightly. Though modest, everyone could see the pride in the boy's eyes, leaving them speechless. However, Li Hao's words reminded them, puzzled by the meaning. Could this painted bell really verify one's Tao heart? I'll give it a try. Soon, someone stood up. It was Luo Sheng. He was eager to try. Whether true or false, a trial would reveal it. Could the painted heaven and earth bell indeed possess the real bell's effects? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Luo Sheng approached the heaven and earth bell painted by Li Hao and began verifying his Tao heart. Suddenly, the surrounding Tao power drew in, concentrating on the bell, which then emitted a loud sound of heaven and earth. Everyone's hearts jolted, their eyes filled with shock. Especially those saints adept at artifact refining, at this moment, were beyond amazed. Then, the heaven and earth bell rang again. 2 rings, 3 rings, 4 rings. The heaven and earth bell rang 4 times as a heavenly Tao heart. Luo Sheng, who had just arrived, only possessed an earth-level Tao heart but had now transformed his Tao heart. With the echo fading away, everyone looked towards Li Hao, too stunned to speak. After all, this heaven and earth bell was an immortal emperor's treasure, of unknown grade but surely not ordinary. Yet Li Hao could paint it and still wield its equivalent effect, a speed unparalleled by artifact refining, several folds faster. Moreover, artifact refining requires assembling materials, while the painting was complete in a single stroke. Li Hao saw the heaven and earth bell faintly fading, knowing further use would cause it to disappear. Furthermore, the heaven and earth bell he painted only had less than 1/10 the effect of the real bell, capable of ringing only 4 times. Verifying his Tao heart with it himself would cause it to vanish instantly. However, that was enough. Li Hao smiled at Elder Wang, seeing a significant and complex gaze which hinted the elder might have discerned the traces of Tao origin through the painting. Li Hao wasn't surprised and, feeling delighted, prepared to accompany Elder Wang for a few rounds to warm up before starting to refine the 9-petal immortal seal. In front of the thatched cottage, Elder Wang sat in a rocking chair, gently swaying, his eyes gazing at Li Hao, as if trying to see through everything about this youth. With his cultivation, this youth under his gaze was like a naked figure in the snow, with no place to hide anything. But now, he felt a sense that he couldn't see through the other party. Your chess Dao and artistic path have both reached the entering Dao level, a rare juncture in this world. It is no small task to delve into these two arts to such a degree while simultaneously cultivating. Did you comprehend the Dao law through chess Dao and artistic path? His gaze was calm, yet it seemed to pierce through the youth's body, seeing the shadows behind him. Hearing this, Li Hao was a bit surprised, but Elder Wang's ability to discern traces of the original Dao from the artistic path made such a deduction unsurprising. Li Hao nodded and smiled lightly. All things in the world can enter Dao, the common folks divide between literary and martial, yet the saint path encompasses all phenomena. There is the path of the scholarly saint, that strikes enemies with poetry and books. There is the spear Dao, that connects heaven and earth with a spear. There is the lie Dao, that conceals the heavenly mechanism with grand deceptions. As long as one has the heart, it can enter Dao, all become Dao. Elder Wang showed an expression of understanding, making sense in this context. However, achieving this comprehension requires at least a saint's heart realm. But to reach the saint realm and then cultivate the artistic path and chess Dao is less preferable than continuing the original path, unless one has touched a saint's heart realm from childhood, with a heart embracing the Dao. Thinking of this, Elder Wang sighed lightly. In that case, whether you wish to play chess or paint in the future, I won't advise against it. If you lack a companion, I'll join you. Seeing that he understood, Li Hao smiled and said, "Shall we continue?" Elder Wang chuckled without a sound, and when he saw Li Hao enthusiastically arranging the chessboard, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. The moonlight was bright and clear, sprinkling on the ground like scattered salt. 3 games of chess, 2 wins and 1 loss, was Elder Wang's record. He focused on the chessboard, his brow furrowed. Li Hao's chess ability had experienced a leap that afternoon, to the point where he could no longer suppress him, requiring earnest attention, never relaxing. At this time, he faintly felt that this youth had also reached the chess realm where he was, glimpsing the vast world within chess. However, his experience was somewhat lacking, but his progress was so rapid that in time, even a genuinely difficult contest would not be insurmountable. Thinking of his own mastery of chess Dao over tens of thousands of years being caught up with by this youth in such a short time, Elder Wang felt a complex emotion, unsure whether to be annoyed or pleased. A narrow victory by 3.5 points. Elder Wang glanced at the chessboard and laughed lightly. I am impressed. Li Hao sighed sincerely. The sophistication of Elder Wang's chess Dao was the finest he had ever seen. Without continuing, Li Hao bid farewell to Elder Wang and returned to the mat. At this moment, everyone else was already meditating with closed eyes. The place was utterly silent and tranquil. Li Hao also sat on a mat, then summoned a panel to seed 2 original true hearts. He didn't hesitate, directly embedding them into the physical body Dao and control Dao. 9 orders of 2, form and control. With the embedding of the original true heart, Li Hao simultaneously selected to enhance. In an instant, a roaring sound seemed to arise, resonating continually in Li Hao's mind. His sea of consciousness, like chaos, was constantly expanded amidst this resonance to more vast spaces. At the same time, above Li Hao's head, a sudden thunderous roar erupted across the heavens and the earth. The formerly bright moonlit sky was instantly shrouded in massive clouds, with rolling thunder sounding like an angry roar from deep within the clouds, reverberating throughout the world. Those meditating with closed eyes all opened their eyes, waking in awe. When they looked up, they were momentarily stunned and then looked astonished at a certain spot. There, a youth sat cross-legged on the mat, eyes slightly closed, hair lifted by the wind. But at the center of that tribulation cloud, it was centered around the youth, though it now enveloped them all within. Is this the 3 calamity heavenly tribulations? Everyone felt the aura of tribulation power within the thunderclouds, their expressions subtly changing. Only now did they suddenly realize that this youth was still only a second tribulation saint. It's almost ready, it's coming. All saints focused their gaze, seeing the swirling dark clouds where tribulation light flickered like countless angry purple lightning serpents dancing within the clouds. With the flicker of light, a sudden lightning column descended. Everyone, who had already reached the supreme saint realm, was unharmed by this heavenly tribulation force, now merely watching Li Hao quietly, wanting to see how he would transcend the tribulation. Yet Li Hao remained cross-legged with closed eyes, seemingly oblivious, and did not employ Tao domain to fend off. Everyone's eyes focused, the travel saint's expression slightly changing, ready to speak a warning, but the lightning had already struck Li Hao. In the embrace of lightning, the youth's cross-legged pose still showed no change, hair fluttering, strands dancing in the lightning as though a fierce wind brushed over his body. Soon, the lightning faded, yet the youth remained unscathed, his body showing not a hint of injury. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions slightly shifted. Such a strong physical body, to withstand the heavenly tribulation merely by the body alone? Is he perhaps a body cultivation? Such a Taoist body, how did he defeat a projection 5 times stronger than himself, with a top-level Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon? But that trial seems to prohibit the use of other weapons, being purely a contest of one's own strength. This was everyone's first sight of Li Hao showcasing his power. The previous 9 heavenly echoes were mere Tao heart, unrelated to combat power. At this moment, some of them, harboring a bit of dissatisfaction in their hearts, slowly let it fade away. To cultivate the physical body to such a degree, even this alone is exceedingly rare. As the first tribulation light dissipated, it was immediately followed by the second, the third. Li Hao's posture did not change in the slightest, bathing in the thunderlight. His mind at this moment was entirely focused on the tumultuous changes within his body. His physical body was transforming, the Taoist body continuously refining, the immense immortal qi within him seemed to be guided, permeating every part of his body, greedily absorbed and refined by his physique. The insights of the physical body Tao and the 11th stage of controlling Tao were converging in his mind. At the same time, with the enhancement of the form Tao and control Tao, various aspects of the Shuntian ancestor scripture naturally surfaced in his mind. Numerous insights were successively emerging in his heart. The Shuntian ancestor scripture can refine the ancestor immortal body, as well as the battle heaven control method. Mastering either one is a terrifying technique, yet at this moment, Li Hao comprehended both. His body was instinctively transforming, not only refining into a true immortal body, but also into an ancestor immortal body. The boundless immortal power surged from the heavens and earth, yet the thousands of strands of immortal power accumulated within Li Hao were far from sufficient. If he refined into a true immortal body, it would suffice, but as he transformed into an ancestor immortal body, Li Hao's body was like a greedy whale, breathing in the immortal power from heaven and earth, all instinctively absorbing, filling, refining, metamorphosing, and ascending his body. Look quickly, his aura is a bit terrifying. Is this the change from crossing the 3 calamities? Impossible? Why do I feel that it seems like the immortal divine power, reminiscent of the aura that Elder Wang exudes, but much weaker? At this moment, everyone perceived Li Hao, bathed in the thunderlight, exuding a transcendent aura, ethereal and profound, light yet seemingly capable of collapsing the world. Soon, 9 heavenly tribulations descended. The heavenly tribulation should have dissipated by now. But the dark clouds still hovered, followed by the 10th and 11th tribulations descending in succession. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. Why does he have so many heavenly tribulations? Could it be that we are within the range of the heavenly tribulation, affecting him? Impossible, we're all cloaked in Tao domain. It seems we're beside him, but the Tao domain isolates the aura. The heavenly tribulation hasn't sensed us. I've seen this situation, there's only one possibility. What is it? He has grasped the second path to sainthood. Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded, then suddenly clear. At this moment, Li Hao's body was still undergoing transformation. The vast immortal power congregated, unaffected by the heavenly tribulation, amidst the crackling disturbances of the heavenly tribulation. Li Hao's ancestor immortal body became increasingly perfected, exuding a vast majestic aura all over. Aside from the ancestor immortal body, the myriad insights of the battle heaven control method were also present in Li Hao's mind. His control over immortal power experienced a leap-like enhancement, making him top tier within the true immortal realm. At this time, the 18th heavenly tribulation descended, followed by the 19th and 20th. Everyone thought it should have ended, but seeing this scene, they widened their eyes in astonishment. Could he have grasped 3 paths to sainthood? Everyone was shocked, incredulously staring at the young man. The 3 paths to sainthood, some among them hadn't even heard of the existence of the extreme Tao. Amidst the incessant descent of heavenly tribulations, Li Hao's body showed no change. Instead, he grew increasingly serene within the tribulations. With the disappearance of the 27th heavenly tribulation, the hovering, buzzing tribulation clouds finally calmed down, with signs of slowly dispersing. Seeing this, everyone felt a sensation of a heart that had risen to their throats, slowly retreating into their chest, only to realize that they were drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, when they looked at the young man, there wasn't the slightest doubt in their eyes. The heavenly tribulations alone made them submit, mastering 3 paths to sainthood, all reaching the 3 calamities level, an unfathomable monster they had never heard of before. At this moment, without the shroud of heavenly tribulations, Li Hao's body was revealed before everyone. He exuded a radiant glow, cloaked in immortal power. This immortal power could only be seen and perceived by the eyes of a true immortal. The holy level could not sense the immortal power unless reaching the 6th extreme realm immortal transformation. Thus, in the eyes of everyone, Li Hao appeared extremely brilliant, his whole body seemingly emitting a silvery glow. Li Hao continued to digest and absorb the insights brought by the Shuntian ancestor scripture. At the same time, he felt his body gradually taking shape. Even if he hadn't entered the immortal transformation state, he was constantly in the immortal transformation state, with a feeling of synergy with nature, like a fish in water, easily capable of manipulating everything around it. The wind, temperature, immortal power, and so on. This immortal power was like gentle water. With a slight push, he could induce a chain reaction of the surrounding immortal power, bringing about scenes like wind, thunder, light, and electricity. And his saint path, under this comprehension, slowly condensed, continuously contracting, refining the core of the saint path to an even more refined extent, eliminating numerous rough flaws, rendering the saint path flawless. With the continuous contraction, the saint path eventually transformed into a seal. This is the immortal seal. With a loud bang, the sky above his head suddenly exploded, as if the heavens were enraged, unleashing divine thunder. This thunderous sound traveled for tens of thousands of miles, causing the crowd who had just breathed a sigh of relief to be startled, looking over in shock. Then they saw the previously condensed tribulation cloud being violently pushed apart and torn apart by a fierce force. Subsequently, it was as if a hole collapsed in the heavens and earth, with ink-like clouds pouring out from within. The clouds were intertwined with countless electric lights, destructive power, like a hand stretching from beyond the sky, covering where it grasped, destined to crush everything under its shroud. This surpassing previous heavenly tribulations by dozens of times, left everyone dumbfounded. Immediately, the crowd, who were previously seated firmly on the meditation mats like immovable stones, got up in a panic, instinctively realizing that if they stayed under the shrouding clouds, something extremely terrifying would happen. What kind of tribulation is this? Wasn't the heavenly tribulation dissipated already? What's this about? The crowd scrambled to flee, only stopping hundreds of miles away from the Enlightenment meditation mat, out of the destructive thundercloud's coverage. As they looked back, they instantly noticed that the center of the destructive thundercloud was that young man. From a distant aerial view, this scene was even clearer. He seems to be undergoing the true immortal tribulation. Lin Saint muttered. Earlier, he had already learned that Li Hao had challenged and passed the 2nd floor of the True Venerate Tower, also acquiring cultivation techniques from Elder Wang, which clearly meant that Li Hao had mastered those true immortal techniques and had become a true immortal. But the 3rd test requires conjuring the 3 flowers immortal seal. Li Hao's ability to conjure how many flowers is yet unknown. His gaze flickered, with a hint of complexity, having predicted that young man would surpass them in acquiring the immortal emperor's lineage ahead of time, but he never imagined it would be so fast. Since that young man arrived at this place, it's been a mere 5 years, whereas their countless years here felt like the blink of an eye. But now, he's left behind an everlasting brilliance, impossible to ignore or forget. Mu Saint and Ming Saint were pale-faced. Tens of thousands of years of effort had amounted to nothing. In merely 5 years, that young man's progress was like lightning, rapidly surpassing their tens of thousands of years of hard work, too fast. It was so fast that it made one unable to react, giving a feeling of powerlessness and despair. In front of the abode, Elder Wang stood up from his grand chair. He had already predicted the previous 27 heavenly tribulations since he noticed Li Hao had 3 heavenly tribulation shackles within him. The moment all were broken, it indeed resulted in 27 heavenly tribulations. But now, this is the true immortal tribulation after conjuring the immortal seal. The power of this tribulation is far beyond that of the Saint Path tribulation. If the 3 calamity heavenly tribulations were slight tests imposed by the Tao at the perfection of the Saint Path, then the true immortal tribulation is the perfection of the immortal seal, challenging the heavenly Tao, and validating the Tao with the heavens. If successful, the path will exist eternally. If failed, life ends and the path disappears. The intense thunder and rumbling sounds caused Li Hao to sense them, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. The previous heavenly tribulation made no impression on Li Hao, too weak to even break his skin or destroy his hair. But at this moment, the destructive heavenly tribulation swirling above caused Li Hao to feel waves of mighty pressure, making the hair on his body stand and tremble. It seemed as if the heavenly Tao had descended, emanating a vast prestige, an occasion of severe examination. Li Hao took a deep breath and slowly stood up. The severe pressure seemed to push him backward, yet he would never retreat, nor was there a way back. When defending the heavenly gate pass, he did not retreat because there was no one behind him. When Deu was about to collapse, he couldn't retreat because countless people were behind him. At this moment, under the vast pressure of the heavenly Tao, Li Hao saw Elder Wang, Flower Saint, and Travel Saint from afar, witnessed the shock and concern in their eyes. Li Hao looked up, directly at the ink like surging clouds. Inside appeared to be hundreds of ink dragons coiling and rolling, raising waves of lightning and rumbling sounds. Feeling a response, he summoned the immortal seal from atop his head. The pristine, utterly complete seal floated out, radiating silvery brilliance. Seeing this, everyone felt a sense of shock. That young man genuinely conjured the immortal seal, now about to ascend to a true immortal right before their eyes. Elder Wang stared at Li Hao's immortal seal, eyes solemn. Boom! The clouds continued brewing and gathering, their majesty growing ever stronger. Li Hao's eyes exploded with intense confidence, blending his previous insights into spatial origins, water origins, and earth origins all into this immortal seal. These insights of Tao origins converged on the immortal seal, like naturally growing patterns, resembling ice flowers spreading in extreme cold, appearing as complex patterned flowers. Seeing the changes on the immortal seal, Li Hao finally understood why the immortal seal is referred to as flower. It truly looked like a delicate flower. With the emergence of 3 flower patterns, the brewing true immortal tribulation cloud suddenly descended. Boom! Seemingly piercing through the heavens and earth in an instant, attempting to pierce the entire land. Under the black thunder pillar, Li Hao on the meditation mat and the mats appeared extremely insignificant, instantly enveloped. The distant crowd slightly held their breath, feeling anxious for Li Hao. Such momentum, if it were them, they'd feel utterly incapable of resisting. In front of the abode, Elder Wang's solemn eyes suddenly lit up, the elderly hand clenching tightly. Amidst that abyss-like black thunder pillar, a silver brilliance broke forth, slicing the pillar open from the center, like a waterfall's rapids encountering a protruding rock on a cliff, being cut apart. And that radiant brilliance is the immortal seal. At this moment, the immortal seal emanated clouds of auspicious light, resembling an overturned lotus, supporting that thunder pillar. 3 flowers gathering at the top. The crowd witnessing the scene were somewhat shocked. The young man beneath the immortal seal, with 3 flowers gathering at the top, seemed like a lotus platform of Tao, supporting the heavenly majesty. Is that the 3 flowers immortal seal? Impossible. He just became a true immortal, and immediately conjured the 3 flowers immortal seal? Elder Wang said, even becoming a true immortal, gathering 3 flowers is no less difficult than rebuilding 3 times as a true immortal. The crowd murmured to themselves, all speechless with shock. Ming Saint and Mu Saint clenched their fists tightly, suddenly piercing their palms with their nails. The tension in their hearts snapped like a suddenly breaking thread. In an instant, they felt a sense of emptiness, like the exhaustion after a heart explodes. It is over. Having passed through the true Venerate Tower and further condensed the 3 flowers immortal seal, it means the young man before them has surpassed the trial, capable of becoming a named disciple of the immortal emperor and obtaining that immortal emperor's Tao tradition. At this moment, the thunder pillar dissipated, and the dark clouds churned. Li Hao looked up, his gaze sharper than ever. Apart from the 3 original essences, he also condensed his recently acquired physical body Tao insight and controlled Tao origin insight into the immortal seal. Soon, the immortal seal extended with 2 more complex patterns, like cracks in ice, which were the Tao flowers of form and control. Adding the previous 3, there were now 5. Moreover, these 5 were all 9-ordered Tao origins. Seeing the expanding immortal flowers, the crowd, who were just shocked and speechless, now felt a sense of stupefaction, doubting if they were seeing illusions. But upon closer inspection, it was indeed the 5 floral immortal seal. The crowd felt dumbfounded. 3 were already enough to pass the trial, yet Li Hao had 5. In front of the dwelling, Elder Wang's eyes were slightly widened, showing a trace of shock. He could see that the Tao origins of the 5 floral immortal seal were unmistakably from the 9 orders, a Tao extremely difficult to comprehend, yet Li Hao had mastered 5 types, especially the space origin, now fully displayed. He could clearly sense that it was at the space origin 4th layer. This was already the threshold of the immortal lord. Elder Wang felt that his blood, silent for 100,000 years, seemed to be boiling at this moment, stirring within his withered body. Merely 5 years. He knew he had given Li Hao no hints, yet within these 5 years, Li Hao reached such a realm, almost seeing a trace of a direct disciple's shadow on him. However, those direct disciples were too monstrous, beyond the imagination of a true realm talent, and Li Hao, compared to them, still had a significant gap. At this moment, amidst the churning clouds, a second thunder pillar descended again. Along with this thunder pillar came a pitch-black dragon shadow, bearing fangs and brandishing claws as it charged towards Li Hao. But that immortal seal shone brilliantly, the ethereal Tao light radiating from the 5 flowers directly blocking the thunder pillar, instantly shattering and dissipating that black thunder dragon upon collision with the Tao light. Li Hao gazed at the firmament, feeling as if a will was watching him from behind the dark clouds. He did not pause. Besides these 5 origins, he also had Sword Tao. 10,000 Immortal Skillsa Sword Tao, Original True Intent. With the condensation of the original true intent of this skill, he infused it into the Immortal Seal, forming the 6th Immortal Flower. Then, Li Hao also infused the original true intent of the Yanluo Battle Skill into the Immortal Seal. The 7th Flower. These 2 Immortal Flower patterns were much simpler than the 9 Order Tao's Immortal Flowers. According to the Tao realm, the sacrificial Tao is equivalent to stepping on the threshold of the Tao origin, and after refinement, it becomes the original wish 1st layer. Among these 7 flowers, the most intricate pattern was the space origin, and compared to it, the other immortal flowers were much more superficial. At this moment, thunder pillars continuously descended from the dark clouds with great momentum, yet they could not advance beyond the 7 flowers immortal seal. Yet the 7 flowers immortal seal rose against the thunder pillars, charging higher and higher, seemingly about to break through the layers of clouds, blocking the overwhelming majesty. But as the 7 flowers immortal seal soared, the thunder pillar's power suddenly surged. In the deep black thunder light, faintly, finger-like silhouettes emerged, like a finger pressing down from the sky. This scene was extremely shocking, leaving the distant crowd watching in a stupor, bodies stiff, afraid to breathe. The upward momentum of the 7 flowers immortal seal was immediately pressed down by that finger-like silhouette of a thunder pillar. Li Hao's eyes shone brilliantly, condensing the body path into the immortal seal as well. His movement technique was the heaven and earth traceless skill taught by Feng, under the 10th stage body path's evolution. It had become a top-tier holy level cultivation technique, condensing the original true intent, invisible in heaven and earth, now also transformed into an immortal flower, merging into the immortal seal. Although this original true intent was far from comparable to the 9 orders, it was sufficient to add a flower to the immortal seal. Thus came the 8 flowers immortal seal. Seeing the 8 shining patterns on the immortal seal, the distant crowd was left with nothing but shock in their eyes, already feeling a numbness inside. It seemed like whatever astonishing feat that young man might perform next would be unsurprising. In front of the dwelling, Elder Wang's eyes were full of shock, his body slightly trembling, a rarity in 100,000 years of excitement, only 1 flower short of forming the 9 flowers immortal seal. In the true realm, it was enough to make countless people instantly prick up their ears, awestruck in reverence. Just 1 step short, and that young chap could succeed, to become a formal disciple of the immortal emperor. And Li Hao had only been here for 5 years. In those short 5 years, given Li Hao's soul life, with nearly 10,000 more years, becoming a formal disciple was as sure as nails. This also meant, after countless ages of waiting, he could leave. To see old friends of the past, to see their corpses and remains. His eyes moistened, watching that dazzling young man, memorizing that figure firmly in his mind. At this moment, under the suppression of the thunder pillar, the 8 flowers immortal seal erupted with extreme brilliance, soaring to the sky, almost reaching the thunderclouds. And at this moment, the thunderclouds fluctuated fiercely, then exploded with even more violent thunder pillars pressing down, but merely making the 8 flowers immortal seal tremble slightly, yet not pushing it back. Li Hao looked up, sensing the terrifying power of the 8 flowers immortal seal augmenting everything, his eyes shimmering slightly. He was still missing 1 flower. At this moment, he thought of another immortal Dao sword technique he mastered. Great Dream 9 Abyssesa Immortal's Guidance. For this technique, Li Hao also comprehended to the level of the original true intent, a sword path fundamentally different from the 10,000 immortal Skillsa sword Dao. Sword Dao has numerous branches, just like other Daos, whereas 9 orders has no branches, because 9 orders are the 9 chaotic orders of the true realm origin, which is why 9 orders are terrifying. With the blooming of the second sword path origin on the immortal seal, the 9 flowers immortal seal formed, and in a flash, the power connecting the 9 flowers immortal seal amplified in a certain vibration, instantly causing the immortal seal to burst out with several times the power, soaring into the sky, breaking through the clouds, blocking the overwhelming majesty, dispersing it. Thunder rumbled away, dark clouds also dispersed. The crowd stared blankly at this scene, looking at that peerless young man like a deity, instantly feeling a great chasm between humans and immortals. In merely 5 years, the explosion of one night amazed them more than tens of thousands of years of cultivation. 9 flowers immortal seal. Elder Wang said, "This is the level only a formal disciple's trial requires one to reach." Named disciples, we cannot even become named disciples, yet he became a formal disciple. The crowd felt a little lost. Tens of thousands of years of cultivation ended at this moment. From now on, the arduous effort of training was no longer necessary. But the immortal emperor's Tao tradition, which they had gazed upon for tens of thousands of years, was also lost today. There was a hollow feeling of loss in everyone's hearts, but no jealousy, only a sigh and bitterness, along with an indescribable sense of submission. With the dissipation of the true immortal tribulation, the 9 flowers immortal seal slowly descended, retracting into Li Hao's body. Li Hao also felt a grand and vast immortal power and majesty emitted from the 9 flowers immortal seal. The heavenly majesty within the previous true immortal tribulation dark clouds seemed to acknowledge this immortal seal, and a portion of that heavenly majesty was bestowed upon the immortal seal. At this moment, Li Hao naturally exuded a true immortal majesty that stood shoulder to shoulder with heaven and earth. That is, the true immortal, the realm we dream of, pursue endlessly, the realm source ancestor has mentioned countless times. In the distant void, everyone stared blankly at this scene, feeling as if they were witnessing the rise of a myth. The legendary true immortal realm, transcending the mundane, surpassing a saint, truly standing alongside heaven and earth, immortally living in the true immortal realm. Decades of diligent cultivation, for nothing in the end. Mu Saint's gaze was complex, tinged with bitterness. At this moment, they had lost all hope of obtaining that immortal emperor's legacy. The path that could step into the peak of the true realm was now occupied by someone else, and the feeling was extremely unbearable. Not entirely wasted, at least the insights gained from years of cultivation are still within oneself. Lacking skills, then it's no fault of others. Lin Saint deeply gazed at the youth's figure and calmly said. Earlier, when Li Hao passed the second level of the true Venerate Tower, he had already seen that the immortal emperor's legacy would fall into this youth's hands, making it hard for them to compete. That exaggerated cultivation speed is truly monstrous, shining brightly even in the true realm, something beyond their reach. In front of the dwelling, Elder Wang's body had stopped trembling. His clenched fist slowly loosened, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth after a wait of 100,000 years. He finally awaited a true monster and could finally step out of this forbidden land to accompany Li Hao when leaving. In midair, Li Hao's body slowly descended onto the cushion. At this moment, he quietly felt the changes in his body, simultaneously summoning the panel attributes. Skill, Quasi-Emperor Law, Shuntian Ancestor Scripture, True Immortal Chapter Mastery. Physical Technique, Ancestor Immortal Body, Pseudo. Royal Technique, Battle Heaven Royal Law, Perfection. Space Origin 4th Level, already grasped the Heaven aspect in Shuntian, but without Time Origin, not even truly initiated, so far from perfection. Li Hao saw the mastery displayed on the panel, his eyes flickering, but he could understand. He himself felt he had not grasped the core essence of this immortal law, as if a very critical piece was missing. And the physical technique, Ancestor Immortal Body, was not perfected. Li Hao guessed it was related to his current 9th tier mixed origin divine blood body. After all, it wasn't his true body. That purely immortal power condensed Ancestor Immortal Body couldn't truly fuse with the physical body, just an outward semblance. When he returns outside, after condensing internally with the physical body again, it would reach perfection. Just unsure if after years his physical body remained intact. But given the strength of his physical body, comparable to the sixth tribulation Tao tribulation emperor weapon, there are few things in all heavens that could destroy his physical body, so it should be fine. In his thoughts, Li Hao's mind returned to the 9-flower immortal seal. This 9-flower immortal seal was entrenched in the primordial spirit, constantly emitting enduring, fervent, gentle immortal power, the 9 flowers interconnecting, bringing powerful immortal power amplification. Li Hao finally understood why Elder Wang said the 9-flower immortal seal was true immortal elite. For every additional Tao flower on the immortal seal, the interconnected amplification doubled. 1 flower is double, 2 flowers are quadruple, 3 flowers are 8 times, and 4 flowers are 16 times. With the 9-flower immortal seal, it's 256 times immortal power amplification. Condensing the 9-flower immortal seal can unleash 256 times immortal power of the true immortal realm, with such disparity capable of instant killing. These 9 Tao flowers, like an inherent formation. Li Hao's eyes flashed. The 9-flower immortal seal was already so terrifying. The Tao origin immortal seal Elder Wang mentioned, who knows its level of dread. Such an existence, rare even in the true realm, can become an immortal emperor's direct disciple. While Li Hao was pondering, a figure slowly flew over. Li Hao looked up and saw it was Elder Wang, who approached with a smiling face, his joy undisguised. How did you achieve this? With such talent like yours, I'd like to see if you have the opportunity to challenge the test for direct discipleship in 10,000 years, Elder Wang said. At this moment, Li Hao's soul life was less than 100 years, with 9,900 years available to strive. Though the gap between direct disciples and formal disciples is immense, there's still a shred of opportunity. Does Elder Wang know how to transform from a 9-flower to a Tao origin immortal seal? Li Hao's eyes brightened with curiosity and asked. Elder Wang slightly shook his head and said, "This method is estimated to be known only by the immortal emperor himself. Perhaps you could ask the venerable god, it might have direction. But as far as I know, the 3 direct disciples of the immortal emperor have their Tao origin immortal seals due to separate great fortunes, not to be mimicked or replicated." Li Hao felt a bit disappointed hearing this and asked, "Who is the venerable god?" "The tower soul of the true venerate tower." Elder Wang smiled and said, "He used to be a true god, reaching the primordial spirit final realm, but overly focused on primordial spirit cultivation, neglecting the physical body, thus getting the body destroyed in a battle with enemies, almost perishing. The immortal emperor saved him, letting him reside in the true venerate tower, making him the emperor soul of this quasi-emperor weapon, undying and eternal." Li Hao was slightly stunned, suddenly recalling his past conversation with the tower soul's projection within the true venerate tower. Quasi-emperor weapon. Li Hao looked toward the black tower in the distance, surprised that this tower was a quasi-emperor weapon. Although he didn't know the rank classification of immortal soldiers, a quasi-emperor weapon is likely approaching the peak of treasures. His primordial spirit cultivation reached the final realm, which means can he be consulted for methods on primordial spirit cultivation? Li Hao's eyes flickered with expectation, then wondered about something and asked, "But the ancient demon's primordial spirit is stronger than the immortal divine of the same realm. If cultivating to the final realm, there's no difference from the ancient demon, right? Why didn't it participate in the war back then?" "Of course, I joined the battle." Elder Wang sensed others gradually approaching. If Li Hao hadn't been able to refine the 9 flowers immortal seal, he would have taken Li Hao away immediately and only discussed the matter privately with him. But now, Li Hao had already passed the 3rd trial of becoming a formal disciple. Everything here would soon conclude, and he no longer needed to hide anything. He sighed lightly and said, "The venerable god was injured in that great battle. The immortal emperor returned him here to recover, and also to leave behind his legacy." Seeing Li Hao's confusion, he continued, "Although the venerable god reached the primordial spirit final realm, achieving the utmost in the aspect of the primordial spirit, this final realm does not represent the strongest power. The ancient demon king's ancient demon clan has many who reach the primordial spirit final realm, but what truly makes them terrifying is their mastery over many innate secret methods of the primordial spirit, obtained through cycles of reincarnation. These secret techniques can unleash even more formidable power from the primordial spirit, much like an iron sword. While both its hardness and sharpness reach the pinnacle, it's a different matter entirely on how it is wielded. Li Hao paused momentarily, coming to understand. The primordial spirit final realm only indicates strength, but the skillful art of defeating enemies and utilization is another matter. And the ancient demon clan are true masters in this regard. Now, you have two choices. Elder Wang said. The first is to become a formal disciple right now, inherit the immortal emperor's lineage, and leave this place. The second is to continue cultivating here, challenge the third layer of the true Venerate Tower, and refine the Tao Origin Immortal Seal to become a direct disciple. Which will you choose? After he finished asking, he added, if you choose the second one, I can wait for mere 10,000 years. After all, I've waited for 100,000 years. The first one, inherit it now. Li Hao said, I want to go out. 10,000 years is too long. By then, perhaps through improvement in artistic skill, he may have already reached the immortal monarch realm, or even the immortal king realm. The all heavens cannot wait for him for 10,000 years. And he also doesn't want Feng and the others to wait for 10,000 years. Hearing Li Hao's words, Elder Wang's eyes flashed slightly, and he nodded. All right, if you have something you wish to inquire, you can go find the venerable god. If not, I will take you now to inherit the formal disciple status and listen to the immortal emperor's legacy. Okay, wait for me just a bit. Upon hearing this, Li Hao immediately flew towards the true Venerate Tower. Elder Wang stood quietly in his place, waiting. All around him, people gathered. They had heard the conversation between Elder Wang and Li Hao, and their expressions were exceedingly complex at this moment. This countless millennium, you've accompanied this old man here for a journey, and now it's time for parting. Elder Wang watched Li Hao enter the true Venerate Tower and then turned to the others, softening his gaze, saying, the arduous cultivation here is bound to be an unforgettable time for you. The gain here, if savored carefully, will benefit you lifelong. Once Haoshan inherits the lineage, the constraints here will be lifted, and I will let you return to the all heavens. But before the farewell, I need your cooperation. This is the immortal curse, which will seal your memories here, making them inaccessible to outsiders. If someone attempts to forcibly pry, the immortal curse will destroy all your memories, taking your primordial spirit with it. Should you voluntarily leak the secrets, by any means or hint, unless you can deceive your own Tao heart, you will trigger it and perish instantly. Elder Wang raised his hand, emitting a silvery glow in his palm as clusters of immortal power gathered above the heads of all present. Upon hearing Elder Wang's words, everyone's expressions changed slightly, but no one flinched. They had anticipated measures like this. Elder Wang not erasing them already counted as extremely merciful. Haoshan is about to become the formal disciple of the immortal emperor, a status of utmost importance. It must not be disclosed. Otherwise, should the ancient demon clan learn of it, they would undoubtedly hunt him down fiercely, to strangle him in the cradle. If other races and forces find out, they too will covet Haoshan's inheritance of the immortal emperor's lineage, which would likewise invite trouble for him, so please understand. Elder Wang spoke softly. Everyone felt a sense of being highly valued. They all understood the extraordinary significance of this event, and considering Elder Wang's status, him explaining it in such detail left everyone with an indescribable feeling. They also noticed that Elder Wang was in an exceedingly good mood, apparent in his attitude, which was 100 times softer than usual. This cultivation is also an opportunity for you. If Haoshan can inherit the immortal emperor's mantle or become an immortal king, he will also provide you with protection. I can see that this child cherishes relationships, so do not make the mistake out of jealousy. Elder Wang spoke softly. Everyone looked at each other, their expressions complex. To say there's no jealousy is impossible. After all, it's the immortal emperor's heritage, just swept away before their eyes, leaving a sour feeling in their hearts. Yet Li Hao's performance made them feel no inclination to compete. Elder Wang, please grant the curse. The travel saint suddenly spoke. Her noble and exceedingly beautiful face was serene and calm. Haoshan gained this opportunity through his own ability. In the future, with him leading the human race in the battle against the ancient demons, it is a fortune for our race. I vow to keep this secret to my death. Hearing her clear voice, everyone's gaze wavered slightly. Lin Saint said, indeed, let those with ability take it. Haoshan gained it later, but first. Given the long years and countless opportunities afforded to us, we can only blame our own inadequacies. With his words, others also nodded in agreement. They also realized that refusing was futile. Elder Wang was not polite further. the immortal curse was enforced. Even if someone harbored resentments, it was futile as they could not reveal this matter or Li Hao's identity. If I remember correctly, once Haoshan becomes an official disciple, he will have certain privileges in the Heavenly Calamity Emperor Palace, including selecting immortal guards. Elder Wang glanced around at everyone and said, "The quota for immortal guards is limited. Once you become an immortal guard, you must swear to be loyal unto death to Haoshan. Even if you are ordered to die, you must not resist. But if you can become an immortal guard, you will also receive the immortal guard's cultivation method. If your perception is sufficient, you might have the opportunity to cultivate into an immortal lord." Upon hearing Elder Wang's words, everyone looked at each other. At this moment, inside the true Venerate Tower, Li Hao once again entered the tower, but this time he directly arrived in the vast world within. A pillar was floating in front of him, with purple light swirling on it. A blurry figure gathered, resembling a middle-aged man, tall and slender, with an air of elegance and melancholy. He looked Li Hao up and down with a blurry face, but Li Hao could seem to sense his gaze, bright yet gentle. 100,000 years have passed, and I finally waited for this moment. I didn't expect you would accomplish it on your own, without my help. The venerable god sighed softly, his tone revealing a hint of ease and carefree attitude. He had witnessed Li Hao's tribulation outside and had already been excited by it. "Venerable god, Elder Wang said you once cultivated into a true god. How did you achieve that?" Li Hao bowed respectfully, then curiously inquired, "Is it by condensing the divine bone? How many pieces must be condensed to reach that level?" "Divine veins are easy to form, divine bones are hard to refine." The venerable god, knowing why Li Hao had come, smiled and said, "But the divine bone is only the first step. What is a true god? When the primordial spirit is cultivated to the extreme, it needs no physical body, becoming eternal in itself. A single thought can traverse 1,000,000 miles, spanning the forbidden land. When the divine bone is refined to the extreme, it gives rise to primordial spirit blood. When this blood flows throughout the body, it will condense into the true God seal." What is the true God seal? It is the core of the primordial spirit, akin to your current immortal seal, the deepest power imprinted in your soul. He glanced at Li Hao and said, "Though I am unsure how you've cultivated your primordial spirit to such a level in less than a century, if you maintain this pace, you will achieve it in a few hundred years." He said it with a light and casual laugh, but inside, he felt a bit helpless. When Li Hao first visited the true Venerate Tower, the venerable god sensed his primordial spirit's intensity and had kept an eye on this monstrous young man ever since. If Li Hao could cultivate into a true god within 500 years, his talent would be even more astounding than the venerable gods in his own time, certain to shine brightly in the future's true realm, potentially becoming the immortal emperor's direct disciple and heir. I see. Li Hao understood. The divine bone is only the first step, the divine blood the second, and the third step is the true God seal. This means that I am indeed still far behind. I didn't expect that breaking the primordial spirit extreme realm, condensing the divine veins and divine bone, would yet be so far from the final realm. It seems the universal force final realm is far too easy. The difficulty of each subsequent final realm appears to increase exponentially. If you had come to challenge here before your epiphany, becoming a true immortal during your revelation, you could surely have passed the third level of the true Venerate Tower. Unfortunately, you only get one chance, and you missed it. The venerable god said to Li Hao, somewhat regretfully. Even if I passed by luck, it would not be by true skill, it would be too easy. Li Hao said. He had considered this point earlier, intending to leverage adding points to elevate to the true immortal realm and, thereby, pass the third level of the true Venerate Tower. But later realized that even if he passed the challenge, there still lay the obstacle of the Tao Origin Immortal Seal, which he could not easily overcome. You're too honest. The venerable god couldn't help but laugh and said, everyone else who passes does so through enlightenment. What they call combat acumen is simply whether they can, under the pressure of battle, have an epiphany to reverse the situation. Otherwise, it's almost impossible to openly defeat an enemy 10 times stronger than yourself. Li Hao smiled and said, you said almost, not absolutely. It used to be absolute, but later it was broken. The venerable god's eyes flickered as if recalling a figure who dazzled an era, saying, but such an existence will never appear again, as that was the immortal emperor's favored direct disciple, alas. If not for the cataclysm back then, perhaps another immortal emperor would exist in the true realm today. He said, Shaking his head slightly, not wanting to dwell on such dispiriting topics, turning to Li Hao. You missed this opportunity, but you'll have to wait until you advance to Immortal Lord next time. With your soul life, you have over 9,000 years, you should have enough time. If you can refine and meticulously control this realm to challenge the third tier, there's still a chance, otherwise, you'll truly miss it. But missing it is no hindrance. Now, you are an official disciple, the only one presently. If you wish to become a direct disciple, another path awaits you. You'll need a bit of luck. Follow Wang Shanhe to find out later. He said, his smile mysterious. Li Hao was somewhat surprised. Another path? He noted it mentally, but didn't leave immediately, instead asking, Senior, do you have any clues or methods regarding the Tao Origin Immortal Seal? The venerable god smiled and said, this is one of the true realm's secrets. Though I know some, it's not as much as the Immortal Emperor knows. Before his final expedition, the Immortal Emperor left clues, anticipating the calamity that would befall the true realm. Given the declining resources compared to the prosperous era, it would be difficult to produce a direct disciple of unrivaled talent. Therefore, in his legacy, he would instruct you on how to become a direct disciple and ascend to higher realms. In short, although you're only an official disciple now, you'll receive far greater treatment than those former official disciples. However, the difficulty of becoming a direct disciple won't decrease because the goal of a direct disciple is singular: to become an immortal emperor. If you don't even have the talent of a direct disciple, then it's absolutely impossible to cultivate into an immortal emperor. Li Hao secretly clicked his tongue in wonder. Such stringent requirements for becoming a direct disciple were merely the basic conditions for becoming an immortal emperor. He smiled wryly. It seems this path is really difficult. Climbing a mountain is hard, but descending is easy, just slide all the way down. The venerable god said humorously. Li Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud. The venerable god said, now that you are a formal disciple, we can accompany you out, but you only have the status of a formal disciple and do not yet have the qualifications to use the true Venerate Tower. I will place the true Venerate Tower in your primordial spirit. If you encounter a life-threatening primordial spirit attack, the true Venerate Tower will automatically defend you. If you face other dangers, Wang Shanhe will protect you. So long as it's not in existence at the quasi-emperor level, you should be fine. Curious, Li Hao asked, besides you and Elder Wang, is there anyone else? Of course. The venerable god said, when you go to the Heavenly Calamity Hall, you will meet those guys, but it's a pity you are not a direct disciple and cannot control the Heavenly Calamity Hall. This Emperor Hall is the best treasure here, and I must guard by your side until you grow to the Immortal King realm before I can leave. So, right now, when you go out, won't you be accompanying me? Li Hao could not help but ask. The other party is the tower spirit but won't follow him? The venerable god lightly sighed, a hint of desolation in his eyes, patted Li Hao on the shoulder, and said, with Wang Shanhe here, he can solve many dangers for you. After I go out, I have other matters to attend to. He paused, as if explaining to Li Hao, or perhaps reminiscing, and said, in that ancient war, I went to battle with the Heavenly Calamity Immortal Emperor but was surrounded by the ancient Demon King and others. Plus, a killing move from an ancient demon emperor almost destroyed my true god, but fortunately, the Immortal Emperor saved me in time and sent me here to recuperate. I missed out on the subsequent battles. As he spoke, there was no joy of survival in his eyes, only pain and coldness. Now that my wounds are nearly healed, when I go out, I will search for the Immortal Emperor's legacy, even if it means death. I will bring his eternal imperial body back. Seeing the hatred and murderous intent in his eyes, Li Hao remained slightly silent. It was 10,000 years of suppressed hatred, and he knew he couldn't stop him. Moreover, the Heavenly Calamity Immortal Emperor, whom he had never met, had become his master, and seeking his master's remains was something an apprentice should do. The situation in the true realm seems perilous, so be careful, senior, Li Hao said. The venerable god glanced at Li Hao. His sharp murderous intent retracted. He smiled and said, no worries, I've left a soul seal in the true Venerate Tower. Even if something happens, I can be reborn through the soul seal, as long as you stay safe. Then, how will I find you, senior? With the soul seal, I can sense you. If you want to find me, just call for me in the true Venerate Tower. The venerable god looked at Li Hao with an exceptionally gentle gaze and said, this true Venerate Tower is not as simple as you think. It's not just a projection tool for testing disciples. It's an imperial artifact. Although it was damaged in the ancient war and doesn't have the power of a true imperial artifact now, Its real power is terrifying. Work hard. If you can become a direct disciple, you will know how coveted the true Venerate Tower is. Seeing the hopeful look in his eyes, Li Hao nodded slightly. If it's not too difficult, he would try hard. If it's too difficult, then maybe not. Go ahead. Wang Shanhe is waiting for you. The venerable god smiled. Li Hao bowed in farewell and left the true Venerate Tower after saying goodbye. When he came out of the true Venerate Tower, he saw Elder Wang already standing outside the tower. Found the answer yet? Elder Wang asked with a smile. No, Li Hao shook his head slightly, then showed a smile, and said, but I found a friend. Elder Wang was slightly surprised, then quickly smiled too, and remarked, after 10,000 years of waiting, you came to us. We should all thank you and remember this kindness of yours. To him, Li Hao's arrival was like a miracle. Although Li Hao gained the immortal emperor's heritage with great benefits, for Elder Wang and others, Li Hao's arrival also brought them hope, allowing them to step out into the world again. Back during that battle, the outside world was in chaos, but they could only huddle here and preserve the spark of hope, while their hearts longed to set foot outside again. It's not about kindness, you're too polite, Elder Wang. Li Hao said quickly. Elder Wang smiled and didn't say much more, only said, let's go, I'll lead you to the Heavenly Calamity Emperor Palace. As he spoke, he raised his hand, exerting a force to envelop Li Hao. This force was extremely gentle, containing a mysterious power that transcended the source of the Tao. Li Hao felt as though he was cut off from heaven and earth, surrounded by another realm. If Elder Wang had any ill intentions, Li Hao felt that he could, with a single thought, control the power of that realm and completely obliterate him. Is this the power of an immortal king realm being? Li Hao's eyes revealed surprise as he followed Elder Wang into the towering sky reaching Giant Hall. Outside the true Venerate Tower, Ming Saint, Lin Saint, and others were watching from afar. They all knew Elder Wang was taking Li Hao to receive the immortal emperor's heritage. Upon his departure, whether in all heavens or the true realm, his name will quickly spread. The brilliance of some people can't be hidden. No matter what, we mustn't reveal his identity. Travel Saint said. Everyone fell silent, for with the immortal curse upon them, even a slight disclosure could lead to their complete annihilation. At this time, Li Hao, following Elder Wang, gradually approached the Heavenly Calamity Immortal Palace. The countless layers of heavenly steps were solemn and dignified, and a natural domain field enveloped this Emperor Hall, making it impossible to get close. But Elder Wang's arrival, coupled with the aura on Li Hao, and everything that occurred during Li Hao's crossing of the true immortal tribulation, were all under the watchful gaze of this Emperor Hall. The domain of the Emperor Hall opened a path like a barrier, allowing Elder Wang and Li Hao to walk in. The countless layers of steps, each step bearing a strong pressure, were once trodden by countless generals under the Heavenly Calamity Immortal Emperor and worshippers. That emperor's might would leave them breathless. Now, Li Hao arrives as a direct disciple officially, and Elder Wang particularly favors and admires Li Hao, silently shielding them from this emperor's might, allowing the two to walk on the steps, their strides light and easy. These Emperor Platform immortal steps, once filled with immortal kings and immortal lords, all were domineering figures, intimidating innumerable existences. Now, there is only you and I. Elder Wang ascended one step at a time, his gaze full of lament, tinged with a trace of sorrow. This sorrow left by the passage of 100,000 years, a trace of sadness after the numbing of once heart-aching grief. Li Hao glanced around at the surroundings, imagining the past glory from Elder Wang's words, instantly feeling an intense longing. It's a pity, such a spectacle will never be seen again. Can't one fly here, except for the immortal emperor's 3 direct disciples and a few official disciples favored by the immortal emperor? The rest can only walk. Regardless of being an immortal king or an outstanding monster like Immortal Lord, it's all the same. Elder Wang wore a smile, but his hunched back seemed to slowly straighten at this moment. This is the emperor's might. All come from 8 directions. All adhere to the ritual walk, bow down in reverence, without exception. Li Hao raised his head and looked towards the top of those steps, where there was an extremely vast and empty place, where he seemed to imagine the projection of the Heavenly Calamity Immortal Emperor's imperial body sitting there, reigning supreme over myriad realms. With each step they took, finally, after several tens of minutes, they climbed to the top of this Emperor Hall's steps. There, astonishingly, lay an extremely vast and boundless square. Above the center of the square, there was a glowing sphere like a blazing sun, emitting intense light. Beneath the sphere, however, stood an ethereal, peerless silhouette, adorned in a long silver-gray dress, shimmering with rippling waves, its skirt billowing like a foxtail spread upon the ground, though only side-faced, displaying just a side profile, yet the appearance was peerlessly beautiful, seemingly gazing at the immortal Qi drifting lotus pool before the sphere. Upon Elder Wang and Li Hao's arrival, the silhouette remained unmoved, until Elder Wang displayed a respectful expression, slightly bowed, saying, "Li Emperor, 100,000 years of searching, finally someone passes the immortal Emperor's test, becoming an official disciple." His aged voice resonated, dispersed, and then quiet returned. Li Hao stood beside, not speaking, merely earnestly observing the absolutely stunning silhouette. The silhouette seemed statue-like, utterly motionless, as if standing silently for countless ages. Yet, her skin, as fair as jade, appeared delicate as snow, so fragile that even a falling leaf could wound it. After a brief silence, the Li Emperor slowly turned around, her eyes like the merging of sea and sky reflecting in crystalline blue, steadily settled upon Li Hao. Her gaze was serene, devoid of any impurities, possessing an untainted purity, yet also seemed deeply contemplative. With just one look, Li Hao felt his whole being seemed to be thoroughly seen through by her, including the thoughts at the bottom of his heart, hidden notions, and more, leaving him feeling an immediate tension throughout his body. "Is your name Haoshan?" The Li Emperor spoke lightly, her voice as moving as celestial music, crisp yet calm. Li Hao slightly bowed, hearing Elder Wang's voice transmission. "This is the soul of the Heavenly Calamity Emperor Palace, once a quasi-emperor level powerhouse, also the daughter of the Heavenly Calamity Immortal Emperor." Li Hao was taken aback, involuntarily looking at the stunning woman before him. Through Li Hao's slight change in gaze, the Li Emperor seemed to recognize Elder Wang's introduction through the voice transmission, but her expression showed little change, only saying, "I remember your name, may you truly become a direct disciple and inherit that supreme illustrious title." Li Hao bowed and said, "I will do my utmost." The Li Emperor quietly looked at Li Hao for a while, before her gaze withdrew, casually swiping in the void. Instantly a crack appeared. Inside was an intriguing dawn light flashing. She said to Elder Wang, "Take him to receive the inheritance." Elder Wang repeatedly bowed in agreement. Immediately led Li Hao towards the dawn crack. Li Hao was somewhat surprised. He thought the inheritance would be bestowed by this Li Emperor. Under Elder Wang's lead, he entered this crack, then saw before him a treasure hall brimming with immortal Qi, standing amidst clouds and mist, extremely magnificent. Your every move after arriving here, the Li Emperor seems already aware of. You must strive diligently, don't disappoint the Li Emperor's great expectations. Just as he steadied himself, Li Hao heard Elder Wang say to him. Li Hao thought about this towering Emperor Hall, occupying 90% of this forbidden underground space, with the Li Emperor as the soul of the hall. If she wished to probe everything inside, she could know every detail. "This is your disciple reward." Elder Wang at this time drew Li Hao's attention back to the present, raising his hand to point at the treasure hall, eyes revealing deep-seated complexity, saying, "Originally, being an official disciple, you should perform the disciple ceremony face-to-face, kowtow to the immortal emperor. But now, even the soul aspect left behind by the immortal emperor here has dissipated, so this disciple ceremony will be omitted. You should go forward to display the 9-flower immortal seal, and the treasury will automatically open the second layer for you, which is the inheritance blessing for official disciples." Upon hearing this, Li Hao followed Elder Wang's instructions and stepped forward to manifest the immortal seal. The immortal seal bore complex 9-flower patterns, instantly radiating dazzling light, extremely striking. As the shimmering light reflected onto the treasure vault, the treasury hall split open a seam, from which beams of light continuously shot forth. Elder Wang raised his hand and caught the beams of light. When the light dissipated, he glanced twice to confirm there was no mistake, then handed them to Li Hao, saying, "As an official disciple, upon your departure, I will become your protector, shielding your safety. The true Venerate Tower will also reside within your primordial spirit, safeguarding it, ensuring you remain unharmed as long as no Emperor-level threat arises. Aside from your safety, here are your cultivation resources." He handed 3 jade tokens to Li Hao, his expression showing a hint of sigh, saying, "The war back then was too intense. At that time, the immortal stones and source stones were all refined into the power of immortal prohibited emperor artifacts and were completely exhausted. These 3 jade tokens are promissory notes from the biggest merchants of the true realm from those days, also their merchant king's orders. If those 3 merchant societies still exist, with these 3 Jade King orders, you could each extract an immortal vein from their merchants, sufficient for you to cultivate to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the immortal monarch realm. He told Li Hao. In the past, formal disciples could at most receive 1 gifted immortal vein, which equates to 1,000,000 immortal stones, but now it's tripled. Li Hao was slightly speechless. Promissory notes. The calamity back then was so tragic, even the immortal emperor fell. Whether those 3 merchant societies still exist is unknown. Elder Wang also seemed to realize this, showing Li Hao an awkward smile, saying, if those 3 merchant societies are no longer there, we'll have to think of another way. Li Hao smiled bitterly and accepted the 3 jade tokens. Aside from these cultivation resources, I've also prepared a set of Immortal Lord Realm first-rank original Immortal Soldier for you. Elder Wang said. As for which one specifically, you can go to the vault and choose for yourself. Since you use a sword, you can choose a sword. I remember there are 7 original immortal swords, but their effects differ. Among them is one named Tao Wu, extremely fierce. It's also the most potent original immortal sword remaining inside. If you can tame it, you can choose it. Saying this, he placed his palm on Li Hao's back and gently pushed. Li Hao instantly felt himself being pushed into the seam of the vault, the dazzling light blinding his vision. Soon, within this pure white space, his eyes were surrounded by floating sets of immortal armor. Beside them were various weapons, knives, swords, axes, spears, all emitting strong oppressive force. Li Hao was astonished. Previously in the True Realm, he'd collected many damaged immortal artifacts, all dim, only the immortal artifacts themselves remaining, already decayed. Yet these immortal soldiers were all perfectly intact, exuding terrifying auras. Choose me, choose me, choose me, I am the best. Choose me. As Li Hao pondered and examined, these surrounding immortal armor and immortal soldiers suddenly emitted voices, transmitting into Li Hao's mind. Li Hao was stunned and looked, seeing soul spirits projected from the immortal armor and immortal soldiers, some in the form of graceful fairies, others as elegant young men, children, old men, but without exception, all looked eagerly at Li Hao, eyes full of urgency. Roar. Accompanied by a low roar, the aura of a few soul spirits were unique, like barbaric wild's vicious beasts, sweeping menacingly at other immortal armor and immortal soldiers, then looking at Li Hao, their gaze turning gentle, saying, choose me, I'm the strongest here. What nonsense, want to fight? I am the strongest. I sense you carry the heart of the sword Dao origin. I am the strongest sword here, choose me. I want to go out and fight enemies. I want out, choose me. Just choose me and I'll help you reach the highest peaks. These immortal armor and immortal soldiers began arguing noisily. Li Hao was somewhat stunned, initially thinking about how to choose, but now was being rushed at. He recalled the words of the venerable god and was speechless. It seemed these entities have been stuck here for too long. Which one is Tao Wu? Li Hao asked curiously. Upon hearing his words, all other weapons stopped, and the soul spirits on several immortal swords all turned to look at one soul spirit shaped like a ferocious beast but only the size of a small tiger. Me, it's me, this Tao Wu soul spirit, upon hearing Li Hao's words, instantly became excited, howling as it rushed to Li Hao, saying, choose me, I am the strongest sword here. It enjoys slaughter and bloodthirst, and dislikes listening to its master. If you choose it, your cultivation won't suppress it. At that moment, an immortal sword spirit next to them immediately spoke. Hearing this, the Tao Wu spirit's eyes suddenly flashed coldly, and a sword light suddenly shot out, striking the immortal sword with a clang, forcing it back. Young man, I am the strongest. You won't go wrong choosing me. I can ensure you become an immortal lord. The Tao Wu immortal sword said. Li Hao glanced at it and then smiled, saying, all right, I choose you. Haha. Hearing Li Hao's words, the Tao Wu immortal sword immediately burst into laughter. It then impatiently wanted to bind with Li Hao's primordial spirit. Li Hao wasted no time and completed the contract with it. He immediately felt a fierce aura surge into his mind, carrying sinister and ruthless intent. Master, I won't harm you. Once we leave, take me to kill the enemies. I did not participate in that battle back then. I want to return for vengeance. The voice of Tao Wu immediately echoed in Li Hao's sea of consciousness. Li Hao chuckled and replied, all right. Seeing Li Hao form a contract with Tao Wu, the other immortal soldiers sighed and returned to their places without making any sound. However, Those mystical armors began to clamor and vie for attention. Li Hao asked each of them, selecting for a while, and with Tao Wu's hint, he chose a set of all-black mystical armor. Its surface bore rugged patterns like withered vines, faintly entwined with ancestor dragon. This mystical armor also bound with Li Hao's primordial spirit, named Extreme Thunder Immortal Armor. Li Hao inquired and learned that these were weapons possessed by those at the Immortal Monarch realm. Only the official disciples of the Immortal Emperor could receive such rewards, and with immortal soldiers at the Immortal Monarch realm as protection, it was enough to get through the vulnerable period of the true immortal realm. In the true realm, an immortal lord was considered a formidable figure who could hold their own. Once the Extreme Thunder Immortal Armor and Tao Wu were chosen, Li Hao was transported out of the treasure vault. Seeing the immortal soldier and immortal armor that Li Hao selected, Elder Wang couldn't help but laugh and said, "So quick, you really chose Tao Wu. Can you suppress that little guy?" "I should be able to," Li Hao replied. Hearing his response and noticing Li Hao's relaxed expression, Elder Wang immediately laughed. "As an official disciple, you are allowed to choose one of the top 10 supreme immortal techniques in the true immortal realm to cultivate. Whether you can comprehend it depends on your luck. This immortal technique is bestowed by the inheritance stone left by the immortal emperor." Elder Wang raised his hand towards the treasure vault, and from within, a glowing stone flew out, exuding profound emperor's might, making one hesitant to touch it lightly. "Offer your primordial spirit and enter the inheritance stone." Elder Wang held the inheritance stone solemnly and seriously compared to before. Upon hearing this, Li Hao offered his primordial spirit, touching the inheritance stone. In the next moment, he felt his primordial spirit being absorbed inside and found himself in a world surrounded by immortal qi. Mist swirled around, and as Li Hao looked around, scenes of light and shadow suddenly appeared before him. In those light shadows were fragments of time. In the towering heavenly calamity immortal palace, countless immortal divine gathered, looking grand and vast. In a courtyard behind the Emperor Hall, a figure sat with closed eyes, suddenly stood up, drew a sword, and swung it, sending a sword light slashing through the clouds over the Emperor Hall, extinguishing the daylight, plunging the world into darkness. That sword seemed to extinguish the entire divine yang. Li Hao was stunned by the terrifying sword that appeared before his eyes. The youth in the courtyard sheathed the sword, and light gradually returned to the world. Soon, the scene faded away. At this moment, a time-worn and regretful voice drifted to Li Hao's ear, saying, "He is Qingshan, the second disciple of the immortal emperor. His soul hasn't withered, undergoing countless reincarnations, and who knows where he reincarnated or if his soul thoughts are scattered. If you can find him and bring him back to the heavenly calamity Emperor Hall, the Li Emperor can restore his memory, returning him to his peak." The voice continued, "At that time, you too can receive the immortal emperor's reward, which will give you an opportunity to be promoted to a direct disciple." Li Hao was stunned, thinking these time fragments were the supreme immortal techniques Elder Wang had mentioned. Unexpectedly, it was a time projection of a direct disciple. "Who are you?" Li Hao inquired to the voice. "Just a remnant soul, nothing significant." The elderly voice said, "Among the immortal emperor's 3 direct disciples, one has a soul heart that has completely withered and perished, while the other 2 were defeated in that catastrophe but did not fully die. Their soul hearts remain, though it is unknown where they reincarnated or if their primordial spirits have scattered into strands that escaped. Please make sure to find them." He paused and said, "Once you've found them, you'll also be qualified to compete with them for the immortal emperor's Tao inheritance. If you're worried you can't rival them, you must pass the test to become a direct disciple, which requires exceptional talent. However, finding them has no other requirements. Even if your soul life exceeds 10,000 years, it's alright." Li Hao nodded. The implication in the other's words was very clear. Only a direct disciple could hope to inherit the immortal emperor's true Tao, and they eagerly wished for a direct disciple to appear and let the immortal emperor's Tao shine brightly again. If one's soul life lasted over 10,000 years, making them ineligible as a direct disciple, this might not be a bad path. But 10,000 years was still too long for Li Hao. Here's the second one, Heavenly Youthful Goddess, Shi Miao. At this moment, after the elderly voice finished speaking, a diamond-shaped segment of the time projection unfolded slowly before Li Hao's eyes. It was a vast plain, filled with countless monstrous demon figures densely populating the ground, walking beasts and flying creatures, dragons, and phoenixes flying together. Amidst this dark and ominous gathering of demons, a girl's figure drifted gracefully. Her stature slender and bright as a crystal, she flew effortlessly through the mass of demons, hands clasped behind her. Yet, the surrounding demons were all frozen rigid, like sculptures, including their hairs and the fire emitting from their bodies, all stopped like a painting, completely frozen. As the girl floated out of the demonic circle, the demons suddenly began moving, looking around, but the girl's figure had long disappeared. Shi Miao is born from chaos, mastering the time Tao since birth, reaching nearly the 10th level of time upon apprenticing under the immortal emperor, with the potential to claim emperorship with the time Tao and become the empress. The elderly voice carried a hint of excitement and respect, saying, among the top genius monsters of the True Realm's 10,000 clans, Shi Miao Divine Lady stands at the pinnacle, with few able to rival her at the same level. The immortal emperor held great expectations for her, yet unfortunately, the calamity came too soon. She set out with the immortal emperor and never returned. He spoke, unable to help but sigh. For such an extraordinary being, what they lack most is time. Yet Li Hao watched the time projection intently, feeling the elderly voice buzz softly in his ears, hearing it vaguely, his heart fixated entirely on the girl's face within the projection. It was the face of a peerless beauty, revealing a serene calmness and unwavering composure in any situation. Most crucially, it was a face he had seen before. Shi Miao Divine Lady, the immortal emperor's direct disciple, is it her? Li Hao was somewhat stunned, for that face, albeit slightly different in temperament, matched Ying Xiaoxiao whom he met earlier precisely. However, Ying Xiaoxiao's gaze was warmer, while Shi Miao's gaze remained calmer, as if unfazed by demons, with mountains crumbling and winds rising in solitude, without a hint of ripple. You mentioned their soul hearts weren't withered, might they reincarnate? Li Hao couldn't help but inquire. The elderly voice sensed Li Hao's shift and said, yes, might you know Shi Miao Divine Lady's whereabouts? Li Hao didn't answer, gazing intently at the time projection with considerable certainty, trusting that if the elderly voice were accurate, Ying Xiaoxiao was likely Shi Miao Divine Lady. Otherwise, the exact likeness of the face being sheer coincidence was difficult to believe. Do these reincarnated direct disciples bear any trait, such as exhibiting extremely strong cultivation talent? Li Hao inquired again. The elderly voice said, that's hard to say. The battle was too gruesome. Even though their soul hearts hadn't withered, they might seal memory and power upon reincarnation, to evade the ancient demon's hunt in cycles, to rust, and await return, or be driven into desperation, leaving only a strand of true soul in reincarnation. If you wish to search, I'll projecting their soul hearts for you. If you find a suspected reincarnator, you may have them merge with the projected soul heart. If it's the true body, the memory breach will open through fusion of the projected soul heart. As he spoke, two beams of light suddenly appeared before Li Hao, one blue, one colorful. Both beams had faint strands coiled within, emitting very weak primordial spirit aura. Li Hao saw them and received these projected soul hearts into his primordial spirit. Don't worry about competition and rivalry. If you find who they are, they will be grateful, and may even withdraw from competing with you, the elderly voice said again. Li Hao understood his concerns, worried that he might find someone to eliminate them, allowing no one to compete with him. Yet to gain the Tao inheritance one must be a direct disciple. Eliminating them would be severing his own paths. I understand, Li Hao said. The elderly voice didn't say more, and once Li Hao finished viewing, the two-time shards in the void withdrew and disappeared. Subsequently, light spheres emerged one after another, stopping upon the 10th one. These are the 10 supreme immortal techniques. If a true immortal can master even one, they have the capital to be invincible against 10,000 in the same realm. An aged voice said, you can lightly touch them with your primordial spirit, and rely on your intuition to select one you are confident in mastering. Once chosen, you will receive the complete text and cannot switch. Formal disciples can only select one, while direct disciples can practice all of them, as they have the talent and ability to master them all within a mere 1,000 years. For formal disciples, mastering one may require the expanse of several thousand years, and taking on more might hinder their cultivation. However, if cultivation reaches a bottleneck and they wish to advance, formal disciples can exchange their Xian Gong for it. As for accumulating Xian Gong, you will need to find the Li Emperor. She oversees these matters. The immortal emperor once left an edict for rewards of Xian Gong for slaying ancient demons, which should still apply. Li Hao nodded, then relied on his intuition to extend his primordial spirit, touching each one from near to far. When his primordial spirit touched these orbs of light, he sensed a series of Tao sounds being transmitted, a peerless figure as if dancing before his eyes, demonstrating the profound methods of supreme immortal techniques. However, the practice by the other party was only the summary of these supreme immortal techniques. You have learned the basics of the immortal technique, Qingtian, recorded? At this moment, a panel prompt suddenly jumped out before his eyes. Li Hao was slightly stunned, his eyes suddenly brightened. Could this immortal technique be recorded? Without hesitation, he silently responded in his heart, recorded. Soon, a new attribute appeared on the panel. Supreme Immortal Technique, Qingtian, Introductory. Progression Requirement. Sword Dao Origin 3rd Level. This is a supreme immortal technique in the Sword Dao. To master it, one needs to enhance their comprehension of the Sword Dao origin. However, though it's currently only introductory, with the abundant comprehension coming from the panel, Li Hao could already feel the terrifying power of this supreme immortal technique, much stronger than what he mastered as the Immortal's Guide. Li Hao silently absorbed this introductory comprehension, then withdrew his primordial spirit from that orb of light, and subsequently shifted to the second supreme immortal technique. You have learned the basics of the immortal technique, Zijin, recorded? Soon after, a second panel prompt jumped out before Li Hao's eyes. Without question, Li Hao recorded it into the panel. As he recorded it, a flood of prompts quickly emerged, along with a vast influx of information into Li Hao's mind. You have practiced the Zijin Immortal Technique to proficiency. You have practiced the Zijin Immortal Technique to perfection. You have practiced the Zijin Immortal Technique to the pinnacle. With 3 consecutive prompts, Li Hao glanced at them and immediately immersed himself in the information pouring into his mind. This Zijin Immortal Technique requires the comprehension of space origin and is a technique capable of sealing an enemy's various methods, extremely terrifying. Once executed, the enemy will completely lose the means to use immortal techniques before Li Hao, left at his mercy. Li Hao's space origin 4th layer comprehension enabled him to grasp this supreme immortal technique to the pinnacle directly. Li Hao was unsure if reaching the space origin 5th layer would allow him to surpass the pinnacle to a higher realm, or if the limit of this supreme immortal technique was just that, with any further improvement causing a qualitative change in the technique. While Li Hao absorbed and comprehended, the aged voice did not continue, and the surroundings remained very quiet. Li Hao's slow days seemed perfectly normal to the other party, as the 10 supreme immortal techniques are extremely precious existences, requiring careful deliberation and thoughtful consideration to choose prudently. Eventually, Li Hao fully mastered the Zijin Immortal Technique. He slowly opened his eyes, moved his steps, and then allowed his primordial spirit to touch the 3rd supreme immortal technique. Soon, another prompt came from the panel. You have learned the basics of the immortal technique, Weining, recorded? Recorded. As Li Hao's primordial spirit touched, one supreme immortal technique after another was recorded into his panel. Out of the 10 supreme immortal techniques, Li Hao recorded 6. The remaining 4 could not be recorded due to his current Dao realm comprehension not aligning with the immortal techniques, thus unable to glean even a glimpse from the summaries to record them. Li Hao did not feel any regret, as the 6 recorded supreme immortal techniques were each extraordinarily terrifying. If all could be mastered to the pinnacle like Zijin, it was hard to imagine the disparity with a mere true immortal realm. No wonder they said mastering any one could render one invincible against 10,000 in the same realm. Of the 10 immortal techniques, 2 relate to the space Dao, and another 2 relate to the time Dao. As the 2 strongest origins among the 9 orders, once mastered, they possess extraordinarily frightening methods, making even ordinary attacks approach the supreme immortal technique level. Lastly, Li Hao and the aged voice chose the Zijin Immortal Technique. Those that could not be recorded were not chosen because choosing them would be meaningless. Instead of expending effort on research, time might be better spent playing a good game of chess or painting a fine picture. Seeing Li Hao make his choice, the aged voice raised his hand to summon that orb of light, which then shattered, releasing its constraints, as vast and extensive information surged into Li Hao's mind. However, this information had already been absorbed by Li Hao, as at the extreme pinnacle of Zijin, he had already mastered the entire immortal technique. Now it was like recalling it once more, swiftly absorbing it. Cultivate well, and do not disappoint our expectations. The aged voice said warmly and then sent Li Hao out of this transmission stone. How was it? Elder Wang immediately inquired as soon as Li Hao emerged, his eyes showing concern. Li Hao replied, I chose the Zijin Immortal technique, as it aligns with my Space Dao origin. Elder Wang nodded. I also guessed that you would choose this one. Among the top 10 Supreme Immortal techniques, both Purple Prohibition and Arrival only require the origin of the spatial path. With your space origin realm, choosing one of these two can quickly lead to perfection, or even a higher level. Li Hao smiled slightly, having now mastered both techniques to their utmost peaks. For Arrival, he could leave his spatial mark and appear at any place he had previously set foot upon, capable of instantly traversing billions of miles, an endless distance. This was far more terrifying than the returning ruin instantaneous movement, and it's no wonder possessing merely the ability of Arrival allowed it to become a supreme immortal technique. In battle, if used to escape, it too approaches an irresistible existence. Arrival is for escape, Purple Prohibition is for attack. It seems you, young man, still prefer to attack more, just like when you play chess. Elder Wang chuckled. Li Hao chuckled, responding, if one can hold the defense, who would risk attacking? Elder Wang understood Li Hao was referring to the strategy of the chessboard and couldn't help but laugh heartily, saying, let's go, I'll now take you to see the Li Emperor, so she can grant you the seal. From now on, you will be the formal disciple of the Immortal Emperor. While speaking, he led Li Hao to exit the fissured world before their eyes. Upon returning to the Emperor platform atop those endless steps, that stunningly beautiful figure stood calmly watching them. At this moment, Li Hao was dressed in extreme thunder immortal armor and wielded the Taowu immortal sword, appearing majestic and full of lightning and murderous aura, like a young god of slaughter. Li Emperor, Haoshan has already inherited the legacy, please grant him the seal. Elder Wang cupped his hands and bowed deeply. The Li Emperor's expression remained ever calm, her eyes briefly gazed at Li Hao, then she softly said, come over here. Li Hao obediently stepped forward. The Li Emperor gently lifted a slender, jade-like finger, pointing into the void. In an instant, Li Hao felt something blazing hot enter his primordial spirit on his forehead, leaving a brand within. From today, you are the formal disciple of the Heavenly Calamity Immortal Emperor. The rules of the Immortal Emperor are strict, you must abide by them diligently. Do not bully the weak, do not collude with ancient demons. Her voice carried a hint of iciness, and numerous rules emerged in Li Hao's mind along with the granting of the seal. Yet, as Li Hao searched through them, he found no mention of refraining from indiscriminate killing, etc. Thinking about cultivating in the true realm, competing for opportunity against the 10,000 clans, was inevitably a path paved with slaughter. It was a path of necessary cultivation. To tread the snow to the mountain peak, how could one not crush the tender buds of spring? Though said to be strict, Li Hao felt the rules were fairly broad, posing essentially no restrictions unless they pertained to some grand righteousness of the true realm. Even the admonition against bullying the weak pertained to humiliation, not prohibition of killing, which were two distinct matters. One could kill, but should not humiliate. When you leave, I will depart from this place. You need not know the specifics of where. In the future, if you wish to return, you may do so at any time using this hall's seal. The Li Emperor stated calmly, though you are a formal disciple now, you must strive to become a direct disciple, only then will you receive the authentic transmission of the Tao lineage. At that time, I will also guard by your side and assist you. Li Hao nodded. The soul hearts of two direct disciples have not yet withered. Uncle Lan should have mentioned to you that finding and bringing them back will benefit you far more than eliminating them. Do not deceive yourself. The Li Emperor spoke. Li Hao smiled wryly, wondering why both of them worried about him taking this path. I won't. He shook his head and said, offering no further explanation. The Li Emperor slightly nodded, then glanced at Elder Wang. Elder Wang's eyes showed emotion. He deeply bowed to her and then said, Li Emperor, farewell to the mountains and rivers. Do not forget, you are also someone the Emperor cares for. The Li Emperor's eyes softened, her voice tender as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Elder Wang's body slightly trembled, his eyes grew somewhat warm. He understood what the Li Emperor meant by these words. He did not speak, merely bowing slightly before turning to leave. Seeing this, Li Hao also cupped his hands and bid farewell to this Li Emperor. Finally about to leave, Li Hao felt a tinge of nostalgia in his heart, thinking of Feng, the swordmaster, Ren Qianqin, and the others, wondering how they were now. There was also Ying Xiaoxiao, who very possibly was the reincarnation of that direct disciple, Shi Miao. Yet in this catastrophe of the ancient demon, only the divine king was seen, with no other saints of the divine clan. their whereabouts unknown. Li Hao's eyes flickered, knowing all would be revealed once he went out. 5 years had passed, no one knew the current situation of all heavens. As Li Hao and Elder Wang returned, at the meditation cushions, Ming Saint and Lin Saint, among others, craned their necks eagerly waiting. Seeing them, Elder Wang's lips curled into a smile, turning to Li Hao, as a formal disciple. You have the authority to select immortal guards. The immortal guards can serve you, and they can also cultivate the cultivation techniques of the immortal guards. You have 10 quotas. Would you like to select among them? Li Hao was not surprised. When the Li Emperor granted the hall's seal, she also informed him of this matter. Upon hearing Elder Wang's words, everyone couldn't help but look at Li Hao. At this moment, Li Hao was clad in the Extreme Thunder Immortal armor, holding the Tao Wu Immortal sword, both treasures prominently displayed, exuding immense power. Just this set of immortal soldier alone had terrifying strength, capable of easily subduing the true immortal realm 9th layer. Under such an imposing aura, while everyone felt a chill down their spines, their eyes also grew fervent, realizing that perhaps this moment might be the closest they ever come to this radiant youth. The hope of the immortal emperor's legacy had already been shattered. Now they could only settle for the next best thing. Becoming an immortal guard would at least be 100 times better than an ordinary true immortal. If they wanted to make a name for themselves in the true realm, this was undoubtedly a shortcut. Heoshin, I admit some of my previous words were inappropriate. Please don't take offense. I'm willing to follow you as an immortal guard. Someone spoke up first, offering Li Hao an apologetic smile. In his heart, he was secretly regretting not befriending Li Hao earlier, and instead, offending him with his words. He was unsure now if he would succeed. Li Hao glanced at him but said nothing. Heoshin, I have spent 8,000 years, condensing original true intent from Spear Dao. Could I follow you? In the crowd, Lin Sheng suddenly spoke up. Previously, when Li Hao challenged the true Venerate Tower, he suspected Elder Wang was favoring Li Hao. Now, Li Hao had endured 27 heavenly tribulations and condensed the 9-flower immortal seal, completely winning his admiration. He had adjusted his mindset and wanted to follow Li Hao down that supreme path. Upon hearing Lin Sheng's words, those around revealed expressions of surprise. Apart from Li Hao, Lin Sheng had the highest talent here, yet he was willing to become Li Hao's immortal guard? Becoming an immortal guard certainly meant receiving abundant cultivation resources and powerful immortal laws, but it also meant being subordinate to Li Hao and risking one's life for him. This was why some were still hesitating. Li Hao looked at him, seeing Lin Sheng's determined gaze, seemingly holding an indelible quest for Tao belief, and he did not refuse, nodding slightly, saying, "You may." Upon hearing Li Hao's agreement, Lin Sheng immediately felt relieved, a slight comfort and ease showing on his face, bowing. "Thank you, I will not let you down. Heoshin, we too are also willing to follow you, may we?" At this time, both Flower Saint and Travel Saint spoke up. Li Hao, seeing their serious expressions, smiled and said, "All right." Both of them immediately felt relieved, nodding at Li Hao. They had previously founded the Flower Travel Association merely because they knew the immortal path was broken, feeling desolate and thus no longer passionate about cultivation, yet earlier, both had dreams of cultivating into immortal divine, and now with the opportunity right before them, they did not want to miss it. Besides them, others also began to speak up and request. Ming Saint and Mu Saint remained silent, feeling somewhat conflicted, but ultimately choosing to walk that path hoping to rely on their own strength. The immortal guard positions are precious, you could also pick from outside, you don't necessarily have to use all 10 slots here. Elder Wang sent voice transmission to Li Hao. Li Hao nodded, agreeing upon 5 people. Aside from Lin Sheng, Flower Saint, and Travel Saint, there were also Winter Blade and Chen Baoyu, whom he had first befriended. The others, seeing Li Hao had not chosen them, felt complicated emotions, but understood. They had not been acquainted with this youth before, not having shared many words, it was normal not to be chosen. "Go find Venerable God, I'll take them to inherit the immortal guard." After Li Hao finished selecting, Elder Wang said to him. Li Hao nodded, then proceeded toward the true Venerate Tower. Upon arriving at the tower, Venerable God's projection was already awaiting, smiling at Li Hao. "You'll soon be able to leave. Though you have now become a formal disciple, don't be complacent. Becoming a direct disciple brings benefits multiplied by countless times." The immortal emperor's formal disciples numbered tens of thousands in the past, but there were only 3 direct disciples. Li Hao nodded and smiled. I'll do my best. Seeing Li Hao's easy, relaxed demeanor, Venerable God shook his head, smiling. He had observed this youth over the years, noting his temperament, thus didn't overly advise him. After all, Li Hao's current performance had already greatly satisfied him. Prepare yourself, I will pass the true Venerate Tower's essence to you. Venerable God said. Li Hao nodded, ready to receive.
Land of all saints. Time flies, and in just 5 short years, tremendous changes have occurred here.
Since the Source Ancestor God King and others left with the Kai Ying Immortal Monarch to the Heavenly Palace for cultivation, not long after, numerous immortal Tao forces descended upon all heavens. Through interactions with these forces, the remaining saints in all heavens learned that the Source Ancestor and the God King were identified with extremely high talent in the Heavenly Palace, both rare prodigies, and have already become disciples under the Immortal King's tutelage, with a promising future. Besides them, among the several hundred other saints, there are also some prodigies expected to become strong in the Immortal Monarch realm. Therefore, this fake realm left by the Heavenly Calamity Immortal Emperor has attracted the attention of the Heavenly Palace, willing to send an immortal army to clear the Ancient Road battlefield and engage in a great battle with the ancient demons. Now the ancient road outside the Immortal Gate has been cleared into a forbidden zone where the ancient demons dare not approach. Subsequently, envoys from the Heavenly Palace came to recruit disciples from the small worlds within all heavens. Besides the saints, there are also corresponding tests and recruitments for the Four Stands realm and Tao Comprehension realm. With the Heavenly Palace's remarkable momentum, coupled with the exposure of the talent of the Source Ancestor and the God King, whose reputation spread beyond the Heavenly Palace, it also attracted some other forces from nearby regions to this place, seeking promising talents overlooked by the Heavenly Palace. Thus, all heavens is now extremely bustling, with numerous immortal divines visiting, causing excitement and reverence among the divine dynasties in the small worlds. They are striving to send their princes and princesses under the tutelage of the immortal divines for cultivation. If successful, this alone would deter other divine dynasties from challenging them. After all, no one would dare to say whether, when those princes and princesses return from their studies, they would unleash their wrath and obliterate a divine dynasty with a single strike. Have you made up your mind? We offer courtesy before force, don't fail to appreciate our kindness. At this moment, in the void of the Haoshan sacred land, a group of figures were engaged in a tense confrontation. Feng Boping, the swordmaster, Mitn Saint, and others were all seething with anger, glaring at the 3 celestial appearing figures in front of them. Although the opposing party was only 3 people, the true immortal realm aura they exuded suppressed everyone in the sacred land, leaving them unable to breathe. Don't go too far, this so-called courtesy before force, if we don't sell, you're just robbing us. Feng Boping clenched his fists, suppressing his fury as he spoke. HMPH, as you said, it's just a corpse with its primordial spirit already annihilated. Rather than letting it remain here to be slowly eroded by time, why not hand it to us? I can refine it into a supreme immortal pill, allowing it to serve a purpose. You can each receive 100 immortal stones and become disciples under my sect, taking you to the true realm to become immortals. This is a win-win situation, don't be ungrateful. The young man in a silver robe on the right of the trio said coldly. The chance has been given, this is your last warning, don't fail to cherish it. Beside him, a cold and beautiful woman said, her colored dress fluttering as she emitted waves of immortal power, her furrowed brow showing some impatience. Feeling the pressure from this woman, Feng Boping and the others were seething with anger, yet dared not explode. After all, if they truly fought, the opponents were 3 true immortals. One of them seemed to be a deacon of their sect, a formidable presence even among the true immortal realm. Xiao Feng, don't get angry with them, restrain yourself. If conflict really breaks out, we'll all die. Mitn Saint had a somber expression as he communicated mentally with Feng Boping, aware of his disciple's past feelings with the young man and worried he might lose control. Yet he also realized these 3 true immortals had icy gazes, and if conflict truly erupted, they might annihilate the entire sacred land, leaving no survivors. Their methods could be harsher than those of all heaven's saints. After all, they still considered incense fire, whereas true immortals had no such concerns. When the Li Sky Saint was here, they hadn't exposed their true intentions, merely praising Hao's corpse. Now that the Li Sky Saint has followed the Heavenly Palace and left, they have no scruples. The Sword Master was also communicating mentally, his words filled with murderous intent and fury, yet likewise restrained. Hearing the sword master's words, Feng Boping's fingers tightened slightly. Before the ancient demonic calamity, the Lai Sky Saint laid down a lie, betting there would be a turnaround in that calamity. This earth-shattering lie was indeed realized by Li Hao, turning true, which resulted in the Lai Sky Saint receiving enormous feedback and ascending to the true immortal realm in a leap. And when the heavenly palace arrived, astonished at the birth of a true immortal in a realm with barely any immortal power, they repeatedly invited her, offering great benefits. However, Lai Sky Saint kept declining, wishing to stay here a while longer with Feng Boping and the others. After learning of her great opportunity, Feng Boping and Mitn Saint both persuaded her to join the heavenly palace, for it held a brighter future. With their persuasion, the Lai Sky Saint finally agreed to leave with the immortal monarch powerhouses recruiting disciples for the heavenly palace. Not long after the departure of the Lai Sky Saint, the true intentions of the three true immortals who had come to Haoshan sacred land to recruit disciples were unveiled. The celestial demeanor they had previously shown, their amiable faces, instantly transformed into what was seen now. As it turned out, ever since arriving at this place, they had coveted Li Hao's body. Have you made up your mind? At this moment, the beautiful and cold young woman's brow furrowed with impatience. Don't be ungrateful. Cultivation resources in the true realm are scarce now. 100 immortal stones are not few. This body is useless to you. With your skills, you can't refine it, only let it decay and be wasted. Would you use your relative's bones to refine pills? Feng Boping asked coldly with a grim expression. The young woman's colorful dress fluttered gently, as light as her expression, but her eyes remained cold. If this body had such an effect, I would have smashed it to make soup long ago. Hearing this, the eyes of Feng Boping and others twitched, unable to retort. They had seen ruthlessness, but never so extreme. Nonetheless, they hadn't planned to outdo her in ruthlessness. Feng Boping said solemnly. You are you, and we are us. Even if you gave us 1,000 immortal stones or 10,000 immortal stones, we wouldn't sell it. Don't try to seize it by force either. He was our highest being in all heavens, worshipped by countless. If you forcibly take, countless people from all heavens will despise you. Contempt, is it useful? The young man in the silver robe sneered. Feng Boping paused and said, I know contempt is useless, but I thought you would care about face. Are you looking to die? The young man in the silver robe suddenly shouted angrily. It seems you are stubborn. Since so, don't blame us for not being merciful. We gave you a chance, and it's useless. The young woman shook her head, seemingly with some pity and regret. The expressions of Feng Boping and others changed drastically, feeling a bone-chilling coldness creeping in, their spines turning cold. Mitn Saint hurriedly said, Wait a moment, let us think and discuss, all right? You don't want to take risks either. Even if you destroy the entire Holy Land, don't forget we also have monsters coming out of all heavens, heading to the true realm. If they come back and find out, it will also cause you trouble. HMPH, if it wasn't for considering this point, with your dawdling attitude, would you still be breathing right now? The young man in the silver robe snorted coldly, his words unrestrained, eyes filled with disdain and killing intent. Evidently from the bottom of his heart he hadn't regarded this group of saints within the fake realm as anything. Feng Boping and others looked grim, knowing what he said was the truth, just stating the facts without any scruples. Mitn Saint transmitted his voice, let's delay for a while, quickly send orders to find other forces, see if any true realm forces are willing to help, claim that Lai Sky Saint, Source Ancestor, Divine King are all our close friends, use their names to pull them to help. Should we start evacuating people from the Holy Land? Another of Mitn Saint's saintly disciples asked. Swordmaster responded with a heavy tone through voice transmission, if we let others in the Holy Land secretly move to evacuate, even if only a few people evacuate, these true immortals will detect it. They are likely closely monitoring everything inside the Holy Land. That's right, the sensibility of these true immortals is beyond our imagination, can't take risks, can't anger them, now we can only delay. Mitn Saint replied. Feng Boping clenched his fists, letting them discuss, knowing they would make the right decision. At this moment, he only felt sad and pained in his heart, because of his weakness, now he couldn't even guard Li Hao's corpse. If they insist on taking action, you all leave, I'll stay. After Mitn Saint took charge of the situation, arranging for people to inform the other true realm forces, Feng Boping suddenly said. Hearing his words, Mitn Saint's face changed slightly, with some anger, don't be impulsive. It's not impulsive. Feng Boping felt the anger in the voice of his erstwhile teacher. His heartstrings trembled slightly, recalling the scene of being accused and expelled from the sect, but now, that last shadow had dissipated like smoke. Although he couldn't reconcile with Mitn Saint, reignite the master-disciple bond, he no longer harbored resentment in his heart. That child has had a difficult journey, he never enjoyed a few years of happiness, he's still so young, he guarded the divine dynasty in the mortal world, protected the whole world in all heavens, he sacrificed himself for all heavens, how can I just watch his corpse be desecrated? Feng Boping's eyes showed deep killing intent and madness. Don't worry about me, if I die, Lai Sky Saint will avenge me. I won't die in vain. I explored a forbidden land long ago, obtained a forbidden technique. With my current strength at Supreme Saint Realm, even if they are immortal divine, I won't make it easy for them. Even if I die, I'll seize a gap in their Tao heart. Hearing his suppressed, extreme anger, everyone remained silent. Mitn Saint silently watched this disciple, feeling his heart clench, knowing the deeper reason, that he had expelled this disciple in the past, accused of theft, disreputed across all heavens. Even if Feng Boping became a saint, he still called himself Thief Saint, not famous among the other saints. With such a reputation, it's hard to make genuine friends. That child might be his closest, genuine friend.
For this, he is even willing to die. And back then, for an immortal pill, he had devastated their hearts.
Sword Master fell into silence, not speaking. He wasn't without the courage to face death, but he didn't have a forbidden technique like Feng Boping. He knew staying would be a futile death, unable to cause any threat to these three true immortals. He wanted to live on, only by surviving could he desperately train and seek revenge. He fished for 10,000 years, and also relaxed for 10,000 years, having long reached a bottleneck in sword mastery, but at this moment, he craved strength more than ever before. Originally, he cared little about going to the true realm, and had no deep obsession with becoming an immortal divine, but now, he had a near-mad belief that he must become a true immortal, the strongest true immortal in the world. Even to surpass true immortal, surpass immortal lord, to become a great figure who can dominate himself. Back then, in his sect, his master was extremely optimistic about him, intending to pass down the sword ancestor Holy Land to him. But he was intoxicated with swords, overly passionate, uninterested in managing the Holy Land, and handed it over readily. He had unparalleled talent in the sword Tao, but in the sword Tao, he hadn't advanced for many years. In the all heavens, the road of sword Tao had already been taken to the extreme by him. He had long surpassed his master of the past, but if he went to the true realm, there would be higher sword Tao immortal laws, a broader world. He believed he could undoubtedly catch up to those gifted monsters running ahead of him. He never believed in external objects, he only trusted the sword in his hand, and the true heart reflected by the sword light. The sword would never deceive him, nor would the blade. Have you chatted enough? Feng Boping and others transmitted such messages, and the three true immortals sensed them. The fluctuations of power in the transmission were clearly visible to them, though they could not hear the conversations, assuming it was some discussion as Mitn Saint mentioned. Upon hearing the urging of the colorful skirted, cold beauty, Mitn Saint's expression subtly changed, suppressing anger, yet displaying a flattering smile, saying, "Not yet, this corpse is the corpse of the strongest in our all heavens. It's of great significance, we still need to consider how to account for it to the all heavens. If the corpse is lacking, sooner or later it will be discovered. Indeed, his physique is strong, able to refine to such a degree in your broken place, can be called a form Tao monster." The young man in silver armor and splendid robe slightly nodded, apparently affirming the body's strength, even in the true realm. To cultivate the physique to a level comparable to the 6th Tribulation Emperor weapon tier is rare among holy level. All are prodigies of major sects, able to achieve so with cultivation of many body forging immortal elixirs. But isn't your all heavens strongest the true immortal who left earlier? He broke through later. Mitn Saint hurriedly explained. Stop saying these useless things, now, immediately, you must give us an answer. The colorful skirted cold beauty said impatiently. Mitn Saint was about to smile and continue dragging time, but when the colorful skirted cold beauty heard a few words, she directly interrupted him, snorted coldly, an abrupt oscillation in the void, a torrent of pressure like a mountain forcibly thrust upon Mitn Saint's chest. With a bang, Mitn Saint's Tao domain instantly shattered. The power was invisible and irresistible, pressing his body into a collapse, bones breaking, as if a little more force could punch a hole through his body. Stop the nonsense, just answer or not, the colorful skirted cold beauty said angrily. Master. Feng Boping instinctively cried out, hastily supporting Mitn Saint. Others' faces changed simultaneously, none of them saw how the colorful skirted cold beauty made her move. Heavenly Calamity Emperor Palace Forbidden Land. Outside the True Venerate Tower, Li Hao stood in the void. The True Venerate Tower contracted, then in the gaze of Ming Saint and others, transformed into a black needle size, and merged into Li Hao's body. At the same time, within Li Hao's primordial spirit, the majestic tower body of the True Venerate Tower emerged, encompassing Li Hao's primordial spirit. Li Hao immediately felt his primordial spirit seemed to be bathing in a hot spring, gentle forces from all directions constantly nourishing his primordial spirit. He was amazed in his heart, the True Venerate Tower actually had such effect. Once you become a direct disciple, you'll know the real wonders of the True Venerate Tower. It's a venerable god-level imperial weapon. The voice of the venerable god echoed in Li Hao's mind. When your primordial spirit faces a strong threat, the True Venerate Tower will protect you, but don't actively provoke some formidable adversaries, for besides primordial spirit attacks, they may have other bizarre attacks. Understood. Li Hao nodded. I am free now, farewell, I am heading to see that true realm first. The venerable god said, his voice gradually ethereal and dissipating as if he was already impatient. Once the venerable god left, Li Hao returned in front of the cushion. Meanwhile, Elder Wang already led Lin Saint along with Flower Saint, Travel Saint, and others back. He glanced at the disappearing True Venerate Tower in the distance, seemingly understanding that Li Hao had inherited it, and only asked, has the venerable god left? Yes. Wang Shenhe nodded slightly, as if knowing where the venerable god had gone. He said, then everyone, let's return to the all heavens now. All right. Everyone nodded, their eyes revealing a hint of excitement. Originally entering the depths of the double-slid Demon Valley, they all thought they were bound to die, but unexpectedly, there was an inheritance. Although they did not receive it, they could finally return. I wonder what the outside world is like now. I wonder if anyone still remembers me in the Nanxiang Divine Dynasty. Those who once forced me to this place, I will now visit them one by one. Their eyes flickered with light, each carrying urgency. Some wanted to seek revenge, some wanted to reunite. Now, having achieved Supreme Saint here, returning to the all heavens, they have changed since before. Li Hao also carried expectations in his heart, wondering how Feng and the others were. 5 years had passed, the incense fire had not been extinguished, indicating that the All Saints indeed lived up to his expectations, sealing the breach for the all heavens. Let's go. Elder Wang nodded slightly, saying, once you leave here, you must remember, the immortal curse will also remind you. When you unconsciously touch upon revealing Haoshan's identity, it will alert you. Should you ignore the warning, you cannot blame others. Their eyes sharpened, glancing at Li Hao, remaining silent. They knew that upon leaving this place, an insurmountable chasm would exist between them and this young man. Do you have a place you want to go? I can directly descend? Elder Wang looked at Li Hao, his gaze filled with fondness. Li Hao's eyes slightly brightened and, without ceremony, directly transmitted his constructed Holy Land projection to Elder Wang. Elder Wang received it, closed his eyes momentarily, then opened them and said, let's go. He waved his hand, tearing the void before them, revealing a pitch-black passage. Being in existence in the immortal king realm and residing beneath this forbidden land, his divine sense could envelop the entire all heavens, unrestricted. Yet, he had never done so, nor had he ever probed outside. It wasn't strength that held him back, but the majestic figure in his heart, as imposing as a towering mountain, that was inviolable. Opening the passage, Elder Wang casually beckoned, pushing Li Hao and the others inside. Li Hao felt a gentle breeze against his face, his vision pitch black, but as the light emerged, familiar scents and atmospheres quickly surfaced. It felt like spring had arrived, flowers blossoming in his hometown, the fragrance of flowers assailing his nose. This was the longing deep in his heart. However, as Li Hao opened his eyes, he heard an angry voice beside his ear. Stop the nonsense, just say yes or no. Li Hao looked up and saw 3 true immortal figures standing above the Holy Land, gazing arrogantly. The one in the center had the strongest yet most subdued aura, appearing middle-aged. But the other 2 true immortals unleashed their presence, the immortal might enough to suppress ordinary people on the Saint Mountain, rendering breathing difficult, numbing bodies below the Tao comprehension realm, unable to move. Even a saint would struggle to remain composed under this immortal might. At the same time, Li Hao scanned, immediately recognizing familiar figures. Feng, Swordmaster, Mitn Saint, and on the ground, Lin Qingyue, Kai Guang, and others. However, their cultivation was too low, and at this moment, all looked pale, eyes filled with anger, trembling uncontrollably, their bodies instinctively afraid. Agree to what? Li Hao spoke, his voice light and calm, yet emanating an unquestionable authority. His indifferent voice echoed, lightly, yet reached the ears of the three true immortals and Feng Boping and others, resounding throughout the Saint Mountain. Although unaware of the circumstances, witnessing Feng and the others so angry and intimidated on his Saint Mountain, a murderous intent arose in Li Hao's heart. The sudden voice shattered the previously tense atmosphere on the Holy Land like ice breaking in an instant. Feng Boping, the Swordmaster, and others trembled, suddenly turned their heads, and looked towards Li Hao. Upon seeing Li Hao's figure, they were instantly stunned, as if a light year passed in a glance. It seemed like an illusion. All sounds seemed to disappear, and their minds buzzed. On the other side, the three true immortals stiffened their bodies and focused their gaze on Li Hao. When they saw Li Hao clearly, they were slightly dazed. That was the very face of the body they intended to seize. However, at this moment, the aura emanating from him was of the true immortal realm. Although it was only the true immortal realm first level, he had already crossed that threshold. At the same time, they noticed the elderly man beside Li Hao, who appeared as humble as an old farmer, but what startled them was their inability to sense his cultivation, and there was a faint, terrifying sense of danger emanating from him. "You're not dead." The young man in silver armor and colorful robes had a slight change in expression. They had come here to recruit disciples and had already explored this realm, quietly capturing some from the Tao Comprehension realm and a semi-saint from the Holy Land, searching their souls to steal memories. They were quite familiar with the situation here. Therefore, they also knew that the owner of this body had his primordial spirit fallen in the forbidden area here, as dead as one could be. That forbidden area was something they had also investigated, but even before approaching, they sensed the dangers of the immortal path law there, halting their steps. For a place to make even true immortals feel the danger, let alone someone at the holy level, yet now, the other party was standing alive right in front of them. Is that the mixed origin divine blood body? The middle-aged true immortal in the center had a dark glimmer in his eyes, discerning Li Hao's body, his expression changing instantly. "What should I agree to with you?" Li Hao ignored the reactions of the three, his gaze cold as he repeated again, staring at the woman in a colorful skirt with a cold look. Feeling Li Hao's gaze sharp as a blade, the woman in a colorful skirt had a change in expression, somewhat shocked and angry. Only in the true immortal realm first level, yet how could he have such an imposing manner? Simultaneously, Li Hao's questioning also stirred a wave of anger within her. "Since you're back, let's leave it at that, we take our leave." Before the woman in the colorful skirt could speak, the middle-aged true immortal suddenly said. He bowed slightly, about to leave with the two people beside him. This reaction startled both the woman in the colorful skirt and the young man in silver armor and colorful robes. "Did I let you leave?" Li Hao's gaze turned cold, his words nailed tight, accompanied by the continuous release of immortal pressure, causing the middle-aged true immortal's footsteps to stop. "It was just a misunderstanding. There's no need to push things too far, is there?" The middle-aged true immortal frowned, but his gaze swept to Elder Wang beside Li Hao. What he truly feared was this old man whose depth was unfathomable. Li Hao didn't respond to him, he just looked at Feng Boping and the Swordmaster. At this moment, Feng Boping and others snapped back to reality, and Lin Qingyue and those on the ground regained their mobility. The moment Li Hao appeared, he blocked the pressure of the three true immortals, allowing everyone in the Holy Land to feel a breath of relief. Haoshan. Suddenly, everyone became excited. That familiar figure, that familiar face, already etched deep in their memories. Swoosh, Feng Boping appeared before Li Hao as if teleporting, punched Li Hao's shoulder, and then hugged him fiercely. It seemed only then could he feel that everything was not an illusion, it was real. "You're not dead, I knew you rascal weren't dead." This old man uttered a voice mingling tears and joy. The Mitn Saint followed along, seeing Feng Boping, a hint of melancholy flashed in his eyes. In the other, he seemed to see a shadow of what he couldn't achieve back then. Such sincere emotion, if he could have done the same back then, perhaps these years of estrangement wouldn't have existed. Though the past grudges have now dissolved, How can a broken mirror be made whole again? They could never return to what they once were. Feeling Feng's warmth, Li Hao's blood surged for a moment, from walking out of the divine general mansion, through the heavenly gate pass, to now being in all heavens, from the Buddhist Holy Land till now, they've walked too long a path. Feng bopping, but because of his presence, the waves never calmed. Li Hao's heart held an indescribable feeling, shame, guilt, joy, emotion, and more. He gently patted the other's shoulder, the coldness in his eyes like sharp swords had long vanished, pulling a relaxed smile, saying, "Already knew I wouldn't die, yet sobbing so sadly? Bastard," who cried, "Old man here just got some sand from you in my eye." Feng bopping grumbled, punching Li Hao's chest hard, but with Li Hao's physique, it was as gentle as cotton. Good to be back, good to be back. The sword master rarely showed a glimpse of surprise and excitement in his eyes, but was relatively restrained, yet Li Hao noticed that the hand holding the sword was slightly trembling. Even in a life and death duel, his hand remained as steady as his sword, but now it was slightly trembling. Li Hao's eyes were complex, suddenly feeling that he bore a lot upon himself, carried many things. Let me sort out their matters first, then we can catch up properly. Li Hao took a deep breath, speaking to everyone, then immediately lifted his head. His eyes became cold again as he just noticed the unhealed wound on the Mitn saint, with immortal power gathering there, preventing healing. Obviously, this was the deed of the three true immortals before him. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, the middle-aged true immortal's expression slightly changed, and the cold and enchanting woman in the colorful dress also frowned, feeling angry. However, the reaction of the attendant beside her made her realize that something was amiss, so she endured and restrained herself. A small misunderstanding, your friend wasn't harmed, consider these 100 immortal stones as our apology. The middle-aged true immortal took out a small cloth bag from his chest and tossed it to Li Hao. Li Hao, however, did not move, not even attempting to catch it, letting the small cloth bag fall in an arc to the ground. The middle-aged true immortal's eyes turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "We are from the Xuanzhan sect. I am Zuo Chunchu, a steward of the Xuanzhan sect." Revealing his identity was also the last concession he would make. Li Hao's expression remained unchanged. He merely said coldly, "A sect steward who is only in the true immortal realm. It seems your sect is not much to talk about." Zuo Chunchu said solemnly, "That's quite a bold claim, isn't it? Our Xuanzhan sect is considered a 4th-grade sect in the True Realm South Domain. Our sect master is an immortal monarch realm powerhouse. The difference of one realm means killing a true immortal is like squashing an ant." Li Hao turned to Elder Wang and asked, "Is that so?" Elder Wang seemed to understand Li Hao's intent and nodded earnestly. "Yes, I've squashed an immortal monarch, it really is like squashing an ant." Zuo Chunchu and his two companions were stunned, looking at Elder Wang in surprise. Such arrogance? Li Hao nodded slightly and then didn't say more. Suddenly he burst out, immortal power surging as the Tao Wu immortal sword appeared in his hand. Kill. Li Hao's killing intent transmitted to the Tao Wu immortal sword. The Tao Wu sword soul grasped Li Hao's intent and without hesitation, instantly emitted a dazzling sword light, shooting out as if teleporting. "You really dare to make a move? Isn't this a true treasure-level weapon?" The three were shocked, not expecting Li Hao to suddenly explode with killing intent and directly attack them. At the same time, the immense pressure emanating from this immortal sword made their hearts tremble. Certainly not something a true immortal realm could wield. "Run!" Zuo Chunchu was the quickest to react, immediately casting 2 talismans and then bringing out 2 immortal soldiers, one reflecting like a mirror and the other spinning like a teapot. While summoning the immortal soldiers, he shouted for escape, yet suddenly pushed the youth in the silver helmet and colorful robe forward, simultaneously pulling the cold and enchanting woman in the colorful dress back. The youth in the silver helmet and colorful robe was caught off guard, utterly shocked. As they brushed past, he saw the resolve and cruelty in the other's eyes, understanding instantly, his eyes showing fear and anger as he roared mightily, causing countless silver rays to erupt from his entire silver helmet. The cold and enchanting woman in the colorful dress also seemed not to expect Zuo Chunchu to do this, but in the brief instant she was pulled back, she seemed to understand. The astonishment in her eyes disappeared. She swiftly summoned an immortal treasure to escape with Zuo Chunchu. Earlier, she still had anger and the desire to fight against Li Hao, but Zuo Chunchu's actions, combined with the old farmer-like elder's words, suddenly made her realize something was wrong. All this may sound lengthy, But it all happened in the instant Li Hao made his move. Bang! The countless silver rays emanating from the youth in the silver helmet and colorful robe were abruptly cut off before reaching their full intensity. The Tao Wu immortal sword pierced through his true immortal body, slicing and tearing apart even his primordial spirit, impossible to heal, as his life force quickly faded. Simultaneously, after piercing through his body, the Tao Wu immortal sword chased after Zuo Chunchu and the cold, enchanting woman in the colorful dress like a bolt of lightning. The youth's outburst had not bought them any time. This is an immortal soldier, a weapon only an immortal monarch realm can wield. Zuo Chunchu's pupils contracted, having recognized the grade of Li Hao's immortal sword, but it was a little late. Despair appeared in his eyes as he let out a furious roar, suddenly pushing the cold and enchanting woman in front of him and shouting. She is a descendant of the heavenly battle clan. If she dies here, all the heavens will be in trouble. Before he finished speaking, the Tao Wu immortal sword suddenly flashed slightly, skimming past the woman's throat in a flash of light, circling around to sever Zuo Chuncho's neck, cutting his words off abruptly. The Tao realm laws on the Tao Wu dissolved Zuo Chuncho's immortal power completely. Even the regenerative divine blood was suppressed, unable to reconnect. Zuo Chuncho's eyes showed fear, his head about to fall, his hand hurriedly holding it. He didn't die on the spot, but his primordial spirit and body were both severed, losing 70% of his combat power. Don't kill me, I'll compensate, 10,000, no, 100,000 immortal stones, Before he could finish, under Li Hao's direction, the Tao Wu immortal sword pierced through his head, shredding even his body. From the moment the silver-helmeted, rainbow-robed youth was bisected to Zuo Chunchu being obliterated, it all happened within the span of a breath. Instantly, all that was left was the colorful skirted, cold-eyed woman standing dazed on the spot. The Holy Land became utterly silent. Everyone stared at this scene in shock. Earlier, excited about Li Hao's return, they momentarily forgot the presence of the three true immortals, but with Li Hao's outburst, they became tense again. After all, although Li Hao had reached the true immortal realm, the others came from the true realm, and there were three of them, one even a formidable force among true immortals. However, before they could begin to worry, the battle ended in an instant. The three true immortals who had previously dominated the Holy Land were beheaded by Li Hao in no time, without even a chance to escape. After 5 years, the young man returned not only as a true immortal but also seemingly as invincible among peers. Everyone felt somewhat disoriented. At this moment, the most bewildered was the colorful skirted, cold-eyed woman. She never expected Zuo Chunchu to be killed in an instant. The other party had used her as a shield before dying, and before she could even be angry or hateful, he was suddenly dead. Staring at the indifferent and calm young man before her, the colorful skirted, cold-eyed woman felt her body uncontrollably trembling. She never imagined that in this fake realm, where holy level was top tier, she might actually face death. I am from the heavenly battle clan. If you kill me, the all heavens will face calamity, and my clan's strong fighters will surely come for vengeance. What happened today, I can forget. I can swear by the immortal seal. The colorful skirted, cold-eyed woman reacted, suppressing her trembling voice and quickly spoke. She was worried the other would act recklessly and casually kill her as well. Li Hao hadn't expected Tao Wu to be so formidable, not even needing to lift a hand. He only needed to provide the immortal power needed by Tao Wu, and it effortlessly slew the opponent. Heavenly Battle Clan? Li Hao looked towards Elder Wang. If it were only up to him, he wouldn't even listen and would kill directly, but now carrying the burden of all heavens, he must consider them. Elder Wang's expression was a bit reminiscent, softly saying, 10,000 years ago, the Heavenly Battle Clan followed under the command of Emperor Battle Immortal Emperor, renowned for their bravery and combat prowess. Their people are naturally born with a battle body and battle heart, allowing for rapid cultivation. Especially the battle body, which can be unleashed upon reaching the Tao comprehension realm, enabling a brief berserker state, boosting combat power by several to tenfold. He paused, his gaze landing on the colorful skirted, cold-eyed woman, like an elder seeing a young girl, his eyes void of warmth, saying. But even the Emperor Battle Immortal Emperor fell back then, and the Heavenly Battle Clan was but a follower. Even if a descendant of Emperor Battle Immortal Emperor's bloodline, it doesn't match your current status. His voice was gentle, yet in the ears of the colorful skirted, cold-eyed woman, it boomed like 100,000 thunderclaps. She stared dumbfounded at this elder-like old man, her heart pounding wildly. With mere words, he revealed the ancient secret history of their heavenly battle clan, speaking of events 10,000 years ago, even before her grandfather was born. If she is killed, does the heavenly battle clan have any means to know? Li Hao inquired. Elder Wang nodded, then lightly chuckled, saying, the heavenly battle clan has a shared primordial divine secret realm, where their primordial spirits bear imprints. If one falls, the imprint vanishes, but before it disappears, the last dying memories are preserved. Hence, killing a member of the heavenly battle clan rashly would lead to being tracked, though this secret realm is not entirely unshieldable. For instance, he slightly raised his hand, and the sky seemed to darken suddenly, but the darkness emanated from behind him and began to enclose the colorful skirted, cold-eyed woman. In my immortal country, her secret realm doesn't work unless against an entity of the same realm. Elder Wang chuckled softly. The colorful skirted, cold-eyed woman was left dazed. The words she wanted to plead caught in her throat, unable to be uttered. Condensing an immortal country. This is the immortal king overlord. The immortal country shrouded, silent heaven and earth, sun and moon without light. A dazzling woman in colorful skirts seemed to fall into an abyss, unable to sense a trace of immortal power, having lost her own immortal Tao power completely, like a mortal with crippled limbs, her heart filled only with shock and terror. Suddenly, a beam of silver light pierced through the darkness, like a ray of light shining into her world. Soon after, this ray of light passed through her eyes, in an instant piercing through her jade-like skull, spilling Tao blood, extinguishing her primordial spirit. An ancient heavenly battle clan bloodline bearer fell in the Holy Land. Tao Wu swiftly slew 3 people and seemed somewhat excited, letting out a roar of excitement, but soon followed Li Hao's thought, returning to his hand, disappearing with a slight flash in Li Hao's heaven and earth space. At this moment, the darkness that shrouded the immortal country receded like tides. The 3 true immortals who had previously oppressed billions in the Holy Land fell in an instant, leaving countless people speechless with shock. With the fall of the 3 true immortals, Li Hao's intent to kill also subsided, leaving only the joy of reunion after a long separation in his heart. He smiled, looking at Feng and the others, and said, "You all have waited in vain." These short 6 words made Feng bopping and the others feel their eyes grow wet again. 5 years, though short, but these 5 years of separation, seeing Li Hao's physical body before them, day and night revolving, was exceedingly arduous. They had not yet fully adapted, had not emerged from the sadness, but knew how much sorrowful wine they had drunk facing Chong Yu and that figure. "I thought you." Lin Qingyu's figure like a gentle wind swept over, she covered her face, for the first time shedding tears in front of Li Hao, revealing her inner emotions. Li Hao seeing her, his gaze also turned complex. He certainly knew Lin Qingyu's feelings, only he had no thoughts in that direction for now, but the girl's scalding tears, like an entrapping soft sword, caused him a feeling of heartache. He slightly remained silent, then opened his arms, gently embracing her soft body. "I am back," he said softly. Hearing Li Hao's words, Lin Qingyu's body seemed even softer, sticking closely in Li Hao's embrace, her head buried in Li Hao's shoulder. She choked a sound of agreement. 5 years of longing, pain, memories, at this moment all filled by Li Hao's sentence, "I am back." Haoshan, Hao, Li Wushuang, Li Yanzhao, and others flew over, unable to suppress the excitement on their faces. Li Musho and Li Qingjung also silently drew closer. Upon seeing Li Hao, their inner excitement almost made them want to jump on the spot. Their fists clenched tightly, following Li Hao's successive slaying of 3 true immortals. Aside from shock, a more complex feeling arose. There was comfort, regret, heartache, yet they did not approach. They were unwilling to disturb that young man any longer. Like the sparrow freed from the cage, soaring into the sky, now it has become a majestic eagle and phoenix. They only hope that young man can advance step by step to reach greater heights. With more and more people calling excitedly, the name of Haoshan resounded throughout the Holy Land. However, in the Saint Mountain, He Jianlin and others were tear-eyed, excited yet comforted, despite that young man no longer bearing the Li family surname, yet still they felt proud, sincerely happy for Li Hao's current strength. In the crowd, Li Ping'an heard the deafening calls around him, feeling somewhat dazed. That dazzling figure, that person who slew 3 true immortals with a mere gesture, was he the shadow he had been chasing since childhood? When that figure truly stood before him, he realized he hadn't even caught the shadow. His heart suddenly recalled the perplexed expressions of his parents in childhood, as well as the lonely gaze when looking at him. At this moment, he suddenly seemed to understand. He stood among the crowd, feeling like a small fry, silent and gloomy. With Li Hao's return, the entire Haoshan sacred land became enlivened with cheers. After Feng Boping and the Sword Master calmed down their excitement, they explained the previous incident of the three true immortals attempting to seize Li Hao's physical body. Only then Li Hao understood what had happened, also silently feeling a pang of fear. Had he returned half a day later, even if it was just a mere half day, perhaps he would have been eternally separated from Feng and others. He suddenly felt that the previous demonstration might not have been thorough enough. Source Ancestor and the Divine King didn't die, they all went to the True Realm? Following Feng Boping's narration of the past 5 years, Li Hao also learned about the upheavals in all heavens during these 5 years. He was somewhat surprised, but then relieved. That woman with the red tassel spear ultimately kept her promise, bringing reinforcements, guarding this realm. However, Source Ancestor and the others unexpectedly didn't die, which somewhat shocked Li Hao. Mitn Saint had previously investigated the cause, saying to Li Hao, Source Ancestor and Divine King, 2 old foxes, have cultivated for a long time. Who would have thought the bodies they usually present were not their true bodies? Li Hao hadn't thought of this either. After all, the power Source Ancestor displayed before was terrifying enough, able to suppress many supreme saints. Who would have thought that was merely an avatar? As it seems, in the ancient demon catastrophe, only he was the simplest, almost truly perished. However, upon learning this now, even with time reversed, Li Hao would still make the same choice again. So, now all heavens and the many sects on the True Realm side have started building relations. Such a good thing. Are they benefiting from their influence? Li Hao said. Feng Boping, hearing this, had a somewhat calm expression, saying, not necessarily all beneficial, mixed results. For example, something just happened, which is a bad thing. Such misdeeds occur not only in our Haoshan sacred land, but the people from the True Realm treat us like native inhabitants. Initially, they come to explore treasures across various places, and some holy lands have had their 1,000-year harvested divine medicine directly plundered or stolen. Those true immortals hardly consider this place worth anything, and with their true immortal realm cultivation, they come and go as they please, as if entering an uninhabited zone. Li Hao's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of coldness. Just witnessing the events under his eyelids, he could imagine the attitude of those true immortals towards all heavens. But it's not without benefits. For example, Lai Sky Saint, she went to the heavenly palace. Thanks to you, she has now become a true immortal. Thanks to me? Don't you remember the grand lie she spun? Saying that everything in all heavens would remain unscathed, that there would be a turning point, and it actually came true. Suddenly Li Hao remembered. If calamity befell all heavens, then Lai Sky Saint's words would fail to deceive, and the saint path would collapse, demanding a bloody price. Unexpectedly, she managed to leap forth and become a true immortal due to it. Major forces came here to select disciples in a manner that is quite orderly. They are concerned about the future growth of Source Ancestor and Divine King in the Heavenly Palace. And coupled with finding nothing appealing here, they maintain a dignified presence that commands respect.
The Sword Master said. But other true immortals, possibly due to their mixed relations, act arrogantly, selecting disciples everywhere. For those with good credentials, regardless if they are willing, they just take them away, leaving uncertainty as to whether they really intend to teach in Nurturea.
Li Hao nodded slightly, all heavens having caught the attention of True Realm forces. Serving as an immortal emperor fake realm, it inevitably attracted seekers from various True Realm factions, naturally including ill-intentioned individuals among them. Where are they recruiting disciples now? Li Hao queried. Mitn Saint replied. The heavenly palace has retreated. Other seemingly stately forces, too, have withdrawn their disciples. However, some true immortals remain across different regions, still recruiting disciples. I'll go transmit messages to confirm locations. No need for such trouble. Elder Wang smiled. Let me check. As he spoke, his eyelids gently closed. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes and said to Li Hao. There are quite a few true immortals remaining, have a look. With a wave of his hand, projections reflected in the void. In a certain divine dynasty, 2 true immortals sat upon the dragon seats within the divine dynasty imperial palace, immortal power boiling. Behind the dragon seat, auspicious dragon shadows appeared, with a cluster of figures kneeling before them, among which was an emperor in royal robes. Mostly, however, were variously dressed consorts, princesses, and others. At this moment, one true immortal meticulously selected, and the consort pointed out approached the dragon seat before the true immortal, being absorbed into the heaven and earth space. Another holy land featured a true immortal sifting through the library within, flipping through divine skills before casually discarding them, muttering to himself. In a certain void, 5 true immortals stood before a towering palace, seemingly preparing to venture into that forbidden land. True immortals across various regions of all heavens were displayed through Elder Wang's reflections before Li Hao and others. Such capability astonished and shocked Feng Boping and others, reminding them of how the alleged bloodline of the Heavenly Battle Clan perished under Elder Wang's might. If you wish to act, just notify me. Elder Wang seemed aware of Li Hao's thoughts and said with a smile. Li Hao's expression turned grim. These true immortals viewed all heavens as a place where they could indulge their power, freely enjoying themselves.
There, Li Hao pointed out, several true immortals in the projections were oppressing the local imperial family, selecting disciples in the Holy Land arbitrarily with a domineering and casual demeanor.
With Li Hao's guidance, the projection's images abruptly changed, as if the true immortals sensed something suddenly, frantically alert, but the next moment, their bodies exploded, collapsed into a black dot, vanished into the void, utterly annihilated. Such transformation startled Li Hao somewhat. Could Elder Wang really dispatch true immortals from millions of miles away? It surpassed not only instantaneous movement but also the scope of returning ruins distance. Feng Boping and others were equally struck into silence, not believing it as merely a projection illusion. Where the reflections arose, something dreadful surely happened. As Li Hao pointed out, true immortals perished one after another, without uttering a cry. What if there's another member of the Heavenly Battle Clan among them? Li Hao couldn't help but ask. With a knowing smile, Elder Wang replied. Even if there is, the memories left before death won't reveal who did it. Can they find all heavens? It depends on if any news about their arrival was disseminated. Elder Wang discerned Li Hao's concerns, softly saying, if you wish to protect all heavens, remaining low profile won't suffice. The best defense is deterrence. No one would willingly attack a royal city barehanded. Understood. Li Hao nodded. As the selected true immortals all perished, news spread throughout various parts of all heavens, bringing a mix of panic and delight. Your physical body? Once matters with true immortals were resolved, Feng Boping scrutinized Li Hao's figure, sensing it wasn't the primordial spirit but the genuine flesh. This is the mixed origin flesh. Li Hao offered a brief explanation, then promptly realized, having returned, it was time to restore his true physical form. Your body is well cultivated. Elder Wang's gaze landed upon the towering Li Hao's body within the Holy Land, naturally revealing its magnificent presence under Feishan Shangdi without Li Hao's primordial spirit restraint. Given Elder Wang's keen insight, paired with Li Hao's prior cultivation at the Heavenly Calamity Emperor Palace, he showed admiration. Achieving such a flesh body at holy level would mark him as beloved by major sects in the true realm. At this moment, Li Hao dispersed the mixed origin flesh's ancestor immortal physique, extracting the primordial spirit from the mixed origin divine blood. As his primordial spirit was consecrated, severing connections with the mixed origin divine blood, the body contracted instantly, transforming into a drop of golden divine blood, exuding a chaotic aura. Li Hao's primordial spirit didn't pause, directly rushing towards the majestic figure. Soon, he merged with it, and instantly, a familiar feeling resonated throughout. The mixed origin divine blood body, compared to his true body, evidently had differences. Boom! As Li Hao's primordial spirit returned, the entire Haoshan sacred land shook like a tremor. Immortal power gathered surrounding Li Hao's body like thunderous roars, invisible to Feng Boping and others, but they felt oppressive waves surging in the air. The 9-tier immortal seal emerged from above his head, and immense immortal power tilted over him. At that moment, the all-heaven star meridian displayed even greater potency, brilliant stars appearing successively beside Li Hao, channeling subtle immortal power. This power was faint because the immortal power of all heavens was weak, yet the all-heaven star meridian could gather it instantly. Soon, all this immortal power penetrated Li Hao's body, the previous ancestor immortal physique shell dissipating, integrating as immortal power into Li Hao's body. Previously, it was merely a shell, but now it was the fusion of immortal power and flesh, cultivating the body into an ancestor immortal physique, surpassing the 9 tribulations Taoist soldier. Even ordinary true treasures would struggle to harm it. Amidst silver brilliance filling the sky, and dazzling glow, all heaven's stars' radiance reflected above Haoshan's sacred land, bringing Li Hao's ancestor immortal physique to fruition. But as mind and body synchronized, primordial spirit united, Li Hao felt a sensation akin to consciousness ascending, entering a realm of enlightenment yet non-enlightenment, dream yet non-dream. At this moment, he truly became a true immortal. Simultaneously, the 9-tier immortal seal's transmission allowed Li Hao to feel some vague information, placing him at the true immortal realm first level. News of Li Hao's return quickly spread from the Haoshan sacred land. All across all heavens learned Saint Haoshan had not fallen but returned as a true immortal, sparking jubilant eruptions throughout worlds. Thicker incense fire power converging from all over, forming a rainbow arc of incense fire above the Haoshan sacred land. Seeing such a dazzling incense fire, Li Hao felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. New to all heavens, he was extremely unfamiliar with this place. After living in the mortal world for over 10 years, he had long regarded it as his home. In his battles across all heavens, defeating supreme prodigies and slaying saints, he imposed awe upon all heavens. Yet, Li Hao's heart remained in the mortal world, particularly at the border of the Dayu divine dynasty, in that city pass, within that little fenced courtyard. There, with smoke curling in the air, old friends for company, fishing and leisure, painting and tranquility, life was exceedingly pleasant. He didn't belong to all heavens, but previously, the torn break in the true Venerate Tower, the surging incense fire for 5 years, and now this incense fire rainbow bridge, made Li Hao truly feel that he was blending into all heavens, making this his second home. The emotions contained in the incense fire surpassed all words. Li Hao took a deep breath and absorbed the incense fire. Although the incense fire within him had already reached the pinnacle of the god realm, this incense fire could still continuously settle down. Li Hao could hardly imagine what level and transformation he would reach after continuing to accumulate more incense fire beyond the incense fire divine realm. The source ancestor had long reached the incense fire divine realm, yet continued to gather incense fire for many years. Clearly, his purpose wasn't as simple as blocking the path of other saints. That place actually isn't a forbidden land, but an opportunity? So that's it. Oh my god, why didn't I go sooner? Who could have predicted that? In the majestic palace of the Holy Land, Feng Boping and others inquired about Li Hao's experiences. Upon learning that he fell into the depths of the double-slid Demon Valley, and not only survived but also gained opportunities to ascend as a true immortal, all were shocked and delighted for Li Hao. Li Hao didn't detail the matters of the Heavenly Calamity Emperor Palace, not because he didn't trust Feng and the others, but because his identity was special. Being the only disciple of that immortal emperor, Feng and the others knowing his identity would bring harm and no benefit. No wonder. Feng Boping and others looked towards Elder Wang, then noticed the flower saint and travel saint among the people Li Hao brought back. Isn't that Lin Saint? Suddenly, the Mitn Saint looked over in surprise, eyes filled with astonishment. Lin Saint, having already noticed the Mitn Saint, simply smiled and said, "Long time no see." The Mitn Saint exclaimed in surprise, "You've already become a supreme saint? In just under 10,000 years?" Lin Saint gave a slight bitter smile, "Don't mention age, compared to the one beside you, it's embarrassing." The Mitn Saint paused, then couldn't help but chuckle, sighing, "He's a monster. But you, it seems you've also gained considerable opportunities." Lin Saint only smiled bitterly, without further speech. The flower saint and travel saint were also recognized, and they exchanged pleasantries with the crowd, carefully avoiding any discussion about the Forbidden Lands events. A few days later, after the gathering ended, Feng Boping, worried, found Li Hao and said, "All heaven's true immortals have been slain. Will the numerous forces behind them pursue us?" Li Hao smiled and said, "No matter, when they come for revenge, even an immortal lord will have to retreat." In the past few days, he had asked Elder Wang, who said he would reinforce the mystical gates everywhere and also set up an immortal array outside the previous mystical gate. Even if an immortal lord entered recklessly, they would face a calamity, unless they respectfully offered prayers to exit. During his 10,000 years stay in the Forbidden Land, Elder Wang had deeply pondered many things. The immortal array was one of them. Chess as array as chess. Seeing Li Hao so confident, Feng Boping felt relieved. He knew that Li Hao was not one to boast without reason, he must be absolutely certain. "Feng, do you know where the divine clan is located?" Li Hao asked. The Emperor Hall's commission he'd not forgotten. Among the 3 direct disciples, one had completely fallen. while the other two's souls were not extinguished. If he could find Ying Xiaoxiao and confirm her to be the Shi Miao divine lady, Li Hao would take her to the Emperor Hall instead of choosing to harm her in secret. Divine Clan. Feng Boping slightly shook his head and said, ever since the catastrophe struck, only the Divine King has appeared. The trail of the Divine Clan is known only to the Divine King, right? In the 5 years of waiting for you, we thought about the Divine Clan, but after searching everywhere, we found no trace of them. The year the Divine King was sealed, the Divine Clan went into hiding. No one in all heavens knows their whereabouts. When the Divine Clan wants to hide, they're hard to find. Li Hao felt a bit helpless. Indeed, the Divine Clan was experienced in hiding. After bidding farewell to Feng, Li Hao found Elder Wang and explained the matter to him. You know Miss Shi Miao's whereabouts? Hearing Li Hao's words, the always calm and cheerful Elder Wang almost jumped up, excitedly looking at Li Hao. Really? Are you sure? Need to find her to be sure? Seeing his overjoyed appearance, Li Hao found it amusing and couldn't help but laugh. Oh. Elder Wang regained his composure, realizing his excitement in front of Li Hao, felt a bit embarrassed. But seeing Li Hao's smiling face and no anger, he felt reassured. Over the years, this young man in his heart remained as indifferent as a chrysanthemum. I'll look for her, Elder Wang said, then immediately closed his eyes. Around his body, Li Hao suddenly felt an intense law power enveloping him, these powers surrounding his body, seemingly isolating him from the heavens, forming an independent domain. This domain was profound, with laws extending outward, like veins merging with the heavenly Tao power of the outside world. As vast pressure emanated from him, Li Hao quietly stood outside, waiting. A moment later, Elder Wang opened his eyes, but the law power around him did not dissipate. He only asked confusedly, the person you are talking about doesn't seem to be in this realm. Li Hao was stunned. Before he could say anything further, Elder Wang said, I'll look again. He immediately closed his eyes, and around his body, in the immortal path laws, appeared the glow of sun, moon, and stars, as if he stood in an independent starry sky. As the stars and moon rotated, numerous rune-like forces swirled around, and after a while, Elder Wang opened his eyes, frowning tightly. I didn't find it, but I seem to have found traces of a time fluctuation. It seems what you said is true, but the person might have gone to the true realm now. True realm? Li Hao was taken aback, then said, but the mystical gate has always been guarded. There's more than one breach in the all heavens, and outside a mystical gate, there are traces of time fluctuations. Perhaps the person mastered part of Shi Miao Divine Lady's power and traveled through there. According to what you said, the person you saw might be the reincarnated body of Shi Miao Divine Lady. In times of crisis, a very small portion of her power might have awakened to help her escape. Elder Wang said in a deep voice. Li Hao's eyes flickered. Thinking of Ying Xiaoxiao's demeanor, he said, if she regains her identity as Shi Miao Divine Lady, will she still be my friend? Hard to say, but the memories of the reincarnated body shouldn't disappear unless she reincarnates again. Elder Wang said, but now that reincarnation has collapsed, all reincarnations are fake and not real reincarnations. Fake reincarnation? Li Hao was stunned. Is there a distinction between true and fake reincarnation? Elder Wang shook his head but did not elaborate. It involved certain terrifying secrets. Unless one is a direct disciple of the immortal emperor, it is not beneficial for Li Hao to know. If you're going to the true realm, then to search, you must go to the true realm as soon as possible. Elder Wang's eyes were grave and serious. While the time fluctuations still have traces, I can barely capture them. The longer it takes, the harder it will be to find. According to you, the other party is only at a holy level, in a place like the true realm, I'm afraid. If she reincarnates again, even if she regains the memory as Shi Miao Divine Lady, she might not remember this life's memories. And if she reincarnates, we don't know where she would reincarnate. Li Hao sensed his urgency, understanding Elder Wang's concern. He was slightly silent, initially thinking he could find Ying Xiaoxiao in the all heavens and escort her to the Emperor Hall, but now he had to hurry to the true realm. He had just returned and wanted to continue gathering with Feng and the others. Seemingly seeing Li Hao's thoughts, Elder Wang said, if you want to accompany your friends, you can ask their thoughts. If they're willing, take them to the true realm together, and you can look after them along the way. That's true. Li Hao's heart stirred, and he immediately found Feng, Lin Qingyue, and others, gathering them all together. You plan to go to the true realm? Feng Boping and others were slightly surprised to hear Li Hao's words but not too shocked. After all, with Li Hao's talent, the All Heavens was too small for him. Now that Li Hao had become a true immortal, he naturally should venture into the broader world of the true realm. If you're going, I'll go too. Before Li Hao could explain his urgency, Feng Boping directly said. The sword master smiled gently, maintaining his elegance and spontaneity. Earlier, I didn't go to the true realm because I wanted to look after your remains and plan to go in a few years. Since you're fine, we should venture into the true realm too, to avoid further grievances. His words made everyone remember the previous pressure from the three true immortals, their eyes suddenly showing a bit of cold intent. Having gone through the ancient demon catastrophe, Li Hao's fall, and suppression by true immortals, even if they initially considered giving up, now they all developed a strong will to fight, wanting to cultivate and control their destiny. Old man, I'm not going, I'll stay here to guard the house. Mitn Saint waved his hand with a smile. When you're tired and come back, come find me for tea. Since the events of those years, his desire for cultivation had faded. I'm going. Lin Qingyue said to Li Hao, her gaze extremely determined. Li Hao sensed the resolve in her eyes and said softly, it's too dangerous there. As long as I can see you, I'm not afraid of any danger. Lin Qingyue looked up, staring directly at Li Hao. Li Hao's heart trembled slightly. He was silent for a moment. When I find a friend there, I'll come back. Lin Qingyue shook her head slightly. It seemed she had already made up her mind and would not change. Others also voiced their desire to go to the true realm. Kai Guang, Lin Shuhai, and others, who had just reached the half-saint realm, also wanted to see the true realm, looking at Li Hao with expressions full of both reservation and hope. Seeing their willingness to go, Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Then let's go together." With Li Hao's decisive decision, the whole venue erupted in cheers. The next day, Li Hao left with Elder Wang, heading towards the true realm with everyone. Apart from Feng and others, Ming Saint and Mu Saint did not immediately plan to go to the true realm. After coming out, they quickly scouted the outside situation, knowing there would be many opportunities with their strength to go to the true realm later on. Previously not seizing the chance to bond with Li Hao in the Forbidden Ground, they feared little progress could be made along the journey. Plus they had been away from the All Heavens too long and wished to spend more time at home. Flower Saint, Travel Saint, and others, as Li Hao's immortal guards, needed to stay by his side unless Li Hao ordered them to remain and guard. As they set out, half-saints and Tao Comprehension Realm experts from various holy lands came like tides to bid farewell. All saints left, and now within each holy land, the half-saints were the top powerhouses, able to defend the holy land. At the starry ancient palace, Li Hao traveled with Elder Wang to this place. Here, 8 half-saints guarded the area, receiving immortal divine beings from the true realm. They also received news that Li Hao and his entourage were heading to the true realm. Saint Haoshan. Greetings to Saint Haoshan. The 8 half-saints rose and bowed respectfully upon seeing Li Hao, with some directly offering a grand salute as half-saints. During the earlier ancient demon catastrophe, Li Hao had turned the tide and saved the All Heavens. This event spread over 5 years, broadcasted across the All Heavens, with countless people witnessing the heroic and tragic scene of the young man perishing with the true immortal realm ancient demon in the Forbidden Zone. In every holy land of the All Heavens, statues of Li Hao had been erected for disciples to worship. Li Hao bid farewell to them and then, together with Elder Wang, led the sword master, Feng, and the others towards the true realm. Upon reaching the true realm again, the desolate sight unfolded before them, but differently from before. In the distance, true immortal figures were flying swiftly using sword control. Previously, under Li Hao's guidance, Elder Wang had slain a group of troublesome true immortals within the All Heavens, yet in the true realm, there remained many forces, including scattered true immortals, who heard about the fake realm and knew the heavenly palace had opened the area, all eager to explore this ancient battlefield Forbidden Zone and see the immortal emperor's fake realm. Let them wait a bit while I set up an array, Elder Wang told Li Hao. Li Hao nodded, then went with Elder Wang, Swordmaster, and the others, resting and waiting on the side. Meanwhile, Elder Wang raised his hand, conjuring silvery light like talismans, forming the foundation of an immortal array in the void. Is this the true realm? Feng Boping and the others looked around curiously. This was their first time here, feeling especially fresh and amazed. The true realm was more desolate and worn than they had imagined. Li Hao explained the reason to them. and they learned that this place was an ancient battlefield. At that moment, from the distance, true immortals flew rapidly using sword control, traversing the ancient road canyon, descending outside the mystical gate. A group of saints? 4 true immortals landed, the true immortal power they had concealed slightly revealing, glancing at Li Hao, Feng Boping, and the others, noticing Li Hao was at the true immortal realm, but only at the true immortal first layer. Just at the true immortal first layer, coming to recruit people? The young true immortal sensed Li Hao's cultivation, raising an eyebrow slightly, his gaze swept over, and immediately fell on Lin Qingyue. He sensed this woman had an extremely strong sword intent Dao embryo within, that Dao embryo extremely mysterious, as if existent and non-existent, seeming like a supreme Dao embryo he'd heard of. I am from the Earth's second heavenly sect, the Spring Sword Sect, once one of the 9 swords of the true realm. The Spring/Emperor sword was once passed down to the founder of my sect. Even now, the grandeur of the Emperor sword remains. If you can comprehend it, you can wield the power of the Emperor sword and eradicate injustice in the world. The young true immortal immediately spoke to Lin Qingyue. It has long been heard that this is the fake realm of the immortal emperor, where 2 monsters have already emerged. If we can seize another opportunity, there's even hope for the Spring Sword Sect to ascend to the Earth First Immortal Sect. However, upon hearing the words of the young true immortal, the girl in the green dress immediately cast her gaze towards the boy beside her, with an inquisitive look in her eyes. Such a demeanor clearly led the young true immortal to misunderstand. He frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Miss, you need not consider him. He's merely at the first level of the true immortal realm. It is said that your immortal path is broken here, and there are many things you do not know. The true immortal realm has 10 levels, with 10 being the ultimate. He, in essence, has just stepped past the threshold of true immortal. If you join my sect, within 10 years, I can ensure that you reach the holy level supreme, condense an immortal seal, surpass the threshold of true immortal, and far exceed other true immortals. If you are diligent enough, it's not entirely impossible to condense the 3 flowers immortal seal." The words of the young true immortal also enlightened Feng Boping and others about the true immortal realm, and at this moment, they all looked towards Li Hao. They clearly remembered that Li Hao, with a single sword, had vanquished 3 true immortals. They knew Li Hao had just stepped into the true immortal realm, but they didn't expect that having just crossed the threshold, he was still as extraordinarily powerful as before. Be it true immortals or saints, no one seemed able to shake him under the same realm. In an instant, Feng Boping and the Swordmaster and others displayed smiles of admiration. 5 years had passed, the world had changed, but this young man was still the same familiar youth. Upon hearing the words of the young true immortal, Li Hao was moved and looked up towards Elder Wang, who was arranging a formation in the sky, and transmitted a voice. "Grandfather, is what this person says true, and is it possible to take him as a mentor?" The person appreciated Lin Qingyue, which was a kind of opportunity. If it truly was worthy of joining the sect, it might not be a bad idea to study there. Half true, half false. Elder Wang, while arranging the condensing immortal formation, responded calmly via voice transmission. Indeed, there are 9 supreme emperor swords in the true realm, with the spring slash being one. However, the passing of the sword he mentioned is likely just that the spring slash emperor sword once gave some slight guidance to the founder of his sect. Otherwise, if it were truly a passing of the sword, his heavenly sect should at least be the heavenly 4th heavenly sect, unless their founder was too foolish to grasp even a fraction. Li Hao instantly understood Elder Wang's implication and further inquired via voice transmission. "What's the story with Earth's 2nd and heavenly 4th? If the rules haven't changed and still follow the 10,000-year-old regulations, then the heavenly sects in the true realm are of 3 types: heaven, earth, and profound. Each is divided into 4 levels, with 1 being the highest and 4 being the lowest. Profound doesn't produce lords, earth doesn't produce kings, heaven doesn't produce emperors." Elder Wang transmitted back. "In short, the earth-rank heavenly sect doesn't have an immortal king. If there is one, it should at least be rated as heavenly 4th. Li Hao immediately realized that this means the sect of the young true immortal before him has at most an immortal lord. The little girl indeed has the utmost sword embryo within her, and it is the supreme chaos void sword embryo. Elder Wang continued to transmit. "Although it's only a prototype, it's a good seed. 10,000 years ago, it would be enough to take her as a disciple of the Tianyi sect." Hearing this detail, Li Hao felt incredibly happy for Lin Qingyue. He withdrew his thoughts and, seeing the young true immortal urging, said, "I'm sorry, we already have a mentor in mind." The young true immortal raised his eyebrows upon hearing Li Hao speak and snorted coldly. "What sector school are you from to think you have the right to speak?" He then turned to look at Lin Qingyue and said, "Make your own decision, and don't worry about him. If he is unwilling, I can easily suppress him with a backhand." Although he really wanted to accept the girl in front of him, he also wanted to give her the opportunity to make her own decision, valuing discerning vision. Lin Qingyue sensed the subtle change in atmosphere and, unwilling to cause trouble, quickly said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I only follow him." Her eyes glanced at Li Hao, her cheeks blushing slightly. After Li Hao survived a near-death trial, she had waited 5 years, longing for this day, now no longer hiding her feelings. The young true immortal could clearly see that this girl had already entrusted her heart, but he was not tempted by her beauty. Though she was indeed a rare beauty, within the major sects of the true realm, the fairies were even more otherworldly and enchanting. He also had someone in his heart, and at this moment, he simply felt it a bit laughable and coldly said, "Your vision is wasting your excellent talent. Very well, since fate has brought us together today, I will make a decision for you. One day, you will thank me." As he finished speaking, Li Hao suddenly felt a surge of killing intent, his eyes deepening. Apparition. Suddenly, the sword light whirled, sweeping horizontally out of the void. The young true immortal swiftly drew his sword from the void and swung it, an action completed in one fluid motion, instantly striking at Li Hao. This startling change made Feng Boping and others only just react, filled with terror. Such an abrupt move to draw a sword and kill was unexpected. However, Li Hao had already anticipated it. He snorted coldly, and the immortal soldier Tao Wu flew out instantaneously, roaring like a fierce tiger, shattering the opponent's sword light in a flash, severing the jade-like sword blade, and then directly piercing the young true immortal's head with a single stroke, as fast as lightning and even more ferocious. In the instant his own life-bound true treasure was severed, the young true immortal reacted, his pupils contracting. But the sword light came too fast, like a streak of silver and white sunlight, piercing through in an instant and stabbing through his pupils before he could even close his eyes. Bang! His head exploded, the immortal path laws being constrained by the intrinsic power on the immortal soldier, losing its regenerative power, directly destroying his flesh. The immortal seal and primordial spirit flew out from its crown, looking at Li Hao in terror.
Is this an immortal soldier? Merely at the true immortal realm first level, and yet able to wield an immortal soldier? What great sect's disciple is out traveling?
The other 3 true immortals reacted, equally shocked, hastily unleashing their true immortal power, forming a Xiao Wu array, linking their auras, looking at Li Hao nervously. This seemingly ordinary young true immortal raised a hand and summoned an immortal soldier, catching them off guard. "I apologize for any offense, I beg your forgiveness," one of the female true immortals hurriedly said, not even daring to inquire about Li Hao's family background. Being capable of controlling an immortal soldier without being counterattacked by it implied that a strong backer of a great sect could command the submission of an immortal soldier. "You said you joined your sect to wield a sword and eradicate injustice. How does your own actions speak of fairness?" Li Hao glanced coldly at the 3 true immortals, then turned to the young true immortal, now left only with his immortal seal and primordial spirit, and said, "This first sword I've brought to the true realm is to cut down this injustice." With that, the Tao Wu immortal soldier swiftly slashed out, letting out an excited shout. It feared not chaos and was bloodthirsty and brutal. If not for Elder Wang accompanying Li Hao, it would have already sought to spill blood. The young true immortal saw that Li Hao was bent on killing, roaring as his immortal seal exploded, its 2 patterns simultaneously shattering. A gust of roaring immortal power surged like a hurricane towards Li Hao. The Tao Wu immortal soldier cleaved through the chaotic roaring immortal power, while 2 original true intents surged fiercely towards Li Hao, accompanied by the remaining might of the young true immortal's primordial spirit, seeking mutual destruction with Li Hao. Li Hao's expression remained calm. The outline of a faint immortal seal emerged on his forehead, and as the face of the young primordial spirit, wrapped within the 2 original true intents, approached ferociously wanting to destroy Li Hao's immortal seal, it saw the faint trace emerging on Li Hao's forehead and froze in disbelief. 1, 2, 3. It was momentarily bewildered. Yet, Li Hao was ruthlessly decisive. With a casual wave, as if extinguishing a wisp of green smoke, He obliterated the two original true intents and the primordial spirit together. A true immortal 8th layer master was reduced to ashes at Li Hao's flick of a finger, leaving the remaining three not even seeing what occurred. Scram! Li Hao said coldly. The three true immortals, terrified, hurriedly turned and fled. As they escaped in panic using sword control, Elder Wang's immortal array was also set up. He descended, glancing at the three silhouettes on the horizon, and said to Li Hao, "A weed is not truly gone until its roots are pulled. Aren't you worried about their revenge? Didn't you say that without Elder Wang, they couldn't cross your immortal array and thus couldn't seek revenge even if their sect master came?" Li Hao said, "What you said is correct." Elder Wang nodded slightly and then smiled faintly, saying, "You have a benevolent heart, which is good. But your status now differs from before. You forgave those who offended you, but I cannot." As his nonchalant words fell, a gentle thunder seemed to echo from afar in the sky. The rumble rolled in from the distant horizon, sounding faint, but Li Hao could imagine the explosive loudness it would be at such a distance. To Elder Wang's actions, Li Hao nodded slightly, saying nothing. He acted according to his inner principles, as do others. "Let's go." Li Hao raised his hand, calling Feng and Lin Qingyue and others to depart, heading towards the vast and spectacular True Realm. Everyone who witnessed Li Hao's methods felt excited, sensing a camaraderie of venturing through the starry seas together. Treading further on this path, Li Hao felt deeply moved. Previously, he came alone, exploring for himself, anxiously traversing the canyon. Now surrounded by friends, with laughter and joy, reaching such a point in life, he felt deeply satisfied. The white bones in the canyon had largely disappeared, as Feng Boping and the others followed behind Li Hao, listening to his introduction to the place. The initial excitement and laughter slowly quieted, replaced by a solemnity in their expressions. At this moment, they realized the ancient history and origins of all heavens. This path was blocked by countless immortal divines who used their white bones to stop the ancient demon, allowing the fake realm to remain. Elder Wang walked alongside Li Hao, his face like shrouded in mist, expressions indistinct. Suddenly, he soared into the air, leaving a transmission message to Li Hao. "You continue on, I will find you." Then his figure disappeared. Li Hao's gaze flickered slightly, knowing Elder Wang had longed to visit this battleground for years and had surely endured agony when he set up the array earlier. Passing through the canyon, Li Hao glanced at a certain location, yet there was no war chariot or figure there now. Nangong Jian, how might he be faring now? Exiting the canyon, the scene unfolding before them was an even more desolate vast battleground, littered with ancient demon skeletons. Everyone was just shocked. The ancient demons that previously menaced all heavens each was frightfully fearsome, and yet here their bodies lay in heaps. Li Hao led them onward. Seeing the ancient demons here were indeed cleared, they encountered no mishaps. Along the way, other true immortals flying from elsewhere passed by distantly, heading towards the direction of the mystical gate. Li Hao knew they would return fruitlessly, disinclined to attend to them, possessing immense trust in Elder Wang's power. Once they ventured beyond the previously untrodden lands, traversing millions of miles, Li Hao saw an expanse of void filled with numerous sparkling points, like undulating stars around a moon. In the center, the luminous glow like a great silver disk drew countless strands of starlight together, forming an immortal gate transmission place. Here there were true immortals guarding, and the arrival of Li Hao and others immediately drew the attention of the guarding true immortals here. They wore silver battle armor, elegantly and archaically styled, wielding identical divine spears. One stepped forward, glanced at Lin Qingyue and the others, and immediately knew their identities. Then, he looked at Li Hao, somewhat surprised, and asked, "Which sect are you from?" "Must I disclose it?" Li Hao asked. The true immortal raised his eyebrows, finding Li Hao's words rather presumptuous, and snorted coldly. "There's no such rule." "All right, you pay 100 immortal stones, they pay 10 each, and those below holy level are calculated at 1 immortal stone each. Pay and move along." With that, he waved his hand to shoo them away. Li Hao thought he might be able to earn a few more here, but he was too lazy to argue. Earlier, having slain those 3 true immortals, he gleaned 20 to 30,000 immortal stones from their belongings, enough to cover the travel fee. As for the 3 dead notes left behind by the immortal emperor's legacy, each worth 1,000,000 immortal stones, he needed to fetch them, though it was uncertain whether he could collect them. Li Hao took out 300 immortal stones, yet did not immediately hand them over, choosing instead to wait for Elder Wang. The true immortal glanced at Li Hao's immortal stones, but didn't rush him and returned to the immortal gate's transmission area. Several days later, Elder Wang's silhouette finally arrived. Seeing the bloodshot in his eyes, Li Hao could not help but sigh inwardly. "Let's go." Upon arrival, Elder Wang said to Li Hao, then glanced at the guarding true immortal. His eyes narrowed as he murmured, "Heavenly Palace?" He stared at the true immortal, his eyes flickering, as if pondering something. Seeing Li Hao watching, Elder Wang regained his composure, frowned and explained via transmission. "If I remember correctly, during that catastrophe, the Heavenly Palace charged at the forefront. Even the immortal emperor perished. How could the Heavenly Palace remain? Could it be that the great emperor of the Heavenly Palace did not fall?" As he spoke, his brows furrowed even more deeply, but soon, he said to Li Hao, "Let's go first, let me understand the current true realm." Li Hao felt something stirring within, but didn't say much, following the elder ahead. The true immortal who had guarded earlier stepped forward to block Elder Wang, demanding transmission immortal stones. Elder Wang merely raised a finger, and another vortex unexpectedly appeared at the transmission area of the immortal gate. The true immortal was immediately dumbfounded by the sight. Raising a hand to condense immortal Tao, transmitting across all domains, this was a skill only possessed by an immortal king. The elderly man before him, he began to tremble. "Let's go." Elder Wang waved his sleeve. Li Hao, along with Feng Boping and others, followed him, entering the newly opened immortal gate's transmission. Here, an immortal king has descended. After they departed, those true immortals guarding the place were all stunned. Flying within the immortal array, wrapped in immortal power, everything moved with extreme smoothness. Before Li Hao and the others could truly Futu City experience it, a majestic city appeared before them, suspended in the starry sky. Heart Inquiry Floating City. Elder Wang saw the city's outline, his gaze slightly shifting. He had followed the immortal gate's transmission path here, unsure to where it would lead, but hadn't expected this. Yet, time had worn away. The city once famed across the true realm 10,000 years ago now had several massive cracks on its walls, seemingly irreparable, with a terrifying claw mark deeply etched upon them. Emerging from the transmission area, they were already outside the city, and immediately true immortals approached, demanding an admission fee. Elder Wang stood in place, dazed, flooded with countless memories. Li Hao listened to the urgings of the guards, unwilling to make a fuss, stepped forward to inquire, then paid 200 immortal stones for entry. "You're rather lucky, our floating city recently has many immortal sects recruiting here. Should you be chosen, you would truly be blessed." The true immortal received the immortal stones, glanced at Li Hao and the others, noted Lin Qingyue and the others' not too advanced cultivation, and chuckled. At this moment, Elder Wang also snapped back to reality, yet his eyes carried a tinge of loneliness. He walked alongside Li Hao, speaking. 10,000 years have passed. Who would have thought Heart Inquiry Floating City would fall to such a state, where even a small array could transmit here, devoid of the aura of sovereign power within. In former days, this was the Futu City that resisted countless death demons from the true realm Abyss Sea. The 10,000 clans considered it an honor to leave their mark here, but now. He looked at the city, still engraved with countless densely packed names, but time had blurred the characters, seemingly leaving them neglected. Elder Wang's eyes betrayed a hint of pain as he stepped into the city. Futu City's gates were immensely towering, like a dark heaven's gate. The entryway led immediately to majestic mountains, where pavilions rose and fell amidst them, with figures sweeping through, rarely treading on flat ground. The emperor's pattern on these gates has dimmed as well. Elder Wang's expression was somber, witnessing the breakdown of many things over these 10,000 years. As soon as they entered the city, a vast aura abruptly descended from afar, accompanied by a roaring sound, as a colossal sword, over 100 miles in diameter and more than 20 miles wide, crossed the sky, looming in countless people's view. Is it the 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower of Tianyi sect? Are they here to recruit too? It's said their tests are extremely stringent. Quick, let's go see. Even just getting in to do odd jobs would be good. Instantly, many true immortals flying nearby chased after it, among them numerous holy level beings. Li Hao and the others looked up, seeing many figures flying ahead, all following that giant sword. Tianyi sect? Isn't that one of the top sects in the true realm? Li Hao's gaze changed slightly. If the rules hadn't changed over the past 100,000 years, then it's probably correct. He glanced at Lin Qingyue and immediately led the others to follow. Besides Lin Qingyue, he himself is also a sword cultivator. Although he possesses the inheritance of the heavenly calamity immortal emperor, mastering more kinds of sword intent would only bring benefits, not harm. After all, his cultivation merely needs recording, which doesn't consume much time. Elder Wang accompanied Li Hao, looking from afar, seemingly seeing the scenery miles away. Recollections appeared in his eyes as he transmitted his voice to Li Hao. You accompany these young fellows, I'll go search for the reincarnated body of the Shi Miao Divine Lady. Li Hao paused, hurriedly transmitting back, then I'll go with you. No need. Elder Wang shook his head slightly, transmitting. I searched earlier on the battlefield. The time fluctuation of the Shi Miao Divine Lady has already disappeared. She's likely been in the true realm for quite some time, this world's space more tightly knit, and traces quickly smoothed over. This place is just the southern domain. I must go to Dome Abyss to find the blind old man's statue, to let it calculate. Who knows if it's still there? He said to Li Hao. You provided the clue, I will do my utmost to search. Here are 3 spiritual leaves for you. Keep them safe. He raised his hand to give Li Hao 3 green and crystal clear spiritual leaves, glowing with divine light, placed into his hand. 1 leaf, 1 blade, it can strike 3 blades for you. Below king level, certain death. Even kings can be forced to retreat. As he spoke, he again raised his hand, lightly touching Li Hao's forehead. A silver winding mark engraved on Li Hao's forehead, like a 3rd vertical eye, but it quickly sank into Li Hao's body. This is my immortal country's original imprint. If you encounter danger, call for help, and I can instantly teleport through the immortal country, so you needn't worry. He arranged everything, quietly looking at Li Hao. Li Hao froze, seeing Elder Wang's gentle and warm gaze, seemingly understanding something. Cultivate well. If you truly find the reincarnated body of the Shi Miao Divine Lady, you will become a direct disciple. Then, you'll compete with her for the immortal emperor's inheritance. With your current strength, you're still far from it. He softly transmitted in a low voice with earnest advice. Li Hao remained silent, then nodded silently. Though he had no strong desire to inherit the immortal emperor's legacy, he knew that sitting in that position meant being unable to control his own destiny. After Elder Wang entrusted everything, he quietly vanished into the void, leaving without a trace. Only Li Hao stood holding 3 spiritual leaves, radiating a divine glow. The others, noticing Li Hao stop in place, then realized he was 1 person short. Where is that elder senior? Someone asked. He's gone to pave the way for me. Li Hao looked towards the horizon, speaking softly, then he stored the 3 spiritual leaves. Only now he realized that the old man cultivated the blade, not the sword. After crossing the grand mountain towers, Li Hao and the others finally saw this vast and boundless city. Inside were mountains and rivers, countless peaks, endless buildings stretching on without end, like an expansive endless world, impossible to see at a glance. Li Hao traced the fluctuations left by the giant sword earlier, leading the sword master and Feng along. With numerous mountains and rivers below them, they quickly reached the city center. The closer they got, the more densely packed the buildings became. Majestic structures around them stood like gigantic steep swords, or like clock towers, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. The stone blocks of the structures were coarse, yet they seemed solidly formed by ages, giving an unshakable impression. Upon arriving through the air, they saw a plaza here, with that giant sword, miles long, spanning the sky like a heavenly bridge, uncrossable and insurmountable. Many figures stood beneath the giant sword's shadow, gazing up, discussing animatedly. The 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower only accepts sword cultivators. If not, we should seek another sect. Indeed, I see the Wind and Thunder Pavilion is here too. Luckily, I possess the original true intent of Wind Dao. Joining them should not pose a problem. Not so easy. These Tiandeng sects heavily test the Dao heart. That heart inquiry tower must resonate at least 5 times. Around them, many people whispered, discussing. On their way, Li Hao had transmitted the True Realm's language through divine thought to Feng and the others. Though they could communicate with True Realm's immortal divine without it, using primordial spirit's true intent, that would make others immediately discern them as outsiders, leading to inevitable bullying and contempt. Li Hao turned his head, seeing a towering giant tower standing in the plaza's center, rising to the sky. The tower's top reached into the clouds, its peak obscured, yet the tower body was tilted, its outer eaves and edges damaged. At the 7th flying eve, there was a bright red bloodstain splashed, seemingly fresh. How could there be blood there? Some new arrivals from various places asked out of curiosity. Could someone have dared to cause trouble at Heart Inquiry Tower, where violence is prohibited? You misunderstand. That isn't ordinary blood, but Emperor's blood from 10,000 years ago. I came here 30,000 years ago and saw it just as vividly as today. Emperor's blood neither fades nor diminishes through eternity. Someone responded. Li Hao's eyes flickered. Emperor's blood-staining Heart Inquiry Tower. What great event happened there in the past? At this moment, above the mile-long giant sword, a group of figures hovered, arriving at the sword's edge, overlooking countless true immortals and holy-level cultivators on the colossal plaza. I am the elder of the 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower, Kui Yuesheng. A voice full of majesty yet indifferent descended from above, resonating in the ears of the crowd in the square. By the immortal decree of the sect, I am here to gather blessings and recruit heavenly pride disciples. All those who are in the true immortal realm with a soul life not exceeding 3,000 years may participate, but if of holy level, only a soul life of less than 1,000 years is required. Selection criteria: first, you must be a sword cultivator. Second, your Tao heart must transcend the heavenly level, with 5 resonances at the heart inquiry, having the aspiration to transcend a mortal divine and the cosmos. Third, I will leave behind a sword intent shortly. Those who can comprehend it will be considered qualified. Those who meet the above conditions can become disciples and enter the sect. Among them, the outstanding can directly become inner sect disciples. The time for accepting disciples will last for 1 month, please hurry. As the words fell, many sword cultivators on the square boiled over, but many whose soul lives had passed were crestfallen. Just the soul life age alone screened them out. Looks like us old folks have no chance. Feng Boping looked at the swordmaster, a hint of regret in his eyes. He knew the swordmaster was a sword cultivator with exceptional talent in the sword Tao. However, his soul life had long exceeded 3,000, even reaching 30,000, thus unable to join the sect as a disciple. The sword master slightly raised his head, his brow furrowing slightly. Li Hao had transmitted the matters of the true realm to him, making him aware that the force on this giant sword was the Tianyi sect, one of the top heavenly sect forces in the true realm. And moreover, it was a sword Tao force, which his heart yearned for, but the harsh requirements left him without a chance. He sighed deeply with regret, intending to explore the true meaning of the sword Tao in the true realm, to see the more ultimate and transcendental sword Tao, yet the door was directly shut. The requirements of the 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower seemed to be prepared for the next Southern Domain battle. Indeed, that Southern Domain battle requires participants to have a soul life of less than 10,000 years. They are clearly aiming to contend. No choice, this time's Southern Domain battle is said to reshuffle many forces in the Southern Domain, ranking them according to heavenly sect power. All the sects are striving hard. Many low voices of discussion came from around. Li Hao scanned around, seeing many people rushing towards the towering Heart Inquiry Tower, eager to test and prove their Tao heart. He glanced at the swordmaster and others. Saints have a long lifespan, they don't show signs of aging even at 100,000 years, while true immortals can share the lifespan of heaven and earth, living for 1,000,000 years. Nangong Jian, who stayed on the ancient battlefield, has been there for a full 100,000 years. Still, most true immortals fall in the pursuit of fortune and cultivation, rarely dying of old age. Haoshan, with your age, you could become a disciple of this 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower. The swordmaster smiled at Li Hao. Feng Boping looked at Li Hao, also smiling, not regretting his inability to join the sect at all, and said, "This is a top force in the true realm. If you can become a disciple there, you can progress faster and further." Li Hao shook his head slightly, saying, "If they cannot accept you, I will take you to seek another heavenly sect." "Absolutely not." Hearing Li Hao say this, Feng Boping's expression changed slightly, quickly said, "Don't let us hold you back. Everyone has their own path. Our journey can only reach here, but yours is still far and long. No matter how distant the journey, if without your presence, it is just a dead path. The scenery along the way is what matters." Li Hao said. Feng Boping and the swordmaster exchanged glances. Although they had long known Li Hao's nature, they still felt a kind of indescribable emotion. "You child, truly foolish," Feng Boping said, still wanting to persuade further, when suddenly a voice came from above. It was another cold woman's voice, like the chill of a winter spring, refreshing the mind, calming thoughts. If those exceeding soul life can meet the Tao heart requirement and comprehend the sword intent, they can enter the sect, but whether they become inner sect disciples will depend on their performance after joining. Upon hearing this, many cheers erupted on the square again. Obviously, many surpassing soul life were excited. Feng Boping and the Swordmaster were also stunned, becoming pleased and excited. Seems you have hope after all, Feng Boping said with a smile to the Swordmaster. The Swordmaster nodded slightly, his eyes showing a glow as he gazed at the towering Heart Inquiry Tower, saying, "But he said it requires 5 resonances at the Heart Inquiry Tower. I wonder if I can achieve it." Li Hao knew that 5 resonances of the Tao Heart meant transcending the heavenly level, reaching the chaotic Tao Heart realm. Whether the Swordmaster could achieve it, he didn't know, so he said, "If so, let's go test at the Heart Inquiry Tower first." All right. Everyone agreed, and among the crowd, Zhan Tan and others were also full of smiles, enthusiastic, yet knowing their cultivation might struggle to be accepted by the 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower. At this time, everyone came in front of the Heart Inquiry Tower, where many figures came and went. From inside occasionally came a buzzing resonance, and those who stepped out still had the echo of heaven and earth on them, though faint, it could be heard. "I'll go first," the Swordmaster said to Li Hao, then with a serious expression flew towards the Heart Inquiry Tower. Li Hao watched him enter, then looked at Lin Qingyue. "Wait for me." Lin Qingyue gazed at Li Hao with focus, saying softly, with unprecedented determination in her eyes. She had tested her own Tao heart before, just at the heavenly level, but whether there had been changes now, she didn't know, needing to verify once again. As her figure floated away like a blue cloud, Li Hao withdrew his gaze, looking at the others, saying, "If you want to test, feel free to go. In future visits to other sects for apprenticeship, it will likely be needed." Upon hearing Li Hao's words, everyone immediately rushed toward the Heart Inquiry Tower. Feng Boping noticed Li Hao standing still, and asked, "Aren't you going?" "I've already taken the test beforehand," Li Hao replied. Feng Boping was surprised, and couldn't help but laugh. "Looking at you, you must have passed, right?" Li Hao chuckled. The 9 echoes of heaven and earth indeed confirmed that he had met the standard. "Then I won't wait for you, I'm going to take a look too." Feng Boping said with a smile, bid farewell to Li Hao, and flew towards the Heart Inquiry Tower. At the moment, near the 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower in the sky, the cold woman who had spoken earlier raised her hand and carved a sword mark in the void. Li Hao glanced up, and felt the sword mark was sharp and piercing, yet it held a majestic aura encapsulating mountains and rivers. His eyes narrowed as he sensed the extraordinary sword intent. At the same time, a panel prompt flashed before his eyes. "Mastered the rudimentary swordsmanship, 10,000 Mountains initial style, recorded?" Record. Quickly, a new swordsmanship appeared on the panel. Li Hao glanced at the grade. It was of the superior immortal level, indicating it was an upper-level cultivation technique known to true immortals. The cultivation techniques practiced by immortal lords involve the power of the law origin, known as source-level techniques, which are the foundational teachings of sects and not easily disseminated.
But this swordsmanship a mere initial move reached the level of superior immortal, suggesting that the technique itself is probably source level, or even surpasses it.
However, wanting to access further advanced cultivation requires apprenticeship with the sect. After recording the cultivation technique, Li Hao did not rush to seek apprenticeship but wandered around waiting for the sword master and others to emerge. He left a projection and trace of his aura at a location to make it easier for them to find him when they exited the Heart Inquiry Tower, while his true self roamed the vast square. Calling it a square seemed modest given its vastness, with the Heart Inquiry Tower standing like a heavenly pillar and surrounded by tall buildings offering fragrant drinks, tea, and alluring food aromas. Li Hao's appetite stirred. The dishes of True Realm, cooked delicacies from demon cultivators and treasures of the true immortal realm, how would they taste? Would it be a misuse of their rarity? He entered a tavern near the Heart Inquiry Tower, where the aroma was strongest, and inside were highly enthusiastic debates among cultivators from various places, most belonging to the holy level, conversing in hushed tones, adorned in holy robe immortal clothes, indicating their origins from various true immortal families. Li Hao listened to the news from various paths to understand and familiarize himself with the true realm, meanwhile casually choosing a window-side terrace to sit. Soon, his requested specialty dish was served. Li Hao, without hesitation, poured a cup of wine and started savoring spicy deep-fried dragon sinews. The oil was extracted from dragon fat, with a pervasive fragrance, activating immense immortal power within the dragon sinews. A single bite turned his mouth into a flowing stream of immortal power permeating throughout his body. offering not only an exquisite taste but also enhancing cultivation, comparable to absorbing the power of 10 immortal stones. Yet, one serving of the deep-fried dragon sinews cost as much as 100 immortal stones. Having collected 30,000 immortal stones earlier, Li Hao had enough to splurge for now, possessing some wealth. After all, he hadn't considered establishing property in the true realm yet, otherwise, this small fortune wouldn't be enough to avoid debt. Strictly speaking, for eating and drinking alone, he wouldn't run out of it was simply inexhaustible. What a pity, the knife work in preparing the dragon sinews isn't sufficient, causing immortal power to spill out, or the flavor could be better. But the wine's taste is indeed quite good. Li Hao indulged heartily, feeling quite satisfied, planning to invite Feng and others to taste it as well once they finished the trials. The chef preparing the dish must have at least reached the 9th stage. Hey, young friend, drinking alone is so lonely, how about I accompany you? Suddenly, a chuckling voice sounded, followed by an old man with a wine gourd on his back walking over, appearing ragged like a street beggar, with a red nose and slightly intoxicated eyes, smiling at Li Hao. Speaking, he sat down heavily on the stool next to Li Hao, his eyes fixed firmly on the wine pot on the table. Li Hao smelled the unpleasant sour aroma of wine emanating from the old man, and couldn't help but wave his hand, isolating the smell, casually saying, "If you want to drink, go ahead." Saying no more, he continued drinking and eating, mouthful after mouthful. The old man chuckled, picked up the wine pot, and started drinking straight from it, showing a satisfied expression after draining it, then looked at Li Hao with a sly smile in his eyes, saying, "You are quite an interesting person." Li Hao observed his direct manner of drinking, slightly furrowing his brow, sighing helplessly, and instructed the servant to bring another pot, while chewing on a piece of dragon sinew, saying,
Because I gave you a drink. No, it's because although you clearly dislike the smell emanating from me and disapprove of my style, yet you still offer me a drink. That's the interesting part.
Li Hao responded indifferently, "That's because when someone asks me for a drink, I never refuse." "Why?" "Because I won't refuse a lonely person." The old man paused, then laughed heartily, grabbing the incoming wine pot from the servant, serving Li Hao a full cup, before drinking directly from the pot. "Only drinking wine, not eating food?" Li Hao observed him and said blandly, "Good wine paired with good food, that's the ultimate harmony." "Makes sense." Hearing this, the old man grabbed food from the platter with his hands, stuffing it into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, "Not bad, not bad, the flavor is indeed good." Li Hao did not touch the platter he grabbed but quickly picked up and ate the nearby dishes, saying afterward, "Enjoy at your pace, I need to step out for a moment." All right, it's rare to meet a kindred soul. Go ahead," the old man laughed, cheerfully waving his hand. Li Hao turned around and went downstairs, saw the waiter approaching, he casually pointed upstairs as a gesture, and then left the tavern. About 30 minutes after Li Hao left, the elder who was upstairs drinking and eating extravagantly noticed something amiss, swept his divine thought around, and his eyes suddenly widened, seeming to sober up considerably. "Where's that stinking brat?" At this moment, the waiter came before him, respectfully saying, "Sir, would you like to settle the bill?" "Elder. So you never refuse others a drink. No wonder he's so generous, turns out I'm footing the bill." He was furious, almost jumping up, having wandered around for years, only to be tricked by a little kid. Good, don't let me run into you again," the elder said angrily. Then, under the waiter's eager smile, he blew his beard and glared, reluctantly pulling out a pouch of immortal stone from his sleeve, which was almost all he had left. Achoo! Strolling to the edge of the square, Li Hao sneezed, rubbed his nose, muttered a bit, and then glanced around. Most people were gathered around the Heart Inquiry Tower, while this place was relatively quiet, with a small mountain, atop which sat a figure. This hill was low, less than 100 meters, level with the tavern. Under the majestic Heart Inquiry Tower, it looked like a low dirt mound. Li Hao smelled a whiff of liquor, followed the aroma to the hilltop, and saw an elder in a silver-gray long robe, casually leaning against a greenwood tree, gazing towards the cliff-like deep valley at the square's edge. There, clouds and mists drifted, seemingly ever-changing. At that moment, the elder took a sip of his drink, the aroma spreading, then sealed the bottle, raised the large pipe held in his left hand, took a couple of puffs, and gently exhaled a mist towards the cliff-like deep valley. It seemed that the expanse of clouds there was all condensed from his exhalation. Li Hao glanced twice, his eyes slightly focused, then showed a hint of surprise. He stepped forward to the edge of the hill, strained to look, and finally confirmed that there are invisible hidden threads within the mist. Those threads gather and disperse unpredictably like laws, seemingly attracting something. "Senior, are you fishing?" Li Hao looked down at the elder, then felt a bit rude, so he squatted down. The elder puffed on the large pipe, and upon hearing Li Hao's words, the smoke he exhaled obscured his face, making his expression vague and indistinct. His voice was as cold as an ice knife under the eaves, yet at this moment his tone was rather calm, saying, "You can see it." Li Hao smiled and sat down, saying, "I've got a rough idea." "Is that so?" The elder turned his head, his gaze fell upon Li Hao's face. Li Hao sensed that the elder seemed to seriously scrutinize him, from head to face, from hair to eyes, including the fine pores on his face. Holding the rod in the lake, yet not the angler. The elder turned away, no longer looking at Li Hao, his eyes tranquil like a deep lake, said, "There are 9 dragon sparrows here, see if you can hook one." "Dragon sparrows?" Li Hao was surprised and curiously asked, "What level of cultivation, what strength?" "Afraid? An angler never fears." Li Hao's expression immediately hardened. An angler only fears the catch isn't big enough, never fears casting the line. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and pointed, immortal power condensed like silk, original true intent infused, leaping into the mist. He used hidden threads to explore the mist, searching for the dragon sparrow traces the elder mentioned, but within the mist, it seemed extremely calm, without any fluctuations or signs. Li Hao's eyes showed doubt. Could it be that the elder was making it up? He glanced at the elder before him, feeling the elder was indeed fishing, so this was likely not nonsense. He didn't think much more. Fishing is all about patience. He sat cross-legged, quietly fishing, silently feeling the changes within the mist. Meanwhile, the elder's wrist suddenly trembled. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Mine is already hooked." While speaking, the hidden thread flicked from his fingertips, suddenly condensed from loose, and then pulled straight, extending deep into the mist, beyond Li Hao's perception. Suddenly, as if a giant thing was stirring, a terrible fluctuation shook through. Li Hao sensed changes in the mist, his expression slightly changed, peering intently, his heart also lifted. Although he wasn't the one who personally caught the prey, there was still a sense of secretly cheering for the elder. Soon, the mist suddenly scattered, and a black dot flew out. Li Hao initially thought it would be a gigantic creature thousands of meters big, but the catch turned out to be a silhouette a few meters long, with golden scales like feathers, shaped like a sparrow, with a dragon-like tail, sharp claws, and dragon head, exuding divine authority and power. The elder raised his hand, enveloped by the heaven and earth space, and contained it, without causing much commotion. Yet Li Hao faintly felt that this dragon sparrow had extreme brute strength, capable of easily killing ordinary true immortals. "Mine is already hooked, it seems yours has some way to go." The elder kept the dragon sparrow, glanced at Li Hao, and said with a light chuckle. Li Hao said, "I've just arrived." "Yes, you've just arrived, but I've been here for a long time." To this statement, the elder showed a recognized expression, nodded, then patted Li Hao's shoulder, saying, "Seeing your technique, your fishing skills are strong." Simple understanding. The elder laughed heartily, took a puff of the big pipe, inhaled and exhaled, said, "Take your time fishing, this old man will head back, it's been a bit noisy lately, really can't get a good night's sleep." With that, he wobbly stood up, his spine hunched, and shakily walked off carrying the wine jug. Only then did Li Hao notice, he limped a bit while walking. Watching the other party leave, Li Hao's thoughts remained on the fishing, and after saying goodbye, he turned back and seriously resumed fishing. On the other side, at the projection place left in the square by Li Hao, Feng Boping and others arrived one after another. Most of them had been tested in the Heart Inquiry Tower and achieved a heavenly Tao heart, but only Lin Qingyue reached the level of 5 echoes. The resonance still lingered on her, and anyone could hear it as long as it was stirred. "We are not her match, it seems we're truly old." Feng Boping and others were surprised and couldn't help but smile wryly. The swordmaster was also observing Lin Qingyue with interest, clearly not expecting this little girl in the sect to have a better Tao heart than himself. Everyone went for the test, and only Lin Qingyue reached 5 echoes, having the highest Tao heart realm among them. Seeing the gazes from everyone, Lin Qingyue blushed. She had previously verified a heavenly Tao heart with only 4 echoes, but somehow she reached 5 echoes now. She thought it might be the excruciating 5-year wait that transformed her Tao heart. "Your soul life is sufficient, and your Tao heart now meets the requirement. You can comprehend that sword intent. If you succeed, you'll become a disciple of a top sect in the true realm. Li Hao's projection said to Lin Qingyue. Lin Qingyue asked, and what about you? I am also comprehending. Li Hao's projection replied. Hearing this, Lin Qingyue felt relieved and didn't inquire about Li Hao's Tao heart. In her mind, what she could achieve, Li Hao could certainly achieve. This young man was always dazzling and out of reach in her eyes. Lin Qingyue proceeded to the 10,000 Mountain Sword Tower in the high sky to comprehend the sword intent. A figure flew from the giant sword to inspect Lin Qingyue's Tao heart, and upon hearing the 5 echoes and seeing her soul life not even 1,000 years old, showed satisfaction. Although Lin Qingyue was merely a semi-saint, having such a Tao heart at this level of cultivation marked her as remarkable. Look quickly, someone can go comprehend that sword intent. A Tao heart of 5 echoes, yet that little girl is only a semi-saint. A mere semi-saint's Tao heart surpasses our true immortals? Many people looked up, their eyes filled with envy. In the void, Lin Qingyue saw that, besides herself, only 2 others were in the area by the giant sword. At this moment, both were focusing on the sword intent in the void ahead, undistracted by her arrival. As long as you comprehend this sword intent, you succeed. The young man in the true treasure silver robe on the giant sword smiled and said. Lin Qingyue had previously observed this sword intent, but watching from below presented obstacles. Here, however, it seemed tangible and she could clearly sense the various fluctuations it emitted. She took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and began to comprehend earnestly. She wanted to catch up to Li Hao's pace. Inside her, where the broken sword embryo had been, a void sword embryo had already formed, and now faint sword shadows, like starlight, floated within it. My Tao heart is not enough. It seems I need to comprehend the Tao heart first. The swordmaster, after seeing Lin Qingyue go to comprehend that sword intent, retracted his gaze and said goodbye to Li Hao's projection temporarily, then left the place. Li Hao's projection, accompanied by Feng and others, continued to roam around the square. Besides the 10,000 Mountain Sword Tower recruiting disciples, many other sects were here for disciple recruitment as well. Among them were the Earth sect and the Heavenly sect, which had relatively accessible requirements. Soon, Kai Guang, Lin Shuhai, and others all found sects suitable for themselves. The true realm is vast, it is time for us to part ways. The literary saint said, as he and his disciple Lin Shuhai, among others, intended to apprentice under a Heavenly Four sect, fitting their path as they fought with poetry and books. Li Hao wanted to persuade them otherwise, but seeing their minds made up, he knew more words were futile. Moreover, he could not provide them with resources for cultivation in their chosen path of the sword. We have journeyed together for some time, in the future, we shall have the chance to meet again. The true realm is vast, let us explore it individually. Feng Boping said as he bid farewell to the literary saint. One bore a scholarly spirit and a righteous aura, the other was the ill-reputed thief saint. Despite their contrasting reputations, their time together in the Haitian sacred land had forged a mutual understanding, making their parting somewhat poignant. Others also came to realize they each had their paths to tread, and with varying levels of talent, it was up to fate if they would meet again. Kai Guang, Zhan Tan, and others apprenticed into the Earth sect, which had more flexible standards and, because of their high talents, they were top prodigies among the all heavens, with hopes of advancing to inner sect disciples in the future. Over time, fewer people remained around Li Hao's projection. Seeing Feng find a suitable sect, the Tomb sect, one specializing in stealing treasures from forbidden lands for trade and known for its wide connections within the heavenly sects, Li Hao nodded in understanding. Old man, I won't stay by your side to burden you. I'll wait to see you reach the pinnacle of the 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower, and then I'll come to you. Feng Boping said to Li Hao with a smile, though his eyes betrayed reluctance. Li Hao could tell that Feng didn't truly want to apprentice under the Tomb sect. He simply wanted to sever personal ties so as not to burden Li Hao with worries. I'll be waiting for you. Li Hao didn't try to persuade him otherwise, he just spoke firmly. Feng Boping revealed a contented smile as he bid farewell to Li Hao. Days passed. Exclamations came from the square. Someone emerged from the 8th level of the Heart Inquiry Tower, flying out from the clouds above. Good heavens, look quickly. I just felt the vibration of the Heart Inquiry Tower, and I've heard it requires at least an eternal Tao heart to elicit such a reaction. The Heart Inquiry Tower, damaged in the Great War of Emperor's Fall, was said to be an immortal prohibited emperor weapon, capable of verifying the heavenly Tao emperor heart. Who is she? Which sect does she want to apprentice to? In the entire square, hundreds of thousands of people, including true immortal talents from various places, all looked up to the misty clouds. A towering woman with long green tresses that fell like ink floated down from within. Her physique was much larger than others, yet her posture was graceful and elegant, exuding a divine beauty, without any sense of coarseness, instead appearing glamorous and majestic. It seems to be the Calamity clan. Is it them? Legend has it that the outings of the Calamity clan are always accompanied by disaster and chaos. No one dares to marry them. No one dares to wed them. Unexpectedly, their clan has emerged here. The clan that once pursued the emperor, no wonder they possess such a Tao heart. The square erupted, various discussions arose, many elder eyes revealed sighs, while some youthful talents furrowed their brows, the previously admiring eyes turned vigilant at once. On the mountain top, Li Hao sat there. He was still fishing for the dragon sparrow in the clouds. Upon hearing these cheers, he couldn't help but glance once, seeing that graceful and beautiful woman flying towards the 10,000 Mountains sword tower. Only then did he withdraw his gaze. Ah, Calamity! Beside him, the old man puffing on a large pipe sneered, eyes showing mockery, yet seemingly mocking the voices of those discussing. Li Hao unexpectedly glanced at him. The past few days this elder would come to fish, yet never caught the dragon sparrow, and spoke very little. You're so distracted, seems like you can't catch it. Feeling Li Hao's gaze, the old man snorted lightly, expression slightly cold. Among the many elders Li Hao encountered, this one felt more difficult to approach. He chuckled, saying, fishing is about going with the flow, why force it? Is that your excuse for always returning empty-handed? The old man sneered. Li Hao didn't retreat, calmly replied, aren't you the same? The old man had never been countered like this, eyes narrowed, glanced sideways at Li Hao, but seeing Li Hao's gentle smile, the old man squinted his eyes, blew a puff of smoke, and calmly said, fish patiently, fish with heart. He emphasized the word, heart, then opened his wine gourd, drinking a mouthful. Soon, a rustling sound came from the grass outside the mountain, followed by a figure climbing up gasping for breath, sniffing around, smelling the aroma of wine, immediately ran over, seeing the old and young sitting behind the tree. Good wine. This person saw Li Hao fishing nearby, his eyes widened instantly, then rolled up his sleeves, grabbed Li Hao's robe, saying, you brat, finally caught you. Li Hao recognized him as an elder who freeloaded at the tavern earlier, patted the back of his hand, calmly said, don't wrinkle my clothes. The elder wanted to be rough, but suddenly felt a chill in his heart. An inexplicable feeling made him shudder inside, subconsciously releasing Li Hao's clothes. He glanced at the old man puffing on a pipe nearby, looked up and down, seemed to notice something, eyes revealing amazement. He didn't shout anymore, but sat down beside him, yet looking at Li Hao with some resentment. In all these years, you're the first to trick this old man. I invited you for a drink, you paid for me. How did I trick you? Li Hao retorted. The elder almost fainted with rage from what was said. He didn't argue with Li Hao, but glanced at the wine gourd in the lame old man's hand, showing a hint of greed. He chuckled. This wine, how about lending me a sip? The lame old man glanced sideways at him, didn't respond, just continued smoking. The elder, seeing him like this, felt he was asking for trouble, sighed, with a bit of self-pity. Didn't expect the once emperor's remnant line like me, now can't even beg for a sip of wine. Saying this, he sneakily glanced at the lame old man. The lame old man seemed not to hear, just continued drinking. The elder, seeing this, eyes showed disappointment. It seemed he truly couldn't get this sip of wine. He sighed, turned towards Li Hao, saying, brat, you came here to apprentice as well. Why are you still here leisurely? No one willing to take you? If no one is willing, this old man can reluctantly take you under my wing. My Dream 9 Abyss sect was TNE sect 10,000 years ago. How about it? Saying this, he watched Li Hao with interest. Li Hao paused at the mention of Dream 9 Abyss. He suddenly thought of his swordsmanship. Immortal guides the way. This was the swordsmanship of Dream 9 Abyss. The swordsmanship within the heavenly calamity illusion realm. During Li Hao's leisure chess plays, he had asked Elder Wang. Dream 9 Abyss was a power established by the bloodline of the heavenly calamity immortal emperor in the past. Dream 9 Abyss. Li Hao looked at the elder with a drink soy nose, eyes revealing contemplation. So, the elder with a drink soy nose urged. Li Hao thought for a while, said, Can I bring someone else to join? Bring who? The elder with a drink soy nose said irritably. You think my Dream 9 Abyss is a place for just anyone? It's good enough to take you, and you want to bring others in. 10,000 years ago, my Dream 9 Abyss sect was already Tianyi sect. Do you understand what this means? Li Hao said, if unwilling then forget it, you brat. The elder with a drink soy nose revealed annoyance. If he hadn't noticed Li Hao's body glowing with immortal light, indicating an extraordinary immortal physique, he wouldn't be so polite. Fine, I'll make an exception for you once, he gritted his teeth saying. Li Hao was somewhat surprised, said, you haven't tested me, yet you agreed to this condition? Of course, there must be a test. The Tao Heart resonance must reach 5 at the 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower. My Dream 9 Abyss requires a resonance of 6. If you can make the Tao Heart resonate at 6, you can join, and I'll teach you a move. Immortal guides the way. If you can comprehend it within 7 days, you'll qualify for apprenticeship, and I can make an exception to recruit another, even if the other is a waste. The elder with a drink soy nose stated immediately, arms crossed, a proud look on his face. Li Hao was speechless, feeling if he hadn't raised this matter, the other wouldn't have had so many demands. So, are you confident? The elder with a drink soy nose glanced at Li Hao, but the taunt was too basic. After all, it was the remnant line of an immortal emperor. When choosing between the 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower and Dream 9 Abyss, Li Hao naturally leaned towards the latter. He nodded slightly, then said, no problem. Good, then go to the Heart Inquiry Tower. Let me see, haha. Those guys sure as I expected. Dare not accept the Calamity Clan, I'll go ahead. The elder with a drink soy nose said, eyes looked into the distance, showing a proud smile. Li Hao followed his gaze, seeing at the 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower, the elegant and beautiful woman who came from the Heart Inquiry Tower earlier was blocked outside the giant sword of the 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower. The other had long green hair fluttering, yet the expression was cold and stern. Miss, please find another place. Wan Shan Sword Tower's Kui Yuesheng said. The beautiful lady Shenzhao's almond eyes contained a hint of anger. She said, as a member of the Tianyi sect, are you really this cowardly? Kui Yuesheng frowned slightly and snorted coldly. Miss, do not speak nonsense. You are from the Calamity Clan. Though you have great potential, you lack the fortune of a prodigy. I'm merely considering the well-being of our sect's million disciples. HMPH, even the fortune of a great sect dares not resist the calamity on me. The beautiful lady Shenzhaohua sneered, her eyes showing disdain. Kui Yuesheng's expression turned cold. He said, if you continue speaking nonsense, disaster will descend immediately. Feeling the aura of power emanating from him, the beautiful lady Shenzhaohua slightly clenched her delicate fingers, unwilling to retreat. She practiced sword Dao and had already inquired. Among the many forces present here, only the Wan Shan Sword Tower suited her best. She also wished to learn an emperor sword technique from the Wan Shan Sword Tower. If she retreated now, she would have no further opportunities. As her almond eyes flickered with determination, a figure accompanied by the scent of alcohol drifted over. Miss, if this place doesn't accept you, there are surely others that will, why insist? A red-nosed old man said with a chuckle, standing beside the lady. The beautiful lady Shenzhao's eyes turned slightly, sensing the latent power from the red-nosed old man. Her gaze tightened as she asked, which sect are you from? Are you willing to accept me? The red-nosed old man thought this young girl truly did not know how to speak. Announcing his sect in front of the Wan Shan Sword Tower, isn't it asking for unnecessary trouble? He chuckled and said. Let's talk somewhere else. Kui Yuesheng slightly narrowed his eyes, recognizing the identity of the red-nosed old man. His eyebrows revealed a slight surprise as he said indifferently. Great Dream 9 Abysses, what courage, are you planning to smash the pot and let it go? The red-nosed old man's face changed slightly, realizing he was seen through. He stopped hiding and said with a faint smile. Youngster, watch your words. 10,000 years ago, Great Dream 9 Abysses was the Tianyi sect. At that time the Wan Shan Sword Tower didn't even exist. And what about now? Kui Yuesheng retorted with a cold smile. The red-nosed old man was momentarily stunned, a hint of coldness appearing in his eyes. At the same time, the wine gourd on his back seemed to heat up, and the ambient temperature around them began to rise slowly. Kui Yuesheng felt the subtle aura emanating from his opponent, like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss, causing a warning in his heart, and his gaze deepened involuntarily. Senior, if you are willing to accept me, I promise not to disappoint you. At this time, the beautiful lady Shenzhaohua spoke up, looking directly at the red-nosed old man, her expression exceptionally serious. Upon hearing this, the red-nosed old man's gathered momentum slowly dissipated. Adopting the demeanor of a reclusive master, he gently stroked his beard and smiled. What Wan Shan Sword Tower dares not accept, we at Great Dream Nine Abysses dare. What Wan Shan Sword Tower lacks in swordsmanship, we at Great Dream Nine Abysses have. Young girl, coming to Great Dream Nine Abysses is your correct choice. His clothes were tattered like a beggar's, combined with his current demeanor and stance, it was somewhat comical. But the beautiful lady Shenzhaohua didn't show any disdain or ridicule in her eyes, instead, she nodded earnestly. Yu Shi of the Calamity Clan, willing to become a disciple under the senior. Haha, no rush, no rush, when we return to the sect, there will be a formal apprenticeship ceremony. The red-nosed old man laughed heartily. Being able to accept such a monster with 8 echoes of the heart inquiry, even though she is from the Calamity Clan, her talent is undoubtedly exceptional. Kui Yuesheng observed this scene, a cold smile appearing on his lips, and without further words, he turned and walked back to the giant sword. How should I address you, senior, and what are the requirements for your sect's acceptance of disciples? Yu Shi inquired. Earlier she had only revealed the power of 8 echoes of the heart inquiry and the eternal Tao heart. She initially intended to showcase her swordsmanship at the Wan Shan Sword Tower, but they directly refused her. Your Tao heart is enough, I believe your talent won't be inferior. The red-nosed old man said. Hearing him say this, Yu Shi didn't ask further. She believed that her swordsmanship wasn't inferior to the many prodigies on this square seeking a master. She had merely glanced at the sword intent left by the Wan Shan Sword Tower from afar and had already gleaned some insight. If she delved into it seriously, she believed she could grasp it within 3 days. When shall we return to the sect? Yu Shi asked. No hurry, there is another youngster, let's wait for him. The red-nosed old man said with a chuckle. I'm just not sure if that youngster can meet the requirements. He pondered to himself. He had previously mentioned 6 echoes of the heart inquiry to display the prowess of Great Dream Nine Abysses in front of that youth. However, if the boy couldn't reach it, even 5 echoes would still be adequate, and if it was just 4 echoes, he would later assess his talent in Sword Dao, and if he could pass, he might still accept him. After all, the current Great Dream Nine Abysses is not what it was 10,000 years ago. Yu's eyes slightly moved at the red-nosed old man's words but quickly returned to calm. Just at this moment, a sudden resonance came from the 6th level of the Heart Inquiry Tower. The two of them looked over, seeing the 6th level of the Heart Inquiry Tower trembling slightly. Upon reaching the 5th level of the Heart Inquiry Tower, if the Tao heart resonates, it could be sensed from the outside, and reaching the 6th level, the sensation would become clearer. Earlier when Yu Shi had 8 echoes, many outside had heard it. Heart Inquiry 6 echoes? Looks like another monster is born. This must be a middle-rank chaotic Tao heart, enough to reach the pinnacle of the immortal monarch realm. If it's 7 echoes, such a Tao heart would make one an unbeatable force within the immortal monarch realm, capable of traversing the 4 regions of the true realm. In the square, several people noticed and exchanged glances, whispering. The red-nosed old man turned to look at a small dirt mound, only to find that the youth who had been quietly fishing there had vanished. His eyes flickered slightly. Could it be that boy truly achieved 6 echoes? As the old man with a nose red from drink reached the side of the divine beauty, Li Hao also rose, brushing the dead grass from his pants, and flew towards the Heart Inquiry Tower. Beside him, the lame old man fished silently, paying no mind to his departure. Joining the crowd rushing to the Heart Inquiry Tower, Li Hao followed them inside, eavesdropping on other holy level members asking their elders how the tower tested them, and he overheard the method. Upon entering the tower, darkness immediately enveloped him, seemingly enclosing him in a separate world. The surrounding aura vanished entirely, sound disappeared. The Heart Inquiry Tower now had only 10 floors. Legend had it the top was destroyed and incomplete, once capable of observing the heavenly Tao Emperor heart. To test the Tao heart, one must climb step by step. The old man with a nose red from drink mentioned 6 echoes, a chaotic Tao heart of middle rank. Li Hao planned to head to the 6th floor of the tower. But as his thoughts drifted, the darkness in front of him was suddenly pushed aside by a majestic, grand emperor's aura. Next, in the sky, clouds churned like boiling water, and then from the clouds emerged a giant hand. The palm lines of that giant hand were clearly visible, like an ancient deity pressing down from the sky. An overwhelming, invincible aura accompanied it, causing the entire world to tremble. beneath that giant hand lay a massive city standing by an abyss. In the center of that massive city stood an imposing tower, like an iron nail on the earth. The giant hand descended towards the tower, also pressing down on Li Hao. A boundless, awe-inspiring menace fell, evoking submission and fear. Dao's heart trembled, and the primordial spirit felt as if it might scatter and flee. Li Hao held his breath slightly, feeling as if his whole body's strength was confined within him. Only his own conviction allowed him to stand firm before the giant hand. To kneel, to flee, to beg, to cry. Many thoughts flashed quickly through his mind, but they were all cut off by a clear ringing sword chi. In his mind, emerged the hand placing chess pieces, emerged the laughter of casting a line, emerged the painting on unfolding paper. The fear and anxiety in his heart quietly faded away, his expression gradually calmed. At this moment, he seemed to stand atop that high tower, gazing calmly at the descending giant hand covering the entire massive city. The collapse of the heavenly Tao, what does it have to do with me? That endless might brushed past, in his pupils, it swept by, then everything dissipated like smoke, seemingly like a dream. Darkness returned before his eyes, yet in Li Hao's mind, one hum after another appeared. 5 echoes, 6 echoes, 7 echoes. The entire Heart Inquiry Tower seemed to tremble, frenzied resounding for him. Buzz, outside, as the 6th echo ended, came the 7th echo. Previously, only a few noticed the 6 echoes, but the 7th echo's movements were larger. Many people noticed, looking towards the Heart Inquiry Tower. Soon after, the 8th echo. During this 8th echo, the whole tower seemed to lightly tremble. The vast majority on the square noticed, pausing conversations, looking towards the towering Heart Inquiry Tower in the clouds. But this wasn't the end, followed by the 9th echo. At this moment, the entire Heart Inquiry Tower seemed to quake, the base connected to the square, using the tower as the center. The entire square seemed to shake and sway. In an instant, everyone on the square noticed, staring stunned at the ancient Heart Inquiry Tower. 9 echoes, from the top of the tower, amidst the cloud cover, invisible. In the air, on the giant sword of the 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower, Kui Yuesheng and others showed shock in their eyes, looking astonished at the Heart Inquiry Tower. 9 echoes of the Tao Heart. Such a Tao Heart is enough to claim the Immortal King Realm perfection. In other words, before cultivating to Immortal King Realm perfection, there's no need to worry about one's disposition. Anything involving character and state of mind could be easily overcome. The old man with a nose red from drink was stunned, his eyes slightly widening, and a tremor of excitement rose in his heart. Could it be that boy? Beside him, Yu Zai's incomparably beautiful face also showed a moment of astonishment. Her self-proclaimed invincible Tao Heart had rarely been surpassed in the same realm, yet now, there was someone superior to her. In an instant, a fierce battle intent emerged in her eyes, gazing at the clouds above, filled with curiosity. And on the edge of the square, on a small unnoticed hillock, the lame old man fishing in the clouds, with his face always calm, now had a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. He raised the smoking pipe in his hand, took a gentle puff, and with the exhaled mist, he lightly tapped the pipe in the void, and unseen vibrations spread out. Wings yet unfledged, best not to be too dazzling, Dragon Sparrow, Dragon Sparrow. I will temporarily keep this heavenly dragon aura for you first. As he murmured softly to himself, the trembling Heart Inquiry Tower slowly calmed down. At this moment, the people in the square gradually returned to their senses, their eyes filled with shock. 9 echoes of the Heart Inquiry. This belongs to a top-tier monster in the TNE sect. In terms of Tao Heart alone, certainly a genius rarely seen in the world. Which family's monster is this? Could it be from a chaotic ancient clan? It might be an Emperor clan monster. Heavens, 9 Heart Inquiry echoes. With enough talent, one could cultivate to Immortal King Realm perfection. Now with the Emperor hidden, Immortal King Realm perfection is already invincible in this world. The square erupted, countless people in shock and discussion, gazing intently at the cloud-covered part of the Heart Inquiry Tower. Feng Boping, who had just become a disciple and hadn't left the square yet, and the Sword Master and others remained there. Their eyes filled with wonder, a faint silhouette emerging in their hearts. And the remaining Lin Saint, Flower Saint, and 5 immortal guards shared a glance, knowing who caused the grand commotion, and in their eyes besides joy, there was some complexity. The young protagonist, even in the true realm, cannot hide his brilliance. At this moment, a figure shuttles down from the clouds. It is Li Hao. As the Heart Inquiry 9 rings ends, Li Hao waits for a moment while the surrounding darkness dissipates. In front of him is vast clouds, and he finds himself close to the top of the tower. He looks back to the gap in the broken top of the tower and thinks of the giant hand. Could it be that very hand that destroyed it? He doesn't dwell on it, shuttling down through the clouds. Whiz, 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 many figures gather like shooting stars towards Li Hao. As soon as Li Hao lands, the elder with the red nose rushes over. At the same time, Kui Yuesheng and others from the 10,000 Mountain Sword Tower also come quickly. In the distance, other sects recruiting disciples also rush forward in a scramble. In the blink of an eye, Li Hao is surrounded by people from various sects. Seeing Li Hao's youthful appearance, the sects are all surprised and delighted. However, in the face of heart inquiry 9 sounds, age and soul life can be overlooked even if one surpasses the standard. Is it really you? The elder with the red nose is ecstatic to see Li Hao, with shock in his eyes. This kid who cost him his wine money is beyond his imagination. Although he had seen Li Hao's extraordinary talent, he didn't expect him to reach such a state. Young man, you're a sword cultivator, right? I am Kui Yuesheng from the 10,000 Mountain Sword Tower. Kui Yuesheng quickly says. Having come to Heart Inquiry Floating City, Li Hao has already activated his all phenomena attributes, concealing himself so even Kui Yuesheng, as an immortal lord, cannot sense Li Hao's exact cultivation level, but through Li Hao's aura, he can feel that he is a sword cultivator. Hearing Kui Yuesheng's words, other sects secretly lament to themselves. If he is a sword cultivator, not many sects present can compete with the 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower. Yes, Li Hao admits frankly, his primary focus is the sword, with fists second. Join our 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower, and I guarantee you'll become an inner sect disciple. During sect competitions, with your talent, you are sure to gain the sword seal and cultivate at Emperor Sword Mountain. Our 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower has an Emperor Sword style, which if comprehended, can help you reach the pinnacle of the true realm. Kui Yuesheng says eagerly, appearing particularly pleased. The elder with the red nose secretly groans and quickly says, Kid, you promised me before. Originally 6 rings could already enter our great dream 9 abysses, but now you've achieved 9, so you can skip the other assessments. Great Dream 9 abysses also have an Emperor Sword style, and if you're interested in anything else, we have movement techniques, formations, and many other top cultivation techniques. Upon hearing his words, Kui Yuesheng's expression changes slightly, and he says quickly, Young man, don't listen to his nonsense. Great Dream 9 abysses have long declined. Now they are only of the heavenly 4 sects. The red-nosed elder's face changes, and he suddenly erupts with power, glaring angrily at Kui Yuesheng and saying, So what if they're of the heavenly 4 sects, do you want to compete with me? Kui Yuesheng senses his power, which is perfection of the immortal Lord realm, and his expression changes. He is merely at the 6th level of the immortal monarch realm and cannot win in a fight. Are you sure you want to compete with my 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower? He can only threaten, though he can't win. The number of strong figures in the 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower surely surpasses that of the current Great Dream 9 abysses. The red-nosed elder sneers, saying, Would you dare to spar with me in front of this friend? Other sects see them at daggers drawn, clicking their tongues silently, with many stepping back, knowing they cannot compete. Kui Yuesheng's face darkens, saying, For such talent, what resources do you have for grooming? Our 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower has the 9-layered Sword Tower, with Sword Dao skills ranking among the top in the southern domain. It is also a sword cultivation sacred land. Your Great Dream 9 abysses curricula are too diverse, don't waste talent. Cut the nonsense. When our Great Dream 9 abysses were the TNE sect, you hadn't even built your tower. The elder with the red nose is going all out. Though this offends the 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower and will lead to hindrances in the future, he must fight for such a genius, as the Great Dream 9 abysses sorely lack talents now. HMPH, always talking about the past is pointless. In today's world, you are nothing but the heavenly 4 sects. Kui Yuesheng sneers. Li Hao listens to their bickering, somewhat speechless. He hadn't expected the elder with the red nose to deceive him earlier. However, saying that 10,000 years ago the Great Dream 9 abysses was the TNE sect isn't exactly false, as he was referring to 10,000 years ago, not now. This guy. Li Hao feels a bit helpless. First, it was free meals and drinks, and now it's full of excuses and conversation. He feels this isn't reliable. However, the counterpart was founded by the lineage of the heavenly calamity immortal emperor, which has some ties to him. You two don't need to argue, Li Hao says, having made up his mind, not wishing the Great Dream Nine Abysses to offend the 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower too much, saying to Kui Yuesheng, I promised this senior before. A gentleman keeps his word, and I hope you won't take offense. Kui Yuesheng's face changes. The elder with the red nose is stunned but laughs heartily, though internally surprised. What a gentleman keeping his word, but kid, you had me paying for your meals, you aren't much of a gentleman. He doesn't believe Li Hao's words, feeling somewhat puzzled since his previous words were exposed by Kui Yuesheng. He is annoyed and embarrassed but finds it surprising that Li Hao doesn't mind. The overall difference between TNE sect and the Heavenly Four sects is quite large. Young man, don't let impulse ruin your future. Great Dream Nine Abysses no longer possesses its past glory, don't listen to his boasting. Kui Yuesheng advises, staring intently at Li Hao. The elder with the red nose angrily says, the depth of Great Dream Nine Abysses is beyond your imagination. Li Hao cupped his hands toward Kui Yuesheng and said, thank you, senior, I have made up my mind. Seeing Li Hao so resolute, Kui Yuesheng's expression flickered uncertainly, and finally, he glared resentfully at the red-nosed old man before turning to leave. The red-nosed old man grinned broadly, his brows dancing with delight. Once the others had dispersed, he said to Li Hao, kid, you have a good eye, but I wasn't lying when I said earlier, the foundation of our Great Dream Nine Abysses is beyond what they can imagine. Li Hao shook his head with a smile. In his heart, the old man had no credibility. He wasn't inclined to delve deeper since the sect differences didn't greatly impact his cultivation. Beside him, Yu Shi stared at Li Hao. She hadn't spoken a word throughout, although Kui Yuesheng desperately vied for Li Hao. Arguing red-faced with the red-nosed old man, she felt a twinge of resentment. Even though she was an 8-chime talent, the gap to 9 was not large. Yet when she offered herself willingly, the 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower rejected her. The resolve in her heart grew stronger, with a vow to make the 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower regret in the future. Let's go, we'll return to the sect. The red-nosed old man was in high spirits, overwhelmingly joyful. To have gained 2 geniuses in one trip, even if one belonged to the Calamity clan, the current Great Dream Nine Abysses feared no calamity. Besides, he had a way to suppress the effects of the other's physique. Li Hao quickly said, wait, I still have friends here. The red-nosed old man slapped his forehead, remembering the promise made to Li Hao earlier, and said with a smile, okay, I'll wait for you. With Li Hao's Dao heart talent, even if he brought a few more friends, the old man didn't mind. After all, they'd become outer disciples, and ultimately need to earn cultivation resources based on their abilities. Li Hao temporarily parted from him and then went to the plaza to find the Lin Saint and others. Congratulations, my lord. Seeing Li Hao land, the Lin Saint and others drew countless gazes, smilingly offering their congratulations to Li Hao. Li Hao smiled faintly and said, though you are my immortal guards, I won't restrict you. Seek other sects if suitable, to further solidify our foundation. You may also continue to follow me. The 5 exchanged glances. The Flower Saint and Travel Saint said, we had thought of this before. With your strength, we can't protect you. Maybe you'd protect us instead. It's better for us to go to other forces, gather strength, and prepare for the future. Li Hao nodded. Now that he had inherited from the immortal emperor and become an official disciple, should he become a direct disciple in the future to inherit the immortal emperor's legacy, restoring his grandeur would be inevitable. By then, there would be waves, so plans must be laid in advance, gathering and laying down the foundational strength. In that case, we shall also go to other sects, Chen Baoyu and Dong Dao said. The Lin Saint looked at Li Hao, saying, I've just inquired. The Great Dream Nine Abysses has a Spear Abyss lineage, which I can also study. Earlier, the red-nosed old man and Kui Yuesheng had loudly quarreled over Li Hao, and most people in the square had heard it. After all, most present were of holy level, their divine senses covering the plaza. Li Hao nodded, not refusing. I have supreme immortal techniques here, one for each of you. You must deeply study them. Mastering one can make you top tier in the true immortal realm. Li Hao said. He had recorded 6 supreme immortal techniques in the Heavenly Calamity Emperor Hall. The hall didn't explicitly forbid him from teaching others, especially since those 10 supreme techniques weren't unique to the Heavenly Calamity Immortal Emperor, but were well known throughout the true realm, with other major sects also having them. Hearing Li Hao's words, the 5 exchanged happy glances. Li Hao used divine sense to transmit teachings according to their cultivated saint paths. If a cultivation technique wasn't compatible, he would transmit Purple Restriction and 10,000 Shadows, both of which anyone could cultivate, but they required mastery of the corresponding original Tao. Mastering one supreme immortal technique allowed one to dominate in the true immortal realm. Among them, the Gun Dao immortal technique, Thunder Roar, required mastery of the Thunder Dao's origin, one of the more challenging origins apart from the 9 orders, with both strong offensive and destructive power. Lin Saint, whose real name was Lin Yufeng, received the Thunder Roar technique, feeling only awe at its terrifying power. After imparting to them, Li Hao brought Lin Yufeng back, introducing him to the red-nosed old man. The red-nosed old man glanced at Lin Yufeng and casually asked, "How many chimes is your Dao heart?" 4 chimes. Lin Yufeng felt slightly awkward. The red-nosed old man didn't question further since Lin Yufeng had gotten in through Li Hao's back door. He didn't probe deeper, asking Li Hao, "Can we go back now?" Just a little longer. Li Hao looked toward Lin Qingyue, who was still meditating. The red-nosed old man asked helplessly, "How long?" "I don't know, but it won't be long." The red-nosed old man rolled his eyes slightly. Unfortunately, the youth was now in high demand. He couldn't push him away before taking him back to the sect, especially with Kui Yuesheng eyeing him since earlier. So, he had to follow Li Hao. Li Hao let Lin Yufeng stay with the red-nosed old man, returning to the hillside himself. Previously, during his travels, he had secretly passed the 10 immortal techniques to Feng and the Sword Master when entering the true realm. Each received 2, not more, as these supreme techniques were obscure and difficult, unlike Li Hao, who mastered the space path, making cultivation more challenging, yet mastering even one could achieve high accomplishments. The Great Dream 9 Abysses is not far from here. Li Hao sat down to fish, and the limping old man spoke calmly, "Feel free to visit anytime." Li Hao was surprised and nodded, "That's nice. Before I catch a dragon sparrow, I'll come here often." The lame old man heard this and his lips slightly curled into what seemed like a smile, though its meaning was unclear. His expression returned to calmness as he puffed on a big pipe, smoke cloaking his face and hiding his expression. "Once they all leave, this place will be quiet, unlike now, so noisy." "Sometimes a bit of noise is nice," Li Hao said. "You're still young. I'm old now, and don't like the clamor." The lame old man shook the wine gourd in his hand and asked, "Do you like wine?" "I like drinking companions." "Haha," the lame old man rarely laughed and then threw the wine gourd to Li Hao, "Then it's yours." Li Hao was surprised. In the past few days of their acquaintance, the old man had felt neither warm nor cold towards him, not someone easy to get close to. However, he didn't hesitate and took the wine gourd, shaking it, "Seems there's not much left." The lame old man fell silent again. A few days later, Lin Qingyue opened her eyes. The insight in her heart made her gather her mind on that sword the moment she opened her eyes, raising her hand to slash out. She used her finger as a sword, slashing a faint ripple in the void. On the great sword, Kui Yuesheng's gaze swept over, eyes narrowing. Not only did the sword mark indicate that the girl had mastered the opening move of 10,000 mountains, it also seemed to contain a hint of chaotic and void sword intent. Though extremely subtle, having wielded a sword for many years, he shouldn't be mistaken. Could it be? His eyes flashed with unexpected delight. Though they lost that 9-sounding monster, this girl might compensate somewhat. "Not bad, you are qualified." A woman flew over, showing Lin Qingyue a melting smile on her ice-cold face. Lin Qingyue regained her senses and relaxed internally, quickly turning to look around. At this time, Li Hao, who was fishing on the small hillside, had already reeled in his line and rushed over as she woke up. "Hey Ocean." Lin Qingyue showed joy in her eyes. Kui Yuesheng saw the intimacy between the two, and his heart skipped a beat. Li Hao smiled and asked, "Do you want to apprentice at 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower, or come with me?" "I'll go with you." Lin Qingyue was stunned but spoke without hesitation. Kui Yuesheng's face darkened immediately. He coughed lightly and spoke solemnly to Li Hao, "Young man, you apprenticed at Great Dream 9 Abysses. Although I don't know why, you must have heard some news these days. My 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower's resources for nurturing disciples are far beyond those of Great Dream 9 Abysses." Li Hao heard that but remained noncommittal, which was why he asked Lin Qingyue. "Do you have another sect?" Lin Qingyue asked then. Li Hao nodded, then said, "But as he said, if you apprentice here to cultivate, it might be better for you." If she followed him to Great Dream Nine Abysses, he could look after her, but at most pass down supreme immortal techniques, with little else to offer Lin Qingyue. Lin Qingyue understood and shook her head, saying, "Wherever you go, I'll go." Upon hearing this, Kui Yuesheng's expression changed slightly. He realized their relationship and softly said, "Little girl, the sect he apprenticed to is one of the heavenly four sects. My 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower is the heavenly sect, vastly different. Since you seem destined, if you apprentice here, I can apply for a sword seal for you to directly cultivate at Emperor Sword Mountain. Cultivation years are long. Rather than following someone else's footsteps, why not catch up with them, don't you agree?" Listening to his gentle persuasion, Lin Qingyue felt slightly moved. But she didn't change her mind and looked at Li Hao, asking, "What do you think?" Li Hao thought for a moment, seeing that Kui Yuesheng seemed quite concerned about Lin Qingyue, and replied, "Considering for yourself, going to 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower is more suitable." "Then what about for you?" Lin Qingyue suddenly asked. Li Hao was startled and, seeing her earnest gaze, fell silent briefly before saying, "Come to Great Dream Nine Abysses." Upon receiving his answer, Lin Qingyue's face slowly brightened with a smile that extended from her lips across her entire face until it became radiant. She whispered softly, "Then I'll go to 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower. With your talent, going to Great Dream Nine Abysses, you will surely reach the peak. I'll go to 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower, and if I comprehend any ultimate skills, I'll secretly pass them on to you." She spoke gently, her eyes filled with tenderness. Li Hao remained silent, not daring to respond. "Little girl." Kui Yuesheng saw the two exchanging looks and feared the girl might act impulsively, wanting to persuade her. Lin Qingyue turned to say, "I'll join 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower." Kui Yuesheng was momentarily stunned, then breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Good, 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower will surely nurture you well." Li Hao saw her make a choice, nodding slightly, and said after looking at her, "Take care." As he spoke, he took one of the 3 willow leaves left by Elder Wang and handed it to her. Lin Qingyue looked at the willow leaf in confusion, sensing it was some kind of divine treasure. "It can save your life in danger," Li Hao whispered. Kui Yuesheng saw the willow leaf and his gaze deepened, sensing its strong aura. Looking at this young man, his eyes grew serious. With such a treasure, this youth must have an extraordinary background. However, with his Tao heart resonating 9 times, perhaps he truly comes from an emperor clan. Li Hao bid farewell to Lin Qingyue, and the old man with the bulbous nose found Li Hao. Afraid Kui Yuesheng might lure Li Hao away, wanting to take him back to the sect urgently. Li Hao didn't linger any longer, visited Elder Feng from one of the heavenly 4 sects, who hadn't yet left, and handed him the second willow leaf. Then, Li Hao found the lame old man on the small slope and bid him farewell. Let's go," the old man with the bulbous nose urged, unwilling to stay, fearing that the 2 monster disciples he had just taken in would be poached by other forces. Although he wished to see if there were any other monsters, getting Li Hao and Yu Shi made him extremely satisfied. Lin Yufeng followed behind Li Hao, although both apprenticed at Great Dream Nine Abysses and now were disciples of the heavenly sect. He maintained the respect of an immortal guard. Yu Shi looked at Li Hao. His Tao heart surpassed hers, implying his Tao thoughts were stronger, goals more ambitious, and asked while leaving with the bulbous-nosed elder, "What realm are you in? Is there a chance to spar in the sword Tao?" Li Hao seemed lost, still contemplating Lin Qingyue and Feng and others. Upon hearing the woman's voice beside him, he returned to himself, shook his head. "Nothing worth sparring." Yu Shi showed a glimmer in her eyes. "Are you looking down on me?" Li Hao saw a hint of defiance and coldness in her eyes, stunned for a moment and somewhat speechless, shook his head. "Just find it somewhat tedious and boring. If you want to practice sword, others in the sect should suffice to accompany you." Tedious and boring? Yu Shi found Li Hao's words incredible. A sword cultivator saying sword Tao sparring is tedious and boring? It should be known, most sword cultivators and sword practitioners are passionate about sparring, as it speeds up improvement significantly. Even meeting a well-matched opponent, they would toast with drinks. It's a joyful thing. The bulbous-nosed elder sitting atop the wine gourd in front heard this, couldn't help but look back suspiciously at Li Hao. Having never verified Li Hao's sword Tao aptitude before, why did his words suddenly feel somewhat unreliable? Li Hao was unwilling, and Yu Shi could not insist further. She felt that Li Hao was using excuses and evasions, looking down on her. In her heart, she was secretly competing. waiting for the Great Dream Nine Abysses, there would naturally be another chance to challenge Li Hao. The Great Dream Nine Abysses was not far from Heart Inquiry Floating City, only a 3-day journey back and forth. On the road, Li Hao and Yu Shi learned the nickname of the old man with the red wine nose, who was the Sword Abyss Elder of the Great Dream Nine Abysses, Li Tai Mu. Li Tai Mu inquired about the origins of Li Hao, Lin Yufeng, and Yu Shi during the journey. He already had some understanding of Yu Shi, but could not discern the origins of Li Hao and Lin Yufeng, who were evidently companions. Yu Shi only mentioned that she was temporarily residing in the nearby Nanyang city, belonging to the Calamity clan. For that clan, many forces in the True Realm kept a respectful distance, unwilling to be tainted by misfortune. Li Hao said he came from a distant place, a newcomer unfamiliar with the area. Seeing that Li Hao was unwilling to disclose details, Li Tai Mu did not press further, only said, "Entering our Great Dream Nine Abysses means becoming a disciple of our Great Dream Nine Abysses. Regardless of your origins, our sect will be your retreat. Similarly, you must not harm your fellow sect members. This notion should be established in your Tao heart during your initiation upon your return to the sect." Li Hao and Yu Shi both agreed to this. Li Hao inquired about the situation in the True Realm, as they were completely ignorant about it, including its forces and various cities. Li Tai Mu, seeing Li Hao engaged earnestly, chatted with him, treating him as an outsider, and explained in detail. "I'll assume you are from the Western Domain. The True Realm has 4 domains, this you should know. The Eastern Domain is governed by the Ancestral Dragon Royal Court, the Southern Domain by the Heavenly Palace Venerable, the Northern Domain is the realm of the Demon Emperor Palace, home to many demons and a mix of the 10,000 clans. The Western Domain is the Kai Fen Imperial Domain, a land of mixed powers including immortals, demons, demon gods, and ghost souls. In the Southern Domain, the territory is similar to the Western Domain, said to stretch over hundreds of billions of miles. Even an immortal king would take a year to traverse to the border. This is the frontier of the Southern Domain, near the ancient battlefield, Emperor Abyss. Do you know of Emperor Abyss?" Li Tai Mu suddenly asked. Li Hao was intrigued. They came from an ancient battlefield, but whether it was the Emperor Abyss mentioned by the other party, they did not know. Before he could answer, Yu Shi calmly replied, "I know. That's where the great emperor fell 10,000 years ago. I've heard that not long ago, the Heavenly Palace cleared it out. I visited there once. Skeletons piled into forests, ancient demon corpses scattered everywhere, true treasures shattered into mud, and countless abandoned immortal soldiers and domain artifacts, not to mention imperial artifacts dulled and without light." Upon hearing her words, Li Hao and Lin Yufeng immediately knew this was likely the ancient battlefield they had arrived from. The usual casual and slightly sleazy grin on Li Tai Mu's face faded, and an unusual solemnity took over. After Yu Shi finished speaking, he slowly said, "Indeed, that battle was extremely fierce, severely depleting the True Realm's vitality. In those days, 9 immortal emperors ruled the 4 domains and the primordial True Realm, yet more than half fell in that battle. To this day, there remains no emperor in the Northern Domain, with many quasi-emperors vying. Currently, the Northern Domain is the most chaotic place. Aside from the rampant ancient demons, various forces are competing for the supreme throne, hoping to unify the Northern Domain." He seemed to think the conversation had gone too far. Slightly shaking his head, he said to Li Hao, "Where was I? Emperor Abyss, right. Nowadays, the Southern Domain's territory has shrunk significantly compared to the past. On the frontier, humans are rare, and this Heart Inquiry Floating City is already on the periphery. Towards the center are gatherings of the Heavenly Sect and stands of immortal dynasties." Li Hao asked, "Is there a force stronger than the Tianyi sect?" "The ancient immortal dynasties," Li Tai Mu said. "Our Great Dream Nine Abysses is part of the Yan Chu Immortal Dynasty, one of the 7 great ancient immortal dynasties in the Southern Domain. The 10,000 Mountain Sword Tower is as well. To be precise, the area we are currently in is all within the territory of the Yan Chu Immortal Dynasty. And the Heavenly Palace? The Heavenly Palace is ruled by the Immortal Emperor Venerable, standing above the ancient immortal dynasties. The Immortal Emperor governs a domain, and all immortal dynasties bow before it." Li Tai Mu spoke. His expression bore a hint of solemnity, as if there was a deeper meaning in his gaze. With Li Tai Mu's introduction, a rough map of the True Realm emerged in Li Hao's mind.
In 3 days' journey, transmitted from Heart Inquiry Floating City, through several cities, some of which were incredibly ancient and dilapidated, with remnants of vast arrays outside of these, according to Li Tai-mu, were once crucial cities on the front line of battle. Now, they had been left behind here.
We have arrived, Li Tai-mu said. They were transmitted from an immortal city, arriving in a void with a radiant path of immortal power. Standing on it seemed to propel one's body forward without expending any immortal power. Ahead lay an enormous continent like a turtle, floating in the void, rising and falling. The continent was shrouded in an immortal array, keeping external meteorites at bay. The radiant path led to the continent. As they approached, Li Hao felt the heat emitted from the continent's immortal array, seemingly capable of evaporating him. Li Tai-mu waved a hand, and a path opened immediately on the array, revealing the verdant greens and rivers within the continent like an unrolling painting. This is where our great dream 9 abysses is located, Li Tai-mu said. Li Hao's eyes showed astonishment. Was this the power of a heavenly sect in the true realm? The entire world was merely a sect. Moreover, the continent's expanse appeared broader than the small worlds of the all heavens. Our great dream 9 abysses has 9 branches, which is the origin of the 9 abysses. In the past, the founding ancestors had close ties with the emperor, receiving 9 absolute techniques from the emperor, establishing the Dream 9 Abyss sect. Li Tai-mu said, "You two are sword cultivators, you can join Sword Abyss, and it so happens I am also from Sword Abyss. As for you." He looked at Lin Yufeng and said, "You mentioned you are good with the spear. Conveniently, the Great Dream 9 Abysses also has a Spear Abyss, which is the most populous branch among the 9 Abysses disciples." Upon hearing this, Lin Yufeng glanced at Li Hao. Li Hao patted him on the shoulder, "Sending you off on the wind, fly on your own." Lin Yufeng understood Li Hao's intention and nodded vigorously. "I'll take you to the Spear Abyss first, and say hello to the old Dao over there. You may as well take him as your master," Li Tai-mu said. With that, he led Li Hao and the others flying towards the eastern side of the continent. Countless mountains, rivers, lush green plains, and forests swept beneath their feet. In a flurry of rapid movement, they soon saw a towering and steep gigantic mountain towering over the land, its peak piercing into the clouds and mist, with numerous pavilions built against the mountain, an environment as beautiful as an immortal realm. Li Hao, with his remarkable vision, could see that on quite a few martial practice fields within the mountain, many people were engaged in spear fights, producing bursts of divine light and immortal power. As they arrived, a figure flew towards them from within the mountain. Upon seeing, Li Tai-mu's face bloomed with a bright smile. "Old Dao, we're here to bring you a genius." "HMPH, a genius? You'd actually send one here out of goodwill? It's already good enough that you're not persuading him to cultivate Sword Dao instead." The other party was evidently well aware of Li Tai-mu's nature and retorted without reservation. Li Tai-mu laughed awkwardly and said, "Saying that really hurts the feelings." "Do we have feelings?" the other party retorted. Li Hao saw that old Dao was wearing a peach-colored long robe adorned with peach blossoms, looking slightly reddish, and his sleeves were exceedingly wide, swirling with his movements. £5, flat price, Dao Chengfeng said with a stern face. Li Tai-mu evidently understood the meaning behind these words, feeling a bit helpless. £3? It's very hard to brew, a pound takes 10,000 years. Dao Chengfeng turned around and walked away without looking back upon hearing this. Fine, £5 it is, you old ghost." Li Tai-mu waved his hand hurriedly, feeling a bit helpless, while looking at Li Hao, as if to say, "See, I've spent £5 of fine liquor for you." Li Hao was left speechless, knowing Lin Yufeng was not just any ordinary person. Though not a top genius, he undoubtedly possessed a considerable talent for cultivation, and with my supreme immortal techniques taught, he would surely make a name for himself. Lin Yufeng was also aware of what the two were bargaining over. A thin layer of frost appeared on his face, but he did not react. He knew that men often rely on actions to speak. "Who?" Dao Chengfeng stopped and swept his gaze over Li Hao and the others upon seeing Li Tai-mu agree. "Him." Li Tai-mu pointed at Lin Yufeng. Dao Chengfeng glanced, then casually waved his sleeve, "Come with me." Li Tai-mu gestured to Lin Yufeng with his mouth, and Lin Yufeng cupped his hands to Li Hao. "I'm off then." Li Hao nodded, watching him leave with the other party towards that towering mountain. Li Tai-mu beckoned, "Don't keep watching, let's head out as well." With that, he hastily took Li Hao and Yu Shi away, turning northwards. Here was also a towering mountain, the top unseen, but one side of the mountain was a sheer cliff, as if it had been shaved flat. This is the Sword Abyss. Li Tai Mu wore a smile on his face. Back to his sect, it seemed these two disciples were secured. In a good mood, he casually introduced, "This is the former head sword immortal of Sword Abyss, who comprehended the Emperor sword style 30,000 years ago." The mark left from a slash, later used by Sword Abyss disciples for inscription. The Emperor sword might still lingers on it, and the closer to the core area, the stronger the sword intent. Therefore, it is an honor for Sword Abyss disciples to carve their names at the center of this Emperor sword cliff. Saying this, he looked at the two with a smile. "Once you enter the sect and take on a master, you might fancy giving it a try." Upon hearing this, Li Hao merely glanced at it, showing no interest. Leaving one's name as a monkey's fancy. On Yu Zai's beautifully divine face, however, there seemed to be a glimmer of light. Her eyes deeply gazed at that Emperor sword cliff. She asked softly, "That head sword immortal, what realm is he at now? Can anyone take him as a master?" Li Tai Mu shook his head. "He's no longer around." "Not around?" Yu Shi turned her head to look at him. Li Tai Mu's eyes revealed a hint of melancholy. He comprehended the Emperor sword style. At that time the southern domain battlefields were in chaos. He was ordered by the Immortal Dynasty to subdue it, slaying 9 king-level ancient demons, yet regrettably drank in remorse. Only a sword-wielding hand was brought back. Saying this, besides sadness, there was a trace of killing intent in his eyes. Li Hao and Yu Shi exchanged glances. Even though Old Man Li did not elaborate, yet in their hearts, waves of shock emerged. A character of such elegance fell on the battlefield, perished without leaving a complete body? If the emperor's fall 100,000 years ago seems distant to them, then this towering and upright Emperor sword cliff is very close to Tama. Ancient demons, my Calamity clan's sole cultivation goal is to slay all ancient demons in the world. Yu Shi slightly clenched her fingers, eyes gleaming with a cold intent. Li Tai Mu nodded. Ancient demons are a common enemy of the true realm. Each sect fights among themselves for resources, yet towards ancient demons, there is unanimous animosity. Let's go. Li Tai Mu led the two up the mountain. The sword Dao on the mountain resembled a dragon spine, looming in snow white. The disciples of Sword Abyss seemed fewer than those of Spear Abyss. On the way up the mountain, Li Hao noticed there was less aura on the mountain, not as vibrant as seen earlier at Spear Abyss. Li Tai Mu nodded slightly. Sword Abyss has been declining in recent years. The 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower gathered many Sword Dao prodigies. As for the Great Dream 9 Abysses. He shook his head and continued to lead the way ahead, with his hands behind his back. That day, Old Man Li of the Sword Abyss returned, bringing back 2 fresh-faced new disciples, a young man and a young woman. At the mountaintop, Li Hao and Yu Shi saw many Sword Abyss disciples practicing swordsmanship, sparring, meditating, and pondering the sword Dao. In the void, sword lights flickered as some practiced sword control, commanding myriad sword instruments. Some formed sword arrays, the swords arranged into a dragon formation, from which roars ensued. The arrival of Li Tai Mu drew some attention. Some hurriedly sheathed their swords to greet their master. Another junior disciple joining? Judging by their demeanor, they both seemed quite extraordinary. Although they couldn't discern the cultivation of Li Hao and Yu Shi, many noticed their demeanor and bearing, making them stand out among the crowd. Our Sword Abyss has 4 institutes: Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow. New sect entrants, unless directly apprenticed to an elder, typically undergo initiation tests and are assigned to the Yellow Courtyard. From there, through cultivation and performance, they ascend step by step. Li Tai Mu explained to Li Hao and Yu Shi while walking. The cultivation resources available to each institute differ as well. The Heavenly Institute is naturally the best. You are fortunate that I am one of the 3 major elders of the Sword Abyss. Entering my sect means direct admission to cultivate in the Heavenly Institute. Upon hearing this, Li Hao and Yu Zai's expressions remained unchanged. Li Hao was indifferent, while Yu Shi felt it was only as it should be. If she were placed in the Yellow Courtyard or Earth Institute, she would immediately pick up her sword and charge into the Heavenly Institute to compete with the disciples there, seeing where she truly stood. Li Tai Mu, seeing neither surprise nor delight on their faces, was somewhat resigned. Taking on prodigies often lacked emotional payoff. Even rewards seemed dull, making it hard for him to discern if their grandeur was genuine or merely a facade. "Do you both wish to join my sect?" he asked. Li Hao nodded. Yu Shi also nodded. yet both maintained a casual demeanor. Li Tai Mu felt a lack of achievement in being their master, smiling bitterly internally, yet considering that each had an 8-star and 9-star talent, he let it pass. After crossing the plaza ahead, Li Tai Mu led them to the front of the Sword Immortal Pavilion at the mountaintop. He sent a message calling all the disciples under his sect. Though I might appear lighthearted, I am rigorous in accepting disciples. I only have 5 disciples under my wing. With you, it becomes 7. Li Tai Mu solemnly warned them, entering my sect, the cultivation tests you face in the future will be exceedingly strict. If you dare slack off or cheat, I will not let it pass lightly. Li Hao asked, outside of tests, you won't control me, will you? Li Tai Mu cast a glance at him, saying, as long as you meet the requirements, I can leave you be. Li Hao nodded, reassured, that will suffice. At this moment, 3 silhouettes softly flew over and landed in front of the Sword Immortal Pavilion. Master. Upon seeing Li Tai Mu, the 3 bowed respectfully and immediately started sizing up Li Hao and Yu Shi. Newly accepted junior brother and sister, this time receiving 2 at once? The 3 were somewhat surprised, aware that though old man Li was often frivolous, he had another notable name in the Yan Chu Immortal Dynasty, Iron Sword Immortal. Where is your eldest brother? Li Tai Mu asked. Eldest brother went to slay an ancient demon. 5th junior sister went to the Immortal Dynasty to lecture on swordsmanship and hasn't returned yet. A bright-eyed young man answered cheerily. Li Tai Mu nodded, saying, they are newly accepted disciples under my tutelage and your junior brother and sister. Take care of them well. You, offer tea first. As he spoke, he waved his hand summoning a Taishi chair, upon which he sat, his expression solemn. Yu Shi did not hesitate. She took the tea offered by the young man nearby and immediately knelt to offer it. Li Hao also took the tea to offer, but suddenly, a humming sound came from behind Li Tai Mu in the Sword Immortal Pavilion, and the ground trembled slightly. Li Tai Mu had just sipped Yu's iced tea when the vibration startled him, instantly dispelling his solemnity, leaping up in shock to look at the Sword Immortal Pavilion. It seems like. The 3 others seemed to comprehend what occurred, revealing looks of astonishment, glancing at each other.
Li Tai Mu was equally shocked. Could the remaining iron sword in the sword pavilion truly be vibrating? What was going on?
As he made a move, the vibration swiftly dissipated, as if it were an illusion. Li Tai Mu's expression flickered. Several figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the Sword Immortal Pavilion, enshrouded in mist, their identities indistinguishable. Li Tai Mu no longer cared about Li Hao's tea offering, rushed forward, and exchanged words quietly within the barrier. A moment later, the barrier dissipated, and those figures vanished, with one sweeping a glance at Li Hao and Yu Shi before leaving as well. Li Tai Mu returned to the front of the Sword Immortal Pavilion, letting out a bitter laugh, saying, I don't know what's gone wrong. I'll check it later. Looking again at the tea in Li Hao's hand, he realized it had grown cold, waving dismissively, enough, from today, you 2 are my disciples, Li Tai Mu's disciple. You are Lu, and you are Lao Qi. He ranked Li Hao and Yu Shi respectively. Yu Shi offered tea first, ranking ahead of Li Hao. Li Hao, hearing this, smiled bitterly, suddenly thinking this girl hurried to offer tea to press ahead in sect rank. Upon seeing her slightly proud jade neck, he seemed to confirm the answer. You truly are Lu, Li Hao said to Yu Shi. Yu Shi frowned slightly. Although the words were harmless, she couldn't help feeling they weren't meant kindly. Now, I shall first pass on to you one of the core swordsmanship techniques of the Great Dream 9 Abyss Sword Sect. Great Dream 9 Abyss, Immortal Sword, the first style, Immortal points the way. Li Tai Mu raised his hand, and in his palm suddenly appeared a seemingly ordinary wooden sword. His expression relaxed again as he said, master it within half a month. This is the minimum requirement for you. Upon hearing this, the 3 people nearby revealed strange expressions. This was not how it was said to them initially, but they were already used to it, as the master had different requirements for each disciple, seemingly based on talent. This also indicated that the 2 newcomers, junior brother and sister, seemed to possess formidable talent. They took several months, even half a year, initially. Yu Shi heard these words, a light flashing in her eyes, carrying a hint of a challenging spirit. Li Hao's eyes flashed with a peculiar expression, showing no particular reaction. Li Tai Mu raised his hand and demonstrated sword intent, and Li Hao felt as if the shadow of the all-heaven sword wall revived, dancing with a sword before his eyes. Yu Shi watched intently, whereas Li Hao's gaze was full of reminiscence and reflection. The three people nearby noticed the expressions of the two junior brother and sister, spotting Li Hao with a clearly unengaged look, casting him a few more glances. Soon, Li Taimu finished demonstrating, addressing the two. Remember it all? Go back and ponder deeply. Yu Shi closed her eyes, giving no reply, evidently already starting to contemplate. Li Taimu didn't blame her upon seeing this, instead showing a trace of satisfaction on his face. Li Hao, however, smiled and agreed with a nod, with Li Taimu nodding back to Li Hao, saying, although your talent is high, you mustn't be arrogant. You are a true immortal, right? If you perform well, I will recommend you to represent our sword abyss in the battle. Battle? Li Hao asked inquisitively. Li Taimu smiled slightly, without elaborating. The three people nearby were astonished, but quickly remembered old man Li's nature, always drawing large promises, thus finding it not surprising. All right, get acquainted among yourselves. If there's anything you don't understand, ask them. If they play tricks, you can come to me. Li Taimu said, leaving Li Hao and Yu Shi behind, turning and swiftly departing. Yu Shi then slowly opened her eyes, her gaze still carrying reminiscence and thought. The three people saw old man Li leave and immediately approached to greet Li Hao and Yu Shi. After a simple introduction, Li Hao came to know more about the three of them. The one with an appearance of 27 or 8 years was the second senior brother, named Lu Wuchen, seeming quite aloof in demeanor. After greeting Li Hao and Yu Shi briefly, he teleported away, following Li Taimu's disappearance. Another, a beautiful woman with a graceful aura, dressed in plain white, her sleeves like veils, was the third senior sister, named Wei Hongyi, relatively easygoing. The young man with lively eyes and an energetic personality was Xu Jianming, ranked fourth. He endlessly inquired about Li Hao and Yu Zai's circumstances, like how they were taken by old man Li, their talents, and Dao hearts, etc. Yu Zai's thoughts were interrupted by him, her expression somewhat cold, as if intentionally revealing her identity. Upon knowing she was from the Calamity clan, Xu Jianming's voice suddenly stammered, then pitifully and quietly inquired about Li Hao's family. Upon hearing Li Hao was simply from an ordinary human race background, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wei Hongyi was surprised by Yu Zai's identity but didn't show any fear. Instead, she inquired cheerfully about Yu Zai's talent. As someone from the Calamity clan could still be recruited by old man Li, there must be something extraordinary about her. They were quite familiar with the master's nature. Seeing the third senior sister's eyes devoid of fear and exclusion, Yu Shi gained a few more degrees of goodwill, her cold expression softening to peacefulness, revealing her Dao heart. 8 chimes. Upon knowing Yu Zai's Dao heart rang 8 chimes, representing the eternal Dao heart, both Wei Hongyi and Xu Jianming were greatly astonished. Seeing their reactions, Yu Shi glanced at Li Hao beside her, saying, "This is nothing. He has 1 more chime than me." Hearing Yu Zai's words, both of them were taken aback, staring at Li Hao in astonishment. Exceeding 8 chimes is 9 chimes. Such a Dao heart is enough to cultivate to the perfection of the immortal king. Little junior brother, is your Dao heart really that high? Xu Jianming couldn't help but say. Wei Hongyi also slightly furrowed her brows, unexpectedly realizing that the little junior brother beside her was the one truly hiding his abilities. Li Hao curiously asked, "Aren't you both like this too? Who told you such rumors?" Xu Jianming immediately smiled bitterly and said, "I only have a Dao heart of 7 chimes, not yet touching the eternal state of mind. You two indeed have a firm Dao heart." Beside him, Wei Hongyi covered her mouth with a chuckle, but her eyes revealed an understanding. No wonder the master only gave them half a month. These new junior brother and sister are indeed formidable. Third senior sister, have you left your name on the Emperor Sword Cliff? At this time, Yu Shi, dressed in magnificent attire, softly asked. Wei Hongyi saw the brilliance and longing sparkling in her eyes, smiling as she recalled herself first entering the sword abyss, dressed in a red dress, tiptoeing to ask the senior elder brother, "Senior brother, have you left your name on the Emperor Sword Cliff?" As time turned, a breeze carried it to her ears, sending those past words back to her. She smiled and said, "I have, but it's not high." Xu Jianming immediately said, "Senior sister, your words are overwhelming me. If yours isn't considered high, what am I?" Yu Zai's eyes slightly brightened. She silently clenched her fingers but did not pursue further. Li Hao also inquired, "Senior brother, senior sister, do you have any hobbies, like playing chess, painting, or fishing?" Xu Jianming and Wei Hongyi cast a surprised glance at him. Newly arriving at the Sword Abyss would typically involve inquiring about matters related to the Sword Abyss, like the cultivation techniques and where the meaning of the Emperor Sword lies, but Li Hao asked about their interests. These are all minor arts. How can they compare to the sword's intrigue? Xu Jianming stated. Wei Hongyi smiled without speaking, apparently having the same thought as Xu Jianming. Li Hao's eyes revealed a hint of regret, saying, "Do you know if any other senior brothers and sisters have these interests?" The senior brother knows a little about chess Dao, but he prefers wielding a sword to slay demons rather than playing chess, Wei Hongyi said. Li Hao understood, nodded, and said, "Then I'll make some delicacies in the future. Senior brother and sister, you are welcome to taste them. My cooking skills are quite excellent." Seeing Li Hao's enthusiastic invitation, although both found it somewhat peculiar, they did not refuse, assuming this little junior brother wished to become closer to them. Yu Shi glanced at Li Hao, frowned slightly, then pulled the third senior sister Wei Hongyi along as they walked away. "Where are you going?" Xu Jianming hurriedly asked. Wei Hongyi, smiling brightly, said, "Don't pry into girls' matters." "Still girls despite being thousands of years old," Xu Jianming muttered. Before finishing his sentence, a streak of blood appeared on his cheek, healing in an instant. He shrunk his neck, seeing Wei Hongyi's ethereal departing figure, not daring to mutter further. "Little junior brother, come, I'll take you to your lodging place," Xu Jianming enthusiastically said to Li Hao. Li Hao nodded. They bypassed the Sword Immortal Pavilion, heading to the cultivation courtyard built against the mountain behind it. On the way, Xu Jianming took the initiative to explain to Li Hao the layout of various parts of the Heavenly Institute, such as the place where Sword Dao skills are stored, the Sword Abyss Tower, which is called a tower but is actually a standalone pitch-black peak. On it are numerous pits and depressions. Inside the pits are ancient swords inserted, and the cultivation techniques are recorded on those ancient swords. There is something peculiar in the Sword Abyss. The selection of techniques is not chosen by the disciple, but the techniques choose the person. Traveling to the Sword Abyss Tower, releasing one's Sword Dao and Sword Intent, if a technique is compatible, it will fly out on its own for the person to select. What if no technique flies out? Li Hao asked. No technique would fly out. At worst, there is the Great Dream Nine Abysses sword technique, which is one of the strongest few swordsmanships of the Sword Abyss Heavenly Institute. Xu Jianming chuckled. Li Hao understood. Besides the Sword Abyss Tower, there is also a holy land for cultivation, located in the back mountain of the Sword Abyss, where a sword edge is buried in the ground. Standing on the holy land, one can feel the vast and powerful sword intent, rapidly enhancing one's understanding and perception of Sword Dao. In addition, there is the name of the main guard elder inside the Sword Abyss, his residence, and so forth. Xu Jianming, like a walking encyclopedia, introduced everything to Li Hao. He took Li Hao to collect the Heavenly Institute disciple uniforms, accompanying swords, identity tokens, and sword tokens of the Sword Abyss. This sword is a top-tier true treasure, enough to deter strong ones of the true immortal realm's 7th and 8th layer. If your own sword is more handy, you can continue using yours. Xu Jianming handed a purple gold sword to Li Hao. Li Hao took the received true treasure. Although this sword couldn't compare to Taowu, Taowu was too conspicuous, so using this one ordinarily was sufficient. After collecting the items, Xu Jianming led Li Hao to his residence. This is the Heavenly Institute. There are 10 sword servants. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask them. Here's my sword token. You can send me a message if you'd like to spar. Xu Jianming handed a dark gold sword token to Li Hao, the token emanating golden silken light, carrying a roaming sword shadow. Li Hao accepted it, saying, "I'll treat you to barbecue next time." Xu Jianming paused, then laughed heartily, saying, "All right." After Xu Jianming bid farewell and left the courtyard, Li Hao entered the extremely spacious yard. The courtyard was enveloped by a barrier, and he could only traverse it by holding the sword token. Within the courtyard, there was abundant immortal power, 30% more than outside. "Greetings, young master, I am the steward of this courtyard, Qi Mengan. You may ask me for anything you need." At this time, a middle-aged man in a silver sword robe approached and respectfully said, "Young master, you may name this courtyard." Naming, Li Hao glanced around and smiled. "Let's call it Leisurely People's Courtyard." Leisurely People's Courtyard. The middle-aged man was slightly taken aback, but soon smiled. "All right, Leisurely People's Courtyard it is." Then he introduced the courtyard to Li Hao, and since Li Hao had nothing else to do, He followed him around, familiarizing himself with the place. After understanding some of the rules, Li Hao summoned Xian from the heaven and earth space. Previously, in the mixed heaven Supreme Saint's cave, they found a precious tree that Xian absorbed, and now she possesses semi-saint cultivation, having refined her own Tao. Moreover, Li Hao felt that there were faint traces of golden Tao lines in Xian's body, seemingly marks of a refined Tao, possessing extraordinary might. The true realm is indeed different from the fake realm. The cultivation speed here is more than 10 times faster than outside. Xian gazed around in amazement, her eyes filled with joy. Li Hao chuckled and tossed his sword token to her, saying, "You can wander around on your own." Xian received the sword token, her joyful expression becoming somewhat sad, sighing, "Your cultivation is too fast. I simply can't catch up with you. I'm increasingly left behind, and you no longer need me." Li Hao was dumbfounded and laughed, saying, "Since when was friendship maintained by utility? I promised to show you the sights outside, and everything I see, I will show you too." Xian was stunned, her eyes shimmering with crystal light. She approached Li Hao, wrapped her arm around his, and said in a voice almost only she could hear, "The smartest decision I made was holding on to you." These words lingered in Li Hao's heart, and his smile slightly paused. Then he gently patted her head, saying, "Don't overthink." Xian rubbed her head, slightly pouting, her eyes showing a bit of grievance but also some darkness. She snorted angrily, then bounced away and started wandering around the courtyard. Li Hao, having nothing else to do, learned about the true realm from housekeeper Qi Meng'an. During this, Li Hao learned that the sword servants of Heavenly Institute were actually from the royal family of the Holy Dynasty on this continent. Through the power of the royal family, they went through great struggles to be sent to the Great Dream Nine Abysses. Those with outstanding aptitude became disciples, while those with slightly lesser aptitude became sword servants of the Heavenly Institute. Although they were servants, their status surpassed many imperial family members outside. A few days later, once Li Hao got familiar with the situation at Sword Abyss, he had housekeeper Qi accompany him outside the Heavenly Institute at Sword Abyss, to the foot of the mountain, where there were numerous holy dynasties bustling with activity, the size of their territory not inferior to Deu, perhaps even surpassing it. Li Hao asked Qi Meng'an to find some skilled people in painting and chess from the populace. Although housekeeper Qi felt surprised, he complied with the request. Using his influence in the Qi imperial family, he posted notices recruiting masters in chess, Dao and artistic path, quickly sparking a competition in the nearby holy dynasties. Those taking the top prize would be brought before Li Hao. Meanwhile, Li Hao, accompanied by Xian and housekeeper Qi, indulged in various leisurely activities across the holy dynasties. Listening to storytelling, watching plays, hiking in the mountains, immersing himself in lively marketplaces, feeling greatly contented. In Deu, Li Hao didn't have much time to experience the mortal world's delights, but here he had ample time to savor it. Housekeeper Qi initially thought Li Hao was just taking a break and would return after a day or two. However, seeing Li Hao continuing to enjoy himself even after 7 or 8 days, he couldn't help but feel worried and quietly reminded, "Young master, how long does Elder Li expect you to take mastering the way of the immortal directions?" Li Hao patted him on the shoulder, smiling, "No need to worry, in a few days we'll return together." Then he ordered a plate of braised pork and asked housekeeper Qi to summon the chef to meet him. The food at this tavern was really good, even making Li Hao enjoy it, and given his culinary skill improvement, his taste had become more discerning. Finding this satisfying was quite rare. Housekeeper Qi saw Li Hao's confidence and said no more, accompanying Li Hao in feasting, yet he felt puzzled. He had seen other disciples from nearby sects, but none acted like Li Hao, who joined Sword Abyss but spent time playing around instead of cultivating. A few days later, as Li Hao felt the time was right, he returned to Sword Abyss with housekeeper Qi. After dozing off at Sword Abyss for 2 days and painting a few pieces in his courtyard, Li Hao prepared for Elder Li Tai Mu's test. Both he and Yu Shi were summoned to the Sword Immortal Pavilion. Besides Elder Li Tai Mu, another elder was present, and Li Hao learned from Shu Jianming's secret message that this was one of the 3 elders at Sword Abyss named Zhou Qingyun. They're undergoing evaluation after just half a month of joining? Zhou Qingyun, upon receiving the news, repeatedly confirmed with Elder Li Tai Mu, feeling somewhat skeptical. Elder Li had the authority to admit disciples to Heavenly Institute, but for evaluations, at least 2 of the 3 elders had to be present. Elder Li Tai Mu secretly communicated, "They both have great potential, we need to give them some pressure." But this pressure is too much. What if they don't pass? Zhou Qingyun communicated. If they don't pass, then you can say it's due to their hard work and perseverance that they get another half month. You can play the good guy, and I'll be the bad guy. Elder Li Tai Mu said. Zhou Qingyun was speechless, but deep down sighed. He knew the situation of Sword Abyss and Great Dream 9 Abysses. Elder Li had been working hard for the sect, cultivating and recruiting these exceptional talents in every possible way. All right, he replied with a voice transmission. Li Tai Mu gave him a sidelong glance, agreeing so readily, this guy. At this moment, Wei Hongyi also arrived, and in addition, 2 other disciples from the Heavenly Institute came to watch. Wei Hongyi chatted briefly with them. Both were disciples of Zhou Qingyun. Let's begin. Li Tai Mu, seeing the time was almost right, straightened his expression and said to Li Hao and Yu Shi, "Are you ready?" Yu Zai's eyes shone with light, exuding confidence and calm. She glanced at Li Hao beside her and said composedly, "Ready to draw the sword at any time." "Okay, then you go first." Li Tai Mu, seeing her so confident, his eyes slightly brightened. Without any hesitation, Yu Shi, under the surprised gazes of everyone else, suddenly flipped her hand. The purple gold long sword of the Heavenly Institute's disciple emerged, instantly drawing a stunning sword mark in the void, as if a banished immortal in the mortal world pointed toward the sky, tracing countless rays of light. Then, she retrieved her sword, her expression calm, and the whole process ended within a breath. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Li Tai Mu's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud with excitement, not expecting Yu Shi could truly master and comprehend this in 15 days. Her talent indeed did not disappoint him. Zhou Qingyun was slightly stunned, but then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Wei Hongyi and Xu Jianming exchanged a glance, and they could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. This little junior sister was indeed a monster. Li Tai Mu turned his expectant gaze towards Li Hao and said, "What about you?" Li Hao, seeing this, decisively brought his fingers together to form a sword, lightly slicing through the void, revealing a hint of immortal sword intent. Compared to the commotion Yu Shi caused, Li Hao's display was much more gentle, with a significantly smaller presence. Yu Shi glanced, her eyebrows slightly raised. Li Tai Mu laughed and said, "Good, I indeed did not misjudge you both." Zhou Qingyun's expression was peculiar. This old man Li really hit the jackpot this time, actually picking up 2 treasures. Wei Hongyi and Xu Jianming were relatively calm. Previously, they knew Li Hao's Dao Heart Realm was higher than Yu Zai's, so Li Hao's performance at this moment seemed natural to them. Beside them, Zhou Qingyun's 2 disciples exposed expressions of shock in their eyes, suddenly feeling the future competition in the Heavenly Institute would become intense. "Old Zhou, you made a futile trip, so we'll be taking our leave first," Li Tai Mu cheekily said to Zhou Qingyun. Zhou Qingyun was secretly fuming, thinking this old thing only wanted him to come to show off. Li Tai Mu didn't give Zhou Qingyun a chance to speak, quickly leaving with Li Hao and the others. "Since you both have mastered the first style, do pay careful attention to the second style, a mortal draws the sword." Li Tai Mu took Li Hao and Yu Shi and the other disciples to his dojo, speaking to Yu Shi and Li Hao. Then, he began to wield his sword, teaching Yu Shi and Li Hao the second style. His sword light shot out sharply, the brilliance fierce, like the sun and moon revealing behind clouds, the flash of light extremely dazzling. Yu Shi focused intently, but her brow gradually furrowed, with faint beads of sweat appearing. This sword was far more intricate than the immortal points the way, not something one could memorize with a single glance, the sharp sword intent seeming to ring sharply in the mind. Meanwhile, Li Hao saw a panel prompt appear before him. "You have comprehended the immortal draws the sword basics. Record it?" "Record it." Li Hao recorded it and then saw the panel displayed it as entry level. Simultaneously, numerous light and shadows appeared in his mind, presenting many of the sword's techniques and sword intent. With his 10th stage sword Dao comprehension, he could barely appreciate it at the entry level. Li Hao felt if this sword were cultivated to perfection, it could barely rival one of the top 10 supreme immortal techniques, Qingtian swordsmanship. This also showed how deeply rooted this Great Dream 9 Abysses of 10,000 years ago's Tianyi sect was indeed. "Did you memorize it?" Li Tai Mu, after teaching, held the sword but did not put it away, instead smilingly looking at Li Hao and Yu Shi. Yu Shi frowned without speaking and after a long time said, "I didn't memorize it." Li Tai Mu laughed heartily and said, "Not memorizing it is right. If you remembered it in one go, then this master should let you become the master. Saying this, he continued, I'll do it again, feel it well, and if you still can't memorize it, then privately ask your senior brothers and sisters. Wei Hongyi and Xu Jianming listened with resignation. This master liked playing the hands-off role, as back then, they were all taught by the senior brother. And all day couldn't find anyone, not knowing what he was busy with. At this moment, Li Tai Mu already started demonstrating the second time. Li Hao, though already at entry level, watched intently. Watching it this time, there were differences from before, and from an entry-level perspective, the sword's intricacy and terror could be felt but were still beyond his grasp to comprehend. Beads of sweat on Yu's Ai's forehead grew finer, her eyes gradually showing a trace of silvery white, the pupils emitting a light, for a long time, until Li Tai Mu finished teaching. The light in her eyes gradually retracted and dispersed, she merely quietly closed her eyes. Li Tai Mu didn't inquire or disturb, glancing at the two disciples, seeing Li Hao's thoughtful look, he smiled, put away the sword, and turned to leave with a flick of his sleeves. Little junior brother, did you memorize it? If not, I can demonstrate again for you. Xu Jianming said to Li Hao. Li Hao returned to his senses, shook his head and said, Thank you, senior brother, I've already memorized it. You've memorized it? Wei Hongyi and Xu Jianming were both stunned. If Yu Shi had memorized it, they might find it understandable, but they had been watching the two of them closely, noting Li Hao seemed obviously more relaxed, without forcing himself to remember, yet now he actually said he memorized it. At this time, Yu Shi also opened her eyes and glanced at Li Hao before calmly saying, I memorized it too. Wei Hongyi and Xu Jianming exchanged a glance, both realizing that this little junior sister seemed to be competing with this little junior brother everywhere. However, being from the Calamity clan and entering at the same time, such a competitive mindset was understandable, and she certainly had the qualification to compete. Senior brother, senior sister, I'll head back to the courtyard first. Li Hao greeted them and left. Upon returning to the courtyard, housekeeper Qi immediately came up, his face showing a hint of urgency and contemplation, and asked, Young master, how did it go? I passed. Li Hao chuckled lightly. Qi Ming'an was stunned, looking at Li Hao with a face full of astonishment. Others didn't know, but he had been accompanying Li Hao these days, knowing that this young master had been sightseeing and eating, without cultivating at all. He hadn't even seen Li Hao hold a sword. Let's go find something to eat and gather some ingredients. Li Hao said, having played for so long he figured it was time to devote himself to cultivation. Housekeeper Qi paused for a moment, then smiled wryly, sensing the young master's uniqueness, he agreed and accompanied Li Hao down the mountain. On the way, he told Li Hao about his previous search for local high experts, and within a few days, after the competition ended, they would be able to select experts from various fields. Upon hearing this, Li Hao felt delighted and praised housekeeper Qi for his swift work. Several days later, the painting saint, chess saint, and other masters selected from nearby holy dynasties were brought to Sword Abyss Heavenly Court, in Li Hao's courtyard. Most of these people appeared to be old, with white hair and beards, looking dignified and respectable. But upon arriving at the courtyard at Sword Abyss, knowing they were meeting a noble young master from the Sword Institute Heavenly Courtyard, they all showed signs of nervousness and apprehension, along with anticipation and hope. Xian greeted them upon arrival. Seeing this young girl looking 16 or 17, with a crisp voice and lively demeanor, their nervousness eased a bit. Soon after, they were led to the front of Li Hao's sword room. This place was filled with various swords, yet Li Hao, though coming here, had never touched them. Outside the sword room on the open ground, he was painting the trees and pond ahead. A painting saint saw Li Hao using his finger to paint in the air, the depicted scenes surpassing reality. The trees seemed to have gained spirits, and the tranquil pond water seemed to stir up waves, yet in the blink of an eye, it remained quiet trees and water. This kind of illusion stunned him, realizing the painting skill had exceeded his own. As they were about to respectfully kneel down to worship, Li Hao quickly got up, helping them up, and had housekeeper Qi arrange seats for them. Seeing Li Hao's warm and courteous manner, these individuals felt somewhat flattered, even though they were masters in their respective fields from a holy dynasty. In front of the disciple of Sword Abyss Heavenly Institute, their status seemed insignificant. Even the imperial family had to bow down, let alone them. Li Hao noticed their nervousness, conversing with them in a gentle tone, then gradually discussing their specialties. Once they started talking about the things they loved, during the conversation, These people unknowingly sat straighter, their faces radiating brightness. Li Hao laughed. After such a conversation, the tense atmosphere quickly disappeared. Li Hao sparred with them individually, realizing most were at the 9th to 10th stage. In the artistic path, chess Dao, and cooking Dao, he hadn't found anyone to match him evenly, feeling a bit regretful. But in other skills, his own rank was not high, and he even encountered those who exceeded him. Li Hao immediately had housekeeper Qi arrange rooms for them to stay, making them his short-term sparring partners. Qi Ming'an, seeing Li Hao getting serious, hesitated but eventually complied. Unknowingly, 3 months passed. Li Hao had been at Sword Abyss for 3 months, yet in the true realm, such time felt like a blink of an eye. Even for prodigies like Wei Hongyi, a single retreat cultivation might take several years, or even decades. In Li Hao's courtyard, there was laughter and laughter all day. Under the shade of the trees in the courtyard, in front of a chess game, Li Hao sat opposite an elderly man with white hair. "Young Master Hao, you did mention that if I could win a game against you, you'd grant me a wish." The old man placed a piece, seeming to have spotted a flaw in the pattern of the chessboard. His eyes gleamed as he smiled and said. Li Hao smiled, saying, "You told me before about your nephew. If you can win against me, I can make him the first military general of the Holy Dynasty." The old man, seeing his thoughts exposed by Li Hao, was so moved that he got up to kneel and give thanks. Li Hao quickly gestured for him to stop, smiling, "But you have to win it first." "All right." The elder suppressed his excitement, his expression becoming particularly solemn, and began to play the piece. Li Hao saw that he placed the piece in a trap he had laid and couldn't help but smile, then proceeded to close the net. The elder made several consecutive moves before realizing it was a trap, his face changing involuntarily to a paler hue. Li Hao chuckled lightly, saying, "No matter, there will be another opportunity next time." The elder struggled to cope on the chessboard and was eventually driven to a desperate situation, sighing, "Young Master Hao's chess skills are unrivaled in my lifetime." Li Hao smiled, just about to comfort him, when housekeeper Qi ran over, his expression a mix of surprise and complexity, saying, "Young Master, just now good news came from the Heavenly Institute. Miss Yu Shi has left her name at the Emperor Sword Cliff." Li Hao was about to gather the chess pieces for another game. Hearing this, he paused for a moment, then continued his actions, only saying, "That truly deserves congratulations." Housekeeper Qi saw Li Hao still arranging the pieces to continue and couldn't help but be stunned, then whispered, "Young Master, don't you want to try at the Emperor Sword Cliff?" Li Hao shook his head, having no interest in such matters. Given this time, he would rather play a few more games, accumulate some experience, perhaps just happen to gain an understanding related to the state of mind, touching upon the 12-step chess realm. Qi Meng'an's gaze underwent a subtle change, hesitated briefly, and ultimately said, "Young Master, both you and Miss Yu Shi apprenticed together, attracting much attention, and many people are watching you." He spoke while glancing at Li Hao carefully, as his words were quite subtle, fearing to incur Li Hao's displeasure. Li Hao gestured for the elder across to grasp the pieces to determine the order, simultaneously asking, "Watching me?" "That's right, you spend your days playing chess and painting in the institute." Qi Ming'an showed a troubled expression, "There's quite a bit of criticism outside already." Li Hao couldn't help but laugh, saying, "The path of cultivation contends with heaven and earth. Why fear idle criticism? There's no need to pay it any mind. Those clamors cannot breach these courtyard walls." Qi Ming'an inwardly sighed bitterly, as Li Hao's sword attendant. Naturally he wished for Li Hao to rise smoothly, reaching the pinnacle. As a servant, he shared both honor and loss with his master. "All right, I want to continue, you may leave," Li Hao said to Qi Ming'an. Seeing this, Qi Ming'an had no choice but to refrain from saying more. Another 3 months passed, a slight stir occurred again at the Heavenly Institute, the news spreading among the various institutes. The younger junior sister under the new Li Tai Mu went to the Sword Abyss Tower, receiving recognition from a named sword. It was said that the named sword was once listed in the top 10 supreme immortal techniques, though it was ultimately not selected. Once this news spread, the hearts of all the disciples in the Heavenly Institute were a bit stirred. Wei Hongyi and Xu Jianming were the first to find Yu Zai's courtyard to congratulate her. Yu Shi, not seeing Li Hao come, looked around, and finally revealed a faint smile. Though her Dao heart was defeated by Li Hao, in terms of talent in the sword Dao, she was confident she wouldn't lose to others. That Li Hao didn't come seemed to her just a move without face to offer congratulations, though acting so certainly lacked grace. She no longer paid attention, finishing a simple conversation with her senior brothers and sisters, then once again secluded herself. After joining the Sword Abyss Heavenly Court for a year, Yu Shi came out of seclusion and once again went to Emperor Sword Cliff for a second name-leaving challenge. This time, learning that Yu Shi would again undertake a naming challenge at the Emperor Sword Cliff, many disciples within the Sword Cliff gathered to watch and wait. In just a year, Yu Zai's name had already spread within the Sword Abyss. Not only were the Heavenly Institute disciples paying attention to this fast-rising newcomer, but disciples from other Earth Institutes, Zon Institutes, and Yellow Courtyards had also heard about Yu Zai's matters. Previously, there were those who were dissatisfied, feeling she dropped in suddenly at the Heavenly Institute with inside connections, but now these voices of doubt gradually quieted. Look quickly, Yu Shi Fairy is coming. Only joined the Heavenly Institute for 3 months, able to leave a name at Emperor Sword Cliff, truly terrifying. Now after only a year, might her ranking rise again? Possible, worthy of being a disciple of the Heavenly Institute. Her previous name leaving was at the bottom, but it's heard she received top-notch swordsmanship from the Sword Abyss Tower and surely has considerably progressed by now. In the void outside the Emperor Sword Cliff, many disciples within the Sword Cliff stretched their necks to watch. In the void, Yu Shi was clad in a gorgeous long gown of gilded beauty, her towering figure beyond ordinary, like a banished immortal descending upon the world from myth. Her demeanor was peaceful, her gaze serene. Since she entered Sword Abyss, she had diligently cultivated, never idle within the Institute, and within just a year, she had achieved immense progress and elevation. At this moment, she was accompanied by Wei Hongyi. Upon learning that this junior sister had come out of seclusion and intended to challenge Emperor Sword Cliff, Wei Hongyi accompanied her. Yu Shi glanced across the void opposite Emperor Sword Cliff, where numerous silhouettes from Sword Abyss crowded densely. Though Sword Abyss disciples didn't flourish as the Spear Abyss, they numbered in the tens of thousands. Yet, with one glance, she did not see the figure she wished to see. Yu Shi furrowed her brow slightly but quickly composed herself. If the other harbored such a mindset, even with a Tao heart of 9 echoes, she would surpass them sooner or later, perhaps she already had. She gathered her thoughts, no longer dwelling on them, and approached Emperor Sword Cliff. On the opposite side, a number of Heavenly Institute disciples also observed, discussing this little disciple newly taken by Li Taimu. I heard Elder Li brought back 2 disciples a year ago. I looked into it. They both came from Heart Inquiry Floating City, one with a Tao heart of 8 echoes, the other 9 echoes, both possessing an eternal Tao heart. Yu Shi is the one with 8 echoes. The one with 9 echoes has rarely been seen. Tao heart 9 echoes? Is the other already an immortal lord? Don't be foolish, an immortal lord would be a steward directly, even nominated as an elder. True immortal realm, Tao heart can reach 9 echoes. What kind of state of mind is that? Do they know what it means to be possessed by martial deviation? Many Heavenly Institute disciples whispered, their eyes now heavy with gravity. At this moment, Yu Shi had arrived directly in front of Emperor Sword Cliff. Hearing the sound transmission of encouragement from Wei Hongyi beside her, she took a deep breath and then raised her hand to draw her sword. With a buzzing sound, the long sword vibrated as it came out, landing in her hand. She gazed intently at the towering, flattened Emperor Sword Cliff, seeing the densely packed names on it, all the prodigies of Sword Abyss. Her name was placed at the very end. Her eyes suddenly erupted with a silver sheen of light, followed by her whole gilded gown radiating brilliant golden light. A fierce and vast sword intent instantly emanated from her body. From a distance, she appeared cloaked by a phantom shadow of sword intent, standing upright and proud towards the sky. As a member of the Calamity clan, her sword talent was extremely high, possessing an innate sword embryo. True immortal realm 3rd level. Such intense sword intent. Even the sword in my hand is humming. Is this a disciple of the Heavenly Institute? To possess such might at true immortal realm 3rd level, I feel even as a true immortal realm 5th level, I am no match for her. You're overthinking it. Even if you're true immortal realm 6th level, you may not be able to defeat her. In the distance, many Earth Institute and Zon Institute disciples whispered in shock. Even the Heavenly Institute disciples bore heavy expressions, feeling pressure from this woman. At this moment, wielding the long sword, Yu Shi flew toward the Emperor Sword Cliff. As she approached the bottom of the cliff abyss, she felt an overwhelming imposing force, like an emperor sitting high, eyes blazing, an aura imposing to heaven and earth. She seemed like an ant, moving under the gaze of the other, her inner sword intent and sword Tao reflecting as if on a mirror, suddenly invoking a sense of inferiority. She gritted her teeth slightly, a look of determination appearing in her eyes, relying on the sharpness and fierceness in her heart, unleashing her full extreme realm power towards the top of her previous name. Behind her, a hazy heaven and earth law manifestation, gathered like silver threads, appeared, resembling a goddess from beyond the heavens, darting forward with her in her sword-wielding posture. Emperor Sword Cliff emitted boundless majesty. In Yu Zai's eyes, it was not merely a mountain cliff, but a sword standing between heaven and earth, making everything else in the world pale in comparison. She had never seen such a sword nor felt such terrifying sword chi, but this proximity brought a revolutionary change in her understanding and recognition of the sword, yet this also brought despair. Was such a sword Tao something she could ever aspire to? She felt as if she might never cultivate such an ultimate sword Tao in her lifetime. This trance affected her sword heart, her movement technique slowed uncontrollably, and by the time she realized, she found herself already before Emperor Sword Cliff. Buzz. Sword light swiftly slashed out, engraving her name. This time, her name was 3 feet higher than before. A mere 3 feet, yet it leapt over hundreds of names, surpassing numerous prodigies. Once the name was engraved, she seemed to have exhausted all her strength, her body flying back, unable to withstand the majesty, her face pale as she retreated beyond Emperor Sword Cliff. Her chest rose and fell slightly, her breath slightly heavy, the hand gripping the sword also trembling, yet behind her, a wave of astonished eyes looked at her. In just a year, leaving her name on Emperor Sword Cliff and leaping 3 feet is truly stunning. True immortal realm 3rd level, if her realm was higher, she might rise even further. Such sword intent is enough to make up for a tenfold difference in immortal power. Challenging 6th level even at true immortal realm 3rd level is no problem. In the distance, everyone came back to their senses and began whispering. The 10th layer of true immortal realm is perfection, and every level ascended doubles the immortal power. True immortal realm 2nd level is twice, 3rd level is 4 times, 4th level is 8 times. Reaching true immortal realm 10th layer perfection, the immortal power is 512 times of the true immortal realm 1st level. Under hundreds of times of immortal power, most extreme realm power is hard to compensate, like divine strength realm. Enhancing physical body strength tenfold is practically insignificant against the over 500 times immortal power. The heaven and earth law manifestation is also like this. Although it can greatly enhance combat power, once cultivated to the true immortal realm 10th layer, most have the heaven and earth law manifestation. The higher the realm, the more terrifying the amplification displayed by the heaven and earth law manifestation. These 10 layers of realm, as 10 layers heaven, are difficult to traverse easily. Those who can challenge across realms are top-notch monsters, such as Yu Shi before us. Not bad, you've made great progress. Wei Hongyi's figure flew to Yu Zai's side and said softly. She wore plain white, appearing dignified and elegant. Compared to Yu Zai's grandeur, she seemed more like a transcendent fairy. Hearing her praise, Yu Shi looked up at Emperor Sword Cliff. Her eyes scanned a large distance from her name upward until she saw the 3 characters for Wei Hongyi. She slightly pursed her lips, steadied her trembling hand, and said to Wei Hongyi, "Thank you, sister, for accompanying me. You have great talent, continue to strive hard when you return." Wei Hongyi smiled and said. Yu Shi nodded, looked again at the crowd on the opposite side of Emperor Sword Cliff, but did not see that figure. With a slight regret in her eyes, she promptly dismissed such thoughts, turned around, and returned together with Wei Hongyi. Upon returning to her courtyard, Yu Shi summoned her steward to send a message to that courtyard. In no time, her steward returned, his expression somewhat strange, and said respectfully. Fairy, the steward of Leisurely People's courtyard said that Hao left the mountain a few days ago. Left the mountain? Currently caressing the sword blade in the pavilion on the lake in her courtyard, Yu Shi slightly focused her gaze and asked, where did he go? This was not mentioned. After all, Hao is a disciple of the Heavenly Institute. His whereabouts cannot be disclosed. Yu Zai's eyes flickered and said nothing more, just closed her eyes. The steward saw her demeanor and knew it was time for him to retreat, so he quietly withdrew. In Heart Inquiry Floating City, the vast square, compared to a year ago, now seemed much more empty. This ancient city had long since declined. Few travelers passed through, far from the bustling scene when various forces came here to recruit disciples. Today, the towering Heart Inquiry Tower stands in the square. Occasionally a figure wanders inside, verifying their Tao heart. And at the edge of the square, there is a small mound. Two figures lean against a tree sitting on the mound top. Before them is a chasm-like cliff, shrouded in mist, now having more smoke dispersing in that mist. Cooking smoke curls upward. Li Hao is roasting meat. Beside him, a limp-legged old man is smoking heavily. The two may appear idle in their actions, but there is a hidden line threading through the mist in front of them. Soon, the fragrant aroma permeated. Li Hao handed a piece of roasted dragon liver to the old man, saying, "Old Han, still no movement?" For the past half-year, Li Hao has come here whenever he has free time to compete in fishing with him. It's rare to meet a fishing companion more skilled than himself, and adding the talk of the dragon sparrow, Li Hao has yet to catch one and certainly cannot leave empty-handed only to never return, making sleepless nights. After 6 months of interaction, although the limp-legged old man is hard to get along with and speaks little, Li Hao's random culinary efforts on the side somewhat opened his chatterbox, getting to know his surname as Han, but his full name remains unknown. "HMPH, are you not the same?" Old Han gave a soft snort, accepted the dragon liver and began enjoying it unceremoniously. He snapped open his wine gourd. The roasted meat complemented the wine, making it more enjoyable with each bite. Ah, delightful. Half a dragon liver consumed, paired with his home-brewed fine liquor, he slightly squinted his eyes, unknowingly showing a few moments of pleasure on his face. Li Hao started eating beside him. This dragon demon is of true immortal realm, hunted in the wilderness outside Futu City. Its taste quite good. "Pass me the wine," Li Hao said casually. Old Han, long accustomed, did not mind, and casually handed the wine gourd to Li Hao. He eats Li Hao's grilled meat, Li Hao drinks his wine, somewhat making it a fair exchange. Li Hao wiped the wine nozzle, then tilted his head, pouring the fragrant liquid into his mouth. Old Han glanced at him, snorted softly, took back the wine gourd, and directly drank from it himself. "Your fishing skills are too rusty," still halted at the initial stage of entering Tao, not yet grasping the true essence of fishing. Old Han said faintly. "Oh?" Li Hao showed interest, saying, "Then what is the true essence of fishing?" "All things can be fished, immortal, divine, demons and the 10,000 clans, including time and years." Old Han squinted his eyes and said. Li Hao casually asked, but upon hearing this, felt as if his mind resonated like a bell, a tremor sensation of enlightenment throughout his body. Including time and years? In Li Hao's mind, he repeatedly pondered, years and time. How to fish time? What thing could draw time? Countless thoughts flashed by, but eventually, he seemed to suddenly comprehend that perhaps, only his fishing hook could draw time. This time encompasses the time of heaven and earth, as well as the time of sentient beings. All things are like fish flowing in their respective time rivers. When hooked, they are pulled out of their time river, entering another trajectory, or at its end. The dragon meat in Li Hao's mouth seemed tasteless, his mind fully immersed in the collision of countless thoughts, eyes unknowingly closing. Letting those thoughts spread and reverberate in his mind. The chaos divine fire burning in front of him in the bonfire flickered and departed, leaving only the aroma of grilled meat diffused in the air. Meanwhile, the hidden line Li Hao embedded in the mist vanished, completely disappeared. The mist quietly dispersed. A gentle breeze blew, brushing past the youth's hair shadow beneath the tree. Beside him, old Han, who was swallowing with a drink, suddenly shifted one eye towards Li Hao, halting his drinking motion. He slowly put down the wine gourd, and in his calm and steady eyes, a faint light flickered. At this moment, the clouds still drifted apart, and the sea of clouds remained tranquil. Li Hao's body became even more serene, as if melding into the world around him. This wasn't the ultimate melding of transforming to immortal, but another kind of integration of the state of mind. Everything can be fished, and everything can become a fishing line. Suddenly, the clouds surged, and next, something huge seemed to tremble and roll inside. All of a sudden, the clouds dispersed, and that trembling thing leapt out, but it wasn't a dragon or any other demons, it was a towering giant tower. The tower emerged from the clouds, as if pulled out by something. If someone else were here, they would be shocked to find that the tower looked identical to the Heart Inquiry Tower standing in the square. However, this tower was complete, the top sharp like a treasured sword. Suddenly, the tower quaked violently, as if destroyed by something. Divine light scattered like flowing colors and iron flowers, splattering everywhere. The Emperor's might on the tower also dimmed amidst the shaking. Beside, old Han, who was smoking heavily, stared blankly at this scene. His eyes reflected the dazzling tower, as if countless lights flowed within his eyes. Those were the echoes of past time. He didn't expect that Li Hao fished out a wisp of time from the clouds before him, and it turned out to be that period of time. At this moment, Li Hao also opened his eyes, watching the tower of broken divine light fading away, becoming unreal again until it dissipated like smoke and dust. He felt somewhat dazed. This tower was not real, but a time projection he fished out. But he recognized that tower as the Heart Inquiry Tower. He fished out the time when the Heart Inquiry Tower was destroyed. At this moment, a panel prompt appeared in his mind. You have comprehended the origin state of mind in fishing. Fishing level increased to 11th rank. You gained 38,282 fishing experience. Successive prompts rang, but Li Hao was still savoring the realization he just had. Time, the years, he actually felt them. Among the 9 orders, time is the hardest to grasp. Elder Wang went seeking Ying Xiaoxiao, who is likely the reincarnation of Shi Miao, and she was born mastering the time origin path. Now, he unexpectedly had the fortune to touch it too. Fishing, to actually allow me to comprehend the time Tao. Li Hao's heart shook, increasingly feeling that the artistic skill he mastered seemed to have some deep meaning. At this moment, much information surged into his mind, including fishing, including the time origin path. Li Hao slowly felt, digested, and absorbed. Old Han felt the change in Li Hao's aura, sitting quietly aside, silently smoking, with smoke enveloping his face, obscuring his expression. For a long, long time, after Li Hao had absorbed all the information, he opened his eyes slightly weary, then looked at old Han beside him. Seeing the other seemed lost in thought, he slowly stood up, bowed solemnly with respect. Thank you, Elder, for your guidance. Li Hao vaguely felt that his insight seemed to be somewhat related to old Han before him, not just a simple word of advice. Old Han snapped back, seeing Li Hao's solemn demeanor, a rare softness glinting in his eyes, an expression Li Hao had only occasionally seen when offering him roast meat over the past half-year. You're very clever. I merely guided a little, and you can comprehend. That's rare indeed. Old Han, who seldom praised anyone, complimented. Hearing this, Li Hao felt he hadn't chosen the wrong guide. He sat down and asked. Old Han, you must be quite a powerful master, right? Old Han neither confirmed nor denied, casually said, not that powerful, otherwise I wouldn't be stuck here, unable even to seek vengeance. Saying this, a trace of self-mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. Li Hao naturally wouldn't believe this, even if the other was telling the truth, but the feeling old Han gave him did not lose to Elder Wang at all. You have enemies? In life, who doesn't have enemies? Old Han found Li Hao's words endearingly naive, couldn't help but smile gently, but then returned to his usual indifferent demeanor. Though his eyes revealed a bit of the vicissitudes, looking at the sea of clouds, he said. What do you feel when you saw what you just fished out? You mean the Heart Inquiry Tower? Thinking of the time projection he just fished out, and recalling that giant palm descending from the sky he saw at the Heart Inquiry Tower, Li Hao lamented. The existence capable of destroying the Heart Inquiry Tower must be at the Immortal Emperor level, right? Old Han didn't deny, slowly said. Futu City has guarded the Abyss Sea for many years, and long ago, the Heart Inquiry Tower was already an Emperor artifact, but during the catastrophe 100,000 years ago, it charged at the forefront, was suppressed, the Emperor artifact dimmed, and so did the Emperor soul. He chuckled softly to himself, saying, Heart Inquiry. The Heart Inquiry Tower inquires the true hearts of the world, yet itself lost the Emperor heart, leaving only half. Li Hao had heard Elder Wang say before, Emperor artifacts have Emperor souls. Emperor souls have Emperor hearts. If the Emperor heart falls in fragments, the cultivation will also fall and fragment. With half left, there is still hope in the future. Li Hao said. Old Han looked at Li Hao. Hope? Even if the Emperor heart is completely shattered, it can be reformed. Perhaps it can even surpass the past. Destruction is not necessarily a bad thing, and eternal non-destruction is not necessarily a good thing, for eternity also implies stagnation. Li Hao said with a smile. Old Han's eyes seemed to deepen slightly. He murmured. Reform anew, surpass the past. After a while, he suddenly chuckled lightly, then burst into laughter. Marvelous, marvelous, what a notion that eternity is not a good thing. To grasp this level of state of mind, No wonder your Tao heart has reached the eternal pinnacle. Elder Han looked at Li Hao, knowing that the young man before him didn't have a Tao heart with 9 chimes, but 10. He knew clearly what kind of attention and threats a true immortal realm cultivator with 10 chimes of eternal ultimate Tao heart would attract. Because that already meant the person had the qualifications to step into the quasi-emperor realm. A step further, and it would be the heavenly Tao emperor heart. Today's barbecue was truly enjoyable. Elder Han laughed, then took out another wine gourd from the heaven and earth space and tossed it to Li Hao. Not enough to drink, right? This is for you. Li Hao caught it, eyes wide. Didn't you say this wine is hard to brew, and you only have 1 jug of it? It's hard to brew, that's true, it takes a very long time. Elder Han chuckled lightly, with a bit of nostalgia, but without regret as he said, but what I have the most is time. I've waited 100,000 years, why would I lack time? He laughed heartily, and his gaze towards Li Hao softened. He initially thought Li Hao was just a lucky kid, but it turned out he had underestimated him. Good guy. Li Hao was at a loss for words hearing this. This old man really knew how to hide things, eating so much of his barbecue yet being stingy. How ungracious. After finishing the remaining barbecue, Li Hao stood up, patted the dry grass off his backside, and said, "It's about time, I should head back to the sect." Go on, go on. Oh, by the way, take this with you. Elder Han waved his hand, then, as if remembering something, produced a small, dark tower and handed it to Li Hao. Called a small tower, it was truly the size of a thumb, with a rough outline, like black mud casually molded. Li Hao took it and played with it on his thumb like a cap, asking, "What is this, an immortal soldier?" Immortal soldier? Elder Han chuckled wryly. Just think it is, keep it well and don't lose it, it might save your life at a crucial moment. So it's a life-saving item. Seeing this, Li Hao didn't stand on ceremony. Then I'll take it, and return it to you when my cultivation is higher. Hope I can wait until that day. Elder Han smiled. Li Hao waved goodbye to him, promising to come back and fish together next time. He got up and returned, heading to the teleportation array near the Futu City Gate, setting off back to the Great Dream 9 Abysses. On his way back, Li Hao pulled up the panel, looking at the recently acquired fishing origin state of mind. Now his physical body Tao and control Tao had both been elevated to the 11th rank. It was time to enhance the sword Tao. Li Hao didn't think much of it, aside from the physical body Tao and control Tao. The sword Tao provided him the greatest increase in strength, especially regarding attack. As he added points, countless messages soon surged into his mind. Sword Tao elevated to the 11th rank. Numerous insights into sword Tao flooded his heart. Simultaneously, many of the swordsmanship techniques Li Hao previously comprehended underwent an earth-shaking transformation and understanding with the digestion of these insights. Like a guide from an immortal, Li Hao had already touched on the foundational level. Though previously only barely beginning, the immortal drawing sword had now reached its ultimate peak level. This also showed that the immortal drawing sword was still swordsmanship at the true immortal realm level, but it was among the top-tier techniques. And the Qingtian swordsmanship, one of the top 10 supreme immortal techniques inherited at the Heavenly Calamity Emperor Palace, while initially at the beginner level, had now reached perfection. Advancing to perfection required the 3rd level of Sword Tao origin. Currently, Li Hao's Sword Tao at the 11th rank had already achieved the 3rd level of origin. With the improvement of these 2 sword techniques, Li Hao's demeanor also shifted, becoming more transcendent and sharp, yet as he digested, it all became restrained. Now, even without the Tao Wu immortal soldier, Li Hao felt his combat power could reach an extremely astonishing degree. Merely the drawing sword and Qingtian techniques, if combined, would have unimaginable power. By the time he returned to Sword Abyss, Li Hao had absorbed everything. He flew to the mountaintop, overlooking the sheer, steep Emperor Sword Cliff, and gave it a glance. The swords might rushed forward, like an emperor's sword hilt standing tall. Li Hao glanced at the very top center, where it seemed the emperor's eyes were staring down at him. However, this emperor's might was much inferior to the grandeur of the Heavenly Calamity Emperor Palace. The former chief disciple of Sword Abyss, who once cleaved mountains, just barely unleashed a hint of Emperor Sword's might upon first entering the Immortal King realm with full power. Li Hao withdrew his gaze after a glance. Despite the many names on Emperor Sword Cliff, he was uninterested in joining the crowd. Indeed, if he wanted to leave his name, he might as well carve a wall by himself. Returning to the courtyard atop the mountain, Qi Ming'an hurriedly greeted Li Hao upon learning he was back and informed him of Yu Shi Fairy leaving her name at Emperor Swordcliffe. The manager held subtle thoughts of inspiring Li Hao, having never seen such a relaxed swordsman. After listening, Li Hao recalled that while passing by, he had forgotten to pay attention below, yet it's just a minor affair. He nodded, instructed manager Qi to send his congratulations, and headed to the sword arena within the courtyard, opening the barrier there. Only he and Xian, holding the sword token, could enter. This breakthrough in fishing state of mind granted him the greatest insight into the time origin path rather than sword Dao. In the 9 orders, space-time reigns as king. Previously, painting aided his understanding of the space origin path, while now fishing allowed him to comprehend the passing and vastness of time, enabling him to fish out and take hold of years from the long river of time. He had previously condensed the 9-flower immortal seal, with 5 original Daos coming from the 9 orders. Now, Li Hao plans to replace one of the other 4 with the time origin path. The immortal seal holds 9 flowers at its peak. Li Hao attempted to meld the time origin path into it, yet found it impossible, forcing him to choose one to replace. Among the remaining 4, Li Hao contemplated and selected the immortal's guidance from the Great Dream 9 Abysses sword technique. Although the origin of this Dao is exquisite, it is merely a branch of sword Dao origin, consolidated into one flower by sheer effort. Under the barrier's shroud, Li Hao began his seclusion, replacing and condensing the new 9-flower immortal seal. With the infusion of the time origin path, Li Hao's 9-flower immortal seal suddenly emitted a collapsing suction, quickly drawing in the surrounding world's immortal power. All the immortal power in the courtyard gravitated toward the sword arena, but it was still far from sufficient, forcing Li Hao to wield the power of all heaven's star vein end realm. This time, starlight from all heavens emerged around him, real stars from the true realm, casting vast immortal power projections continually pouring into Li Hao's body. During Li Hao's cultivation, Qi Ming'an noticed the peculiar flow of immortal power within the courtyard, and upon finding it converging in the sword arena, sighed in relief, a smile gracing his lips. It appears Yu Shi Fairy's progress had indeed spurred his young lord somewhat. With the new 9-flower immortal seal condensed, the flowers of time origin and space origin seemed to unite on the seal, together weaving a complex, exquisite Dao pattern, subtly twisting the surrounding space-time with its power. These 2 patterns rested at the very bottom of the immortal seal, like branches sprouting leaves, lifting the other immortal Dao patterns. As Li Hao gently received the immortal seal within him, he immediately felt the integration of space-time power with himself. Every move seemed to allow him to easily manipulate the surrounding space-time, an origin-level control surpassing immortal power, toyed with any opposition even if their immortal power was 10-fold, multiples, or 100-fold stronger. The first year upon arriving at Sword Abyss concluded. This year, Li Hao's 9-flower immortal seal incorporated time origin path with 3-layered Dao patterns. Sword Dao, too, smoothly ascended to the 11th rank, and both his chess skills and painting techniques saw subtle insight and progress. Toward year's end, snow fell from the sky, blanketing 10,000 miles in white. Sword Abyss's slopes and lofts shimmered under a silver veil. Amidst the snowfall, Li Tai Mu returned to the mountain summit, bringing along a remarkably handsome young boy. "This is your new junior apprentice, Ji Yuyan," Li Tai Mu summoned Wei Hongyi, Li Hao, and others before the Sword Immortal Pavilion, formally introducing the boy's identity to everyone. The boy, seemingly akin in appearance to Li Hao, appeared to be 17 or 18 years old, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, holding doubly different irises. The upper pupil edge burning like crimson fire, the lower silvery white, distinctly wondrous. Such unique eyes signified an extraordinary Taoist body. Ji Yuyan, the surname Ji Yu, hearing his introduction, Wei Hongyi's face slightly shifted, as if recalling an ancient legend. Li Tai Mu, aware of the considerable backgrounds of his disciples, knowledge, and insight no less uncommon, did not conceal, declaring, "Indeed, he belongs to the ancient immortal lineage, ancient clan, born with a sword immortal physique." Upon hearing him, Li Hao and Xu Jianming exchanged puzzled glances, evidently unfamiliar. However, Wei Hongyi and Yu Zai's pupils contracted, their gazes struck with astonishment toward the boy. Within the true realm, the ancient immortal lineage is exceedingly rare, a pinnacle race nearing extinction. It was said that members of the ancient immortal lineage naturally possessed various mystical abilities, and this boy bore the legendary sword immortal physique, reputed the strongest Taoist body for practicing swords. Yu Shi, shaken, gazed at him, her eyes filled with disbelief. The boy named Ji Yuyan maintained a composed expression, almost numbed, merely listening to Li Taimu's introduction silently, neither speaking nor surveying with his gaze, only slightly raising his head, staring at the loft behind Li Taimu. Observing Li Hao and Xu Jianming's awestruck demeanor, Li Taimu held a cheerful mood, smilingly explaining. See the plaque behind me, Sword Immortal Tower. In sword cultivation, the highest realm is the Sword Immortal. And those born with the Sword Immortal physique can grasp the essence of the Sword Tao from a young age. In other words, they can already perform sacrificial Tao with the sword as soon as they start learning swordsmanship. Upon hearing this, Li Hao and Xu Jianming were somewhat unsettled. Li Hao felt he had an unfair advantage, yet there was someone even more exaggerated. Able to perform sacrificial Tao as soon as he started practicing swordsmanship? Xu Jianming looked shocked and bewildered, with two monstrous junior sisters and brothers already, yet here comes someone even more exaggerated? Master, where did you find him? Xu Jianming couldn't help but ask. Li Taimu's eyes were filled with pride as he said, naturally, it was through fate that I met him. The foundation in Sword Tao of our Sword Abyss is sufficient to allow him to fully utilize the Sword Immortal physique, and there is hope for him to become the Sword Tao Supreme in the future. He naturally didn't mention that he snatched this excellent seedling from the hands of the 10,000 Mountains Sword Tower. Otherwise, why would he be away from the sect every day, running around everywhere? Xu Jianming didn't believe this old man's nonsense, slightly rolled his eyes, yet was a bit puzzled inside. Was something explosive happening with old man Li lately, for him to be this lucky? I will teach you the sword technique practiced upon entering the Sword Abyss, and you must master it within 7 days. At this moment, Li Taimu said this to the youth in front of him, Ji Yuyan. Ji Yuyan's expression was calm, yet when hearing of the sword technique, a sharp glint seemed to flash in his indifferent eyes. Yu's eyes' expression was complex as she looked at Li Hao, seeking a bit of resonance. She had inquired that, in the past, senior sister Wei Hongyi and fourth brother Xu Jianming weren't given half a month, whereas she and Li Hao were asked to do so in half a month, which was considered extremely talented. But now, the youth in front was required to master it in just 7 days. As Li Taimu demonstrated, the immortal guide swordsmanship glided smoothly, containing the essence of simplicity in the Tao. Li Hao's eyes showed a trace of contemplation as he watched Old Man Li's demonstration. Old Man Li's execution of this sword technique was already at the level of original intent, which was the level he currently mastered. However, it was uncertain whether this was all his true teaching ability. Quickly, Old Man Li finished his demonstration. Suddenly, without needing further instruction, Ji Yuyan closed his eyes briefly, then suddenly opened them, and a sword appeared in his palm. He then began swinging it on the spot. Seeing his starting moves, Li Hao understood, and stepped back to avoid it. Yu Shi reacted slightly slower and was nearly injured by the opponent's blade, and once she was clear, looked at the opponent in shock. Ji Yuyan was practicing the immortal guide swordsmanship. Initially, it seemed slightly awkward, but soon there was Taoist charm condensing, swordsmanship mastered. Just by watching once, he was able to master it. Furthermore, it became more and more adept, and the wonders within the swordsmanship seemed to be displayed as well. This time, not only Yu Shi was shocked, but Wei Hongyi and Xu Jianming were also stunned, staring dumbly at the newcomer young junior brother. Li Taimu was stunned, then his mouth almost split to the ears with an uncontrollable smile. Truly found a big treasure. He was already imagining how, during the Southern Domain battles, this person would explode and shock the eyes of many forces in the heavenly sect in the Southern Domain. Wonderful, wonderful. Once Ji Yuyan finished practicing the swordsmanship, Li Taimu was already laughing like a blooming flower, unable to keep his mouth closed, saying, as expected of the born sword immortal physique, with the support and foundation of our Sword Abyss, you will surely become the Sword Tao Supreme in the future. He laughed heartily and then said, let's go, I'll take you to Sword Abyss Tower. Wei Hongyi and Xu Jianming opened their mouths slightly but were speechless, seeing the master's excellent mood, who highly valued this young junior brother. His sword talent also made them unable to feel jealousy. Yu Shi watched as the master and new young junior brother left. Her face was complex, gently biting her lip, fingers clenching lightly. Previously, when the master brought her, she was highly valued but was entrusted to Wei Hongyi for guidance, unlike how close he was now with this ancient immortal lineage. It seems, it won't be long before this young junior brother surpasses us. I just sensed it, he is also at true immortal realm 3rd level. Xu Jianming said, glancing at Li Hao and Yu Shi, his eyes full of regret. Wei Hongyi's eyes flickered as she said, the master has frequently been out lately, scouting for Heavenly Pride disciples. This time it's about the ranking of the Heavenly Sect. All forces are extremely focused, and the competition for Heavenly Pride disciples is more intense. We don't have the chance to compete anymore, it's up to you two now. As she spoke, she looked at Yu Shi and Li Hao. Yu Shi gazed at the footprints left on the snowy steps, where the elderly and young figures had already disappeared. She withdrew her gaze, turned around, and left, not uttering a word. Li Hao brushed off snowflakes, glanced at the snow, thinking it was perfect weather for hot pot and barbecue, so he immediately invited Wei Hongyi and Xu Jianming to his small courtyard. Upon learning that Li Hao was cooking to host them, Wei Hongyi and Xu Jianming exchanged glances, both surprised, sensing a sense of urgency from Yu Shi. But this Lao Qi seemed relaxed through and through. Even with Yu Shi surpassing him, he seemed unfazed, unsure if it was real or a front. No need for eating, there will be other opportunities, little junior brother. Oh no, now we should call you 7th junior brother, you should also hurry back to cultivate. Wei Hongyi said. Xu Jianming nodded, patting Li Hao's shoulder, our lineage depends on you to hold the fort, don't lose to the disciples of Elder Zhou. Li Hao was helpless, this invitation was also a form of cultivation for him. However, they were unwilling, and Li Hao did not force it. Good food has its proper guests. He nodded, bid them farewell, and returned to the courtyard. Thinking about cooking, Li Hao thought of the corpse of the ancient demon and couldn't help but secretly swallow his saliva. Among the many ingredients in the true realm, only the ancient demon clan offers the greatest nourishment. Li Hao immediately called Qi Meng'an to inquire about how to find the ancient demon clan. Seeing Li Hao mention the ancient demons, Qi Meng'an's expression became more solemn. In the true realm, mentioning ancient demons is to speak of a common enemy of the 10,000 clans. This is the inner realm of the Yan Chu immortal dynasty. It's difficult for the ancient demon clan to invade to such a depth. If you want to hunt the ancient demon clan, you can only go to the border, join the Yan Chu immortal army. That way, you can also accumulate military merit, obtain the immortal dynasty's accolades and rewards, which are all great resources and treasures. Qi Ming'an said. He comes from the holy dynasty within the great Dream 9 Abyss Heavenly Sect realm, which for mortals is a major force, but in the Yan Chu immortal dynasty, it is equivalent only to a small village. Upon hearing housekeeper Qi's words, Li Hao was moved. Listening to senior sister Wei, that senior brother is currently at the border slaying ancient demons, though it is at the behest of the Sword Abyss. Likely because Sword Abyss received orders and summons from the Yan Chu immortal dynasty, thus sending that senior brother to enlist and fight. It seems, if I want to hunt ancient demons, I can only go to the battlefield. Li Hao's eyes sparkled. The nourishment from ancient demons might make taking such a risk worthwhile. If he could condense the divine bone and cultivate the primordial spirit to the final realm, becoming a true god, he truly would be nigh immortal. Even if the flesh were shattered, the true god could persist eternally. Even an immortal lord might not be able to kill him. However, before heading to the Yan Chu battlefield border, Li Hao planned to first go to Jianyuan Tower to choose a swordsmanship. He had been here for a year yet hadn't picked a swordsmanship, which seemed unreasonable. With the snow ended, Li Hao came alone to Jianyuan Tower. The magnificent Jianyuan Tower stood in a gorge-like basin, surrounded by dim light, and everywhere on the rock walls were traces of sword qi cutting through. Before coming here, Li Hao heard that old man Li brought the newly arrived junior brother, who gained recognition of 3 top-notch sword techniques here. And because of the favor from old man Li, he was especially permitted to take away 3 top-notch sword techniques simultaneously, allowing them all to be cultivated. At this moment, Li Hao quietly came alone to this place. The majestic Jianyuan Tower was before him, and Li Hao approached, concealing his all-phenomena attributes. Here, the cultivation technique chooses its owner, rather than the owner choosing the cultivation technique. He needed to reveal all his sword Dao and sword intent to allow these cultivation techniques to discern, giving him the right to choose. Li Hao's expression was calm as he arrived below the sword display platform of the Jianyuan Tower. At this moment, he removed his disguise, and sword intent revealed itself from between his brows. Only me swordsmanship, this is his core sword Dao, integrating many swordsmanships, sword techniques, including the essence of 10 supreme immortal techniques blue sky, which has infused into his sword Tao. Additionally, the 9-flower immortal seal slightly floated on his forehead, the 9 orders of 6 Tao like time, space, water source, earth source, form Tao, control Tao, their origins mystical principles, some integrated into his only me swordsmanship. The core concept of his only me swordsmanship is to sever what is thought, what is wished in the heart. But to sever, one must first possess. At present, his only me swordsmanship, by integrating many Tao origins, can even warp time and space, reaching a strength unknown even to Li Hao himself. Since stepping out of the Heavenly Calamity Emperor Palace, he hadn't yet truly unleashed a full-force battle. And now, with the only me swordsmanship manifesting, the space-time around Li Hao seemed to shift and tremble. Many Taoist charms of swordsmanship surrounds him, like countless sword shadows. An unimaginable sharpness, dominance, and disdainful sword intent emerged from Li Hao, seemingly his true nature, the sharpness in his heart. In front of him, the majestic Jian Yuan Tower suddenly started to tremble lightly. Immediately afterwards, the tremor became intense and began to sway. Only then did Li Hao realize. The ancient swords inserted into Jian Yuan Tower were all shaking, as though they were about to break free. Swoosh! Accompanied by the first ancient sword flying out, the rest trembled and flew out successively, endlessly whistling in midair, ultimately forming a sword-tide storm, encircling Jian Yuan Tower and Li Hao's body, like a tornado surrounding him. Li Hao looked up, staring at the countless sword techniques floating, somewhat stunned, not expecting so many cultivation techniques to choose him. Yet the ancient swords at the topmost peak of Jian Yuan Tower remained only slightly trembling, not yet extracted. However, as the trembling grew increasingly intense, with a few clinks, those few apex ancient swords abruptly extracted, showcasing formidable sword momentum as they fell before Li Hao. The other ancient swords within the sword tide seemed intimidated by the fierce power of these few swords, not daring to approach. Li Hao knew, these should be the top-notch sword techniques of Jian Yuan Tower. Just as he was about to choose, suddenly, a few ancient swords seemed to sense something, suddenly retreating to the sides. Immediately following, Li Hao saw, at the top of Jian Yuan Tower, a golden divine sword suddenly flew out. The sword light radiated, emitting golden brilliance, its appearance extremely ancient, its body seemingly having numerous Taoist charms swirling. And on the sword edge, engravings of small characters appeared as it slowly descended, presenting themselves gradually before Li Hao. Cut down all under heaven with one sword, return as sword god in another life. With just 14 words, it exudes an overwhelming, dominant, and arrogant strong aura. Li Hao looked up and saw 3 words on the sword hilt: Sword God Technique. Li Hao was slightly stunned. He had seen various names of sword Tao cultivation techniques but never such a simple and direct name. Several ancient swords around seemed afraid to approach and avoided to either side. The surrounding sword tide also became thicker because it was farther from Li Hao. Li Hao's eyes flickered. There was no need to think further. Even with his toes, he could see that the sword technique on this sword should be top tier within the Sword Abyss Tower. He raised his hand to grasp the sword hilt, and instantly, the sword was surrounded by golden light, covering Li Hao's vision and taking him into a brilliant golden world. Soon, ancient murmurs resonated, and then Li Hao seemed to see an unparalleled figure wielding a long sword, standing alone against countless figures, including immortals, divine beings, demons, and monsters. In the end, one sword swept across, slashing out, and the dazzling sword light obscured Li Hao's vision, as well as the countless figures. Yet the invincible sword intent lingered in Li Hao's heart, engraved in his sword heart. When everything vanished, Li Hao found that the sword in his hand had disappeared at some unknown time, and the surrounding sword tide was also gone, with all swords returning to their original places. As if the previous scene was a dream. But the sword technique engraved in his sword heart told Li Hao that it was not a dream. He called up the panel and saw a new swordsmanship added. Sword God Technique, Quasi-Emperor Level, 1 sword of 9 swords, Perfection. It was indeed not a dream. Moreover, this sword God technique was surprisingly a Quasi-Emperor level sword technique, almost the top-tier swordsmanship next only to the Emperor sword. Li Hao's top 10 supreme immortal techniques, Qingtian, were just at the perfection level, and currently, his sword Tao only comprehended this sword god technique to perfection, and just the first layer. This sword god technique has 9 layers, with simple and straightforward names: 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, up to 9 swords. Just from the names, Li Hao could tell how arrogant, domineering, and disdainful the creator of this swordsmanship must be. Li Hao left the Sword Abyss Tower and returned to his courtyard. He planned to set out to the Yan Chu Immortal Dynasty border to hunt some ancient demon ingredients. However, he was stopped by Qi Meng'an, who informed him of the rules of Sword Abyss. Li Hao then inquired Shu Jianming, only to find out he couldn't go out for training without reaching the true Immortal Realm 5th level. Previously, going to Futu City could only be considered a leisure trip. Wanting to train at the border is good, but your cultivation is too low. You'd just be like an ant there. To have disciples from our heavenly sect, they're all prodigies and cannot easily go sacrifice themselves. Shu Jianming said to Li Hao, simultaneously inquiring about Li Hao's cultivation. Though Li Hao had all phenomena attributes concealed, he didn't hide when faced with the inquiry. Upon learning Li Hao was only at true Immortal Realm 1st level, Shu Jianming was a bit speechless. He immediately patted Li Hao's shoulder, encouraging him to cultivate well, and even said if he lacked immortal stones, he could borrow from him. Even though it was borrowing, in these times, someone willing to lend was already extremely rare. Li Hao was somewhat helpless. Going down the mountain for training required a cultivation check, so he could only focus on cultivating for now. Fortunately, with the previously accumulated 30,000 immortal stones, combined with the All-Heaven Star Vein and immortal power from the Heavenly Institute, many add-ons made cultivation progress thousands of miles in a day. In a short month, Li Hao reached true Immortal Realm 2nd level, his internal immortal power doubling. Another 2 months passed, and Li Hao reached true Immortal Realm 3rd level, his internal immortal power doubling again. When his cultivation reached true Immortal Realm 3rd level, he received news that the newly inducted junior brother Ji Yuyan had just challenged Emperor Swordcliffe for fame and successfully left his name there, even in front of Yu Shi. Just 3 months in the sect, being able to leave a name on Emperor Swordcliffe again stirred the entire Sword Abyss. Inside Yuchi courtyard, Yu Shi had just finished cultivating, wiped her sweat, and heard the news from the steward. The silk kerchief in her hand suddenly got crushed. Leaving a name ahead of me? Yu's eyes trembled a bit. After only 3 months, whereas she took a year to leave a name there upon her entry. She prides herself on her sword Dao talents, unmatched by anyone, even overshadowing the sword Dao brilliance of the 9-sound Dao Heart monster. After all, Dao Heart is Dao Heart, Sword Dao is Sword Dao. But now, this prodigious being with a natural sword immortal body made her suddenly feel a mix of emotions. Her expression shifted momentarily, then she asked, "What about Haoshin?" "How?" The steward quickly bowed his head and replied, "He hasn't made any move, hasn't left his name on Emperor Swordcliffe." Upon hearing this, the breath Yu Shi had suppressed in her chest and nearly couldn't exhale suddenly released. Earlier, her senior sister said leaving a name on Emperor Swordcliffe within 3 years of entering the Heavenly Institute already counted as being a prodigy. That's why her prior naming caused such a stir, surpassing even a prodigy by a large margin. She didn't rest, turned around, and continued to cultivate. Though having someone as a cushion made her feel somewhat relieved, but the natural sword immortal body can't really outrank it. She didn't believe it. From childhood, she was told she'd bring disaster, but she refused to believe in fate. If truly destined, then she'd alter destiny. When Ji Yuyan left a name on Emperor Swordcliffe after 3 months, causing a sensation, another half-year passed, and Li Hao reached true Immortal Realm 4th level. During this time, apart from cultivating, he honed his skills in his courtyard, sometimes playing chess with elders, or competing with others in various artistic skills. That day, as Li Hao finished cultivating, he felt a buzzing roar swiftly passing over the courtyard. Soon after, Li Taimu's voice transmitted into Li Hao's courtyard. "All disciples, gather quickly.